been spending so many draft resources in game one. I feel like a lot of these best of fives we've had have been two insanely strong drafts against each other that are so expensive, fearless-wise. Whoever wins that gets such a huge edge because all the other champions you picked in that game one draft are gone for the rest of the best of five.
Yeah, and I like the use of they're expensive, but they're not cohesive. This is the issue. You like pick a whole bunch of stuff that is theoretically very strong in the patch, but that doesn't matter if they don't work correctly together, right? So we'll just have to see what kind of things these coaches have come up with at the drawing board. Moving into game number one here of this best of five, do or die between DK and Bro. This may be the last time we get to pay bro tax in a bro game. We might need to figure out a way to just pay bro tax in games they're not in. Yeah. It's nuts. I don't know how we're going to figure it out, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. The first bridge, though, is going to be these bands, the Yone and the Talia, taken away with the Inara and the Azir. Probably some Yap on the side of Bro.
Pretty decent chance that Pantheon is gone. The Talia will match. This Pantheon actually gets taken away here by D+. And is maybe looking for a Wukong first pick here.
A bit of Yaw?
Yeah, a little bit.
If only we had a band Yone, Evelyn, Ezreal. Because then we got...
we still got Yaw, it's just a different spelling.
Yeah.
So Wukong first pick feels pretty obvious here. And maybe looking for something else, though. The Annie
Rumble is
going to be able to pair
pretty strong.
That's true. I think Wukong is just so insanely strong right now and will be snapped up just the same.
I think this is interesting, though, because I feel like we've been seeing less Wukong first picks when we're expecting them. And DK this time around will actually pull the trigger without the Annie available to them, but it is going to cost them a fair bit, you could imagine, as the Rumble and Orianna both going to be taken away. Of course, Showmaker has been defaulting to the mechanical ballerina quite a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential in this draft here for Bro now, because you can either go for something like a Jarvan, or you could go for the Nocturne, as the Rise feels pretty obvious. Showmaker loves his mids that can have a global impact, and is good into the Orianna.
And you can also still play Gwen in this draft as well on DK's side.
Yeah, you
it's a Rumble, it's not like... I feel like that Gnar counter pick that we saw yesterday did work out very well because you actually capitalize on her lost armor.
Yeah.
But Rumble doesn't necessarily do that.
It's very expensive if you commit that in now, but with the fact that both the Rumble and the Orianna are here, you know the Aurora can't really be played. Yeah. It does work, and she was definitely considering it here. I don't think you want to play Ambessa in this game. You definitely want to save that. It has a lot of value in other drafts, and so probably avoid that one. A lot of thought going into this, as they're gonna lock the Aurora ultimately themselves, in fact, so making the Gwen much more strong, but not in this game.
No, exactly right. It's going to mean that Gwen will need to be banned for the rest of the series, you could imagine. But we will see. Of course, she was nerfed a little bit as well, as Xin Zhao is going to be hovered and should be locked here by Croco.
Yeah, that's definitely where they're looking here. The Jarvan was still a possibility, and remove Sivir, because Sivir is so good with the Rise, but they can just ban the Sivir now.
Yep.
And I think they probably will. This is not a draft where you necessarily are thinking Kai'Sa is super high prio with this Wukong setup. It can be utilized in drafts like this, but it's not the Giga Kai'Sa angle. So I imagine that Sivir will be taken away at this spot.
I'm also kind of surprised that we haven't seen Nico's priority just skyrocket. We've seen her be so incredibly pivotal.
I think if you're D+ Kia, you're more concerned about that pick right now because they get pick priority, so they're on red side. And so Rakan gets taken away first here because Rakan pairs really well with Wukong. And Nico just wins you the bottom lane kind of by default. We've seen that in so many scenarios. Corki, Nico, incredibly powerful lane.
Yep.
And that is certainly something that we could see OK Savings Bank Brianna look to lock in here.
Taking a long time.
D+ really using the clock fully.
I like the Jhin ban for DK. I haven't really enjoyed watching Aiming play Jhin. I am kind of known as a bit of a Jhin anti. So it is understandable that I don't like watching Jhin. There are some Jhin players that have been pretty good.
Hype got this team here by flashing on Teddy with Jhin. So
see,
it does kind of make sense.
He also got solo killed 3 times in that game.
Yeah, no, his early game wasn't great. They're actually the ones to ban Poppy away, or not Poppy, sorry, the Nico away.
I think this means that they want the Sivir.
Yeah.
And
crazy how neither of these teams have banned it just yet. And it's incredibly strong with both comps, but I like it more for D+. D+ is going to use every single second of his clock again, which can be a good thing to use your time to think about all possibilities, but also can be a worrying thing as a commentator. Like, yeah, you guys have a plan here? I hope so. The Poppy I mentioned does get taken away. If Nico is gone, Poppy stocks go up massively, especially into Wukong, so that does make quite a bit of sense. But then the Corki is open, and Corki, by the way, has been the highest prio pick in play-ins and is 3-0. Has not lost a game yet.
I could imagine its KDA is absolutely absurd as well, with what we were seeing from Diablo yesterday especially. Oh my god, that game was very difficult to watch.
And you get support counter pick here now, so you feel very confident that you're going to win this lane no matter what.
It was Lucian Braum.
I mean, it's the only thing you can play really left, unless you wanted to try to finesse a Varus draft, but Varus prio is dropped to the bottom.
I don't know whether I like Braum here, though. It is going to be what they do, but it doesn't feel fantastic. We'll see what Polo is going to go towards. Of course, Polo is going to pick and engage support into Braum. That is what's going to happen. Like Rel or something like that. Alistair might get picked up here.
Alistair makes more sense to me. You know, when you have the Corki lane, you can get away with a lot with the Alistair, and your damage output into any support that tries to interact with the Alistair, any melee support is going to be fantastic when you have this lane in the bottom 2v2. And then the Alistair's great for early game objectives, can also be a great ball carrier for the Orianna as well. So I really do like how OK Savings Bank Breon rounded this composition out. There's a decent side lane threat with this Aurora here for D+ Kia, and if the Aurora gets ahead in the lane against Morgan on his Rumble, then the Ryze can have a lot of value elsewhere. But my issue with D+'s comp is it doesn't necessarily fully all in on any type of game state. Like, it's not the most amazing late game comp, like Ryze can do a lot of damage later. It's not a perfect pick comp, even though you have the Lucian that has great follow-up for that. It's kind of a mishmash of, I tried to get the best of every lane matchup, but I didn't end up with a comp that has a ton of...
Engage, and that spells if you fall behind, you lose. Yeah, because you just cannot approach anything at all ever unless you have a phenomenal flank. They need incredible coordination to make their way back into a game, and of course, Aurora is a brilliant champ for doing that. You've got Ryze with Realm Warp. If they can use these tools very effectively, it can work. But the problem is, keep it simple, stupid has been so effective here in the play-ins. We'll see whether that's continuing to be so as we jump into the Rift for game 1. Alright, just want to say thanks to everyone for their bro tags. There is so much of it littering the Twitch chat right now, and it fills my heart with incredible amounts of joy. I really appreciate you guys. Even the DK fans that are also pressing the bro tags button because there isn't the DK tags button.
Yeah, I heard Digon is looking to launch his new website, brofundme.com, after Bro's run. And so
I'm surprised that hasn't already been made. You could just accidentally make money if you just made that. Yeah. Make a donation link and just call it GrowFundMe. People would just put money in there for fun.
And then, you know, you just link it to the Bro organization, and suddenly, like, they just poach all Genji's players next year. Get funded.
Oh, honestly, this is such a missed opportunity. Hopefully, we've sent a message, right? With the fact that the majority of the global side predicted Bro, and we had a 51% prediction win rate for Bro versus DK on X as well. I think that means maybe they will start to listen to what we have to say, and that is, it all comes down to Protax. As Hype and Polo, it's going to be a little bit rough, I guess, in the early stages just because it's an Alistair, but it is also a call.
Yeah,
I'm probably not going to be too worried.
I think a lot of Alistair lanes struggle into Lucian, but not this one necessarily. It's very close, as you guys can see. Push goes to Hype and Palu, which feels really nice for them. As long as they don't overstep here, they should be able to get the level 2 advantage.
Yeah, maybe you can see he's still trying to step up, but one more minion, and I believe the Bros will be able to reach that level 2.
Very close.
Heavy behind, there it is.
And you can see the win rates here across these champs. Aiming has had a very good performance on the Lucian. It's Shiu's Aurora that has been in the late game is so insanely impressive. In base defense, obviously for that famous Penta, but in late game scraps, his usage of the ultimate, where he places it and how mobile it makes him, how survival it makes him is really, really huge.
Yeah, he's been like, his clutch play in the later stages of the game has been pretty impressive. What we've found though is that DK have lacked a bit of longevity in these games. I think we're going to need a little bit more mental fortitude out of these players, especially Lucid and Shiu have seemed to struggle as the series goes on.
That's the scary thing about, you know, you mentioned the lack of engage. Sure, they have Wukong, which is a fair amount of engage, but it's otherwise a Braum composition here with a top laner that's a mage. So you're not looking at a positive late game state if you don't have control of the map. And D+ do often kind of mess up a fight and lose control of the map in the late game. As Krako is coming for a very aggressive level 3 gank here to punish the pushing Aurora.
Well, let's see how Shiu is going to be able to do here. It does go into stealth. That should allow him to get away. This one, no flash required, but does suffer a lot of damage. So does Morgan, though, man. Down to sub 100 health just from following the Aurora to try and kill her.
It took a lot of damage earlier in the initial trade, so kind of lane pushed it. In fact, Shiu's going to read this well, doesn't back, but now neither does Krako, actually.
Yeah, he's going to come back and look for a bit of an angle here. As Shiu going to be able to bounce away. When it becomes lightning, is going to become a miss.
That hits.
I mean, I don't know whether it kills.
It's
It
close.
still feels bad.
Yeah, certainly close. Shiu doesn't have to flash the ultimately as Lucid is going to come on to Krako now.
Yeah, Krako in so much trouble. Does find Wind Becomes Lightning onto a mini Krug. And the Audacious Charge going to get him out of there. But I don't know, Lucid's still chasing after him. Needs a few buttons to come back off cooldown, 4 seconds. And the Blast Cone is going to be there.
All right, so some near deaths there. Lucid feels really bad about the fact that he wasn't able to get that kill, especially because he committed his flash on the follow there. No prio for closer means he can't come up and assist. He is just locked down under this turret with Showmaker just pushing these waves in. This is a good matchup for the Rise, especially early on. And you know, he's just going to constantly out-wave clear you as we're going to have another trade up here on the top side.
Cannon denied here by Morgan, so it's a trade up already as he does make himself quiet. It is weird that when Rumble silences himself, he gets louder.
Yeah.
Which I think is wrong. I don't like that very much. But he gets the cannon, and so the Lord is eating good here towards his top side.
Is it him? Like, is it actually the Yordle that says, like, warning, 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 or is it actually, like,
I think that's the mech.
Yeah, I think so. So I guess maybe he's quiet.
Ah,
It's
so
just the
he's
robot
being
that's
silenced, but the robot's still
Yeah.
loud. There you go. But wait, the robot is the one that can't use abilities.
It's a bit confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a tough one. You feel like you get to the bottom of it, and then another issue crops up.
It's the mech that uses the amp tone to be a spellcaster.
Yeah, the mech has to read the book to get the info.
All
All right, yeah, DK going aggressive here as we do get concussive blows onto Polo, taking a bit of damage from aiming. Beryl also looking a little worse for wear. These fast bombs do need to land from Hype though, if they do want to be able to keep this lane working. And you can see aiming having a very good time on the Lucian thus far.
Level 6 here for Morgan.
Oh, bit of a dash forward here as the Winter's Bite does connect. Beryl puts up the door and says, nope, you are not coming in.
There's no barriers used, so still some potential for follow-up action there. Morgan did not use his equalizer with a level 6 advantage, but he's going to crash a massive wave. Shiu does not have teleport and is actually just going to abandon and take a back here. Morgan's going to push a massive wave in. Looking at Shiu on the minimap, he wants to make something happen, but he's just walking out of the lane. We'll eventually be able to go catch that wave. They don't know where he is. There's a control ward there, knowing he's not wrapping around. Looks like because it's a cannon wave, he'll actually be fine. And while that's happening, they're actually going to be able to, with that bottom side, mid side prio here, start the Dragon. So Lucid, a nice early lead here, nice amount of control despite that vision. Just going to be able to get away with this because there's just no way to match on the side of Bro.
Yep, and also did manage to steal away the Krug camp, so he was already ahead just a little bit as far as his clear was concerned. So we're feeling pretty good on this Wukong thus far, wanting to race towards that level 6 as quickly as possible. Very close to it, actually. As aiming, getting some damage down onto Polo. Beryl stands beside him. And there it is, level 6 and the first drink going over to DK, smelling about a 600 gold lead.
That Dragon experience allows him to potentially make a play here bottom side for this blue buff. And with Realm Warp available for Showmaker, he was already threatening one. It's going to be hard to defend this. They're even going to commit the TP here. Wow, Alu.
He is teleporting in to try and get back Beryl at 50% health. Croco only level 5 though. Still, they are going to respect it and back away. The Orianna was roaming over first. And so they will at least respect Closer at a very large health total.
To say nothing of Tempo vibes, straight up regular Tempo, 100% D pluses with the counter picks they got for these lane matchups. The Rai working incredibly well, 20 CS ahead of Closer. The Aurora down on farm, but was able to absorb a ton of pressure there top side and be totally okay. And then the bottom side control they've had gets them that first Dragon. And when she was at his deficit, obviously Grubs hadn't spawned yet, so there's no way to make a counter play there. Lucid gets level 6 first, means that Bro can't really fight there. And now they should be able to go up and contest the Grubs themselves. D plus that is to potentially get double objective here early on.
Pretty crazy have a start like this. Of course, Morgan is a large reason why this gold lead is basically 0. As you can see, 11 CS ahead on this Rumble, which is very impressive, to be perfectly honest. I think Shiu's laning phase on the Aurora has never really been that good, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's the late games.
Yeah, he manages to dash around fights pretty expertly, but doesn't necessarily understand how to destroy Rumble in lane. And honestly, this champion is pretty ridiculous anyway. It does make a little bit of sense. Morgan also no slouch.
Yeah, I mean, this is arguably Morgan's best champion in this year.
Yep.
So not surprised by that. He is going to lose Prio here for just a moment, but Lucid's already got this first Grub without Smite, so feeling very good.
That was crab. That was actually a cheeky cosmic
That was
crab.
A tricky crab there.
Yeah, it was very tricky.
Okay, does Smite the first Grub, so I was like, damn, he got the first one without Smite. He's going to get 2 for sure without even a fight, but no. He gets the first one with Smite, we'll get the second one, it looks like, without it here, because Bro are just not going to contest.
And Hollow is going to accept a back massage. It does a fair bit of damage, as we can see there. But yeah, Lucid actually going to get all 3. So a bit of a monopoly when it comes to the neutral objectives thus far for DK.
Only one more for the objective, Feat of Strength now. Could double Dragon, as now Bro decide to make a fight happen.
Yeah, Shiu going to take it down to about 300 as Morgan a bit frustrated that there's a minion wave conga lining forward. And Shiu, you cannot walk up.
No.
That is illegal.
I don't think he will, especially with that flame spinner. He might try to bait something with Lucid being nearby with Flash Cyclone, but I think this is just going to be the end of it. They had a little bit of Prio there topside, but they did not commit to the fight. They didn't group, and so D+ just get all of the objectives completely. And this is a bit of a Bro game, you know? We haven't seen as much Bro and Brew early games recently, but this is certainly one of them where you just gotta give everything.
I swear this happens all the time with DK versus Bro, though. What I want is the stat of average first blood time between DK and Bro and average first blood time throughout the league. Because I think that this matchup gets really late first bloods almost all the time. It's a gentleman's game, you know? It's a no-rush 20 that we get most of the time, you know? Like, let me get my photon cannons up.
Yeah.
I want to be able to build only Stargates and carriers. I don't want gateway units. That's annoying.
Unfortunately for Bro in this game, I don't think they actually have Fleet Beacon tech, so
no,
they're going to have to eventually fight D+.
I always thought that was kind of annoying anyway, because you only did stuff for like high Templars and things in there. But
yeah,
it was necessary if you did want to build those carriers.
The game state here is pretty D+ favored. It continues to be so in this Wukong, even though he has not cycloned onto anybody yet, is just constantly threatening. Bro are forced to respect it. And this lane here on the top side, that's where the only lead for Bro is right now, but they haven't been able to capitalize on it just yet. I mean, a 400 gold lead means a lot for winning the straight up 1v1 for now, but what happens when we get to team fights is a bigger question, as Beryl is doing Beryl things.
Beryl is barreling, as he does ulti. dissuaded from killing more minions and will save his support. But still, that is every button that Beryl had available to him, just because he was trying to annoy a cow. He was like, but I'm getting tempo, guys. I'm getting tempo. I have the tempo.
Also, aiming and hype trading ultimates there as well.
Oh, that's true. That is very true.
It's an even trade for the 80 carries.
Yep.
Not really, of course. Sundered Sky picked up here for Croco as the observers zoom in on the, new Gorge Rinker of the jungle and strongest item that we've had probably this whole year. I want to say on this patch because it's been the whole year. And now looking for a fight here for the second dragon to try to deny double dragon. D+ have full prio, even though Beryl doesn't have his ult, doesn't have sums, and the fact that Aiming doesn't have his ult doesn't matter here necessarily.
But Croco going forward, where Atrix comes down, but there is a rune prison still. Wind Becomes Lightning does connect. Lucid may need to flash here, but never mind. Oh, Croco does go in. Still not enough follow-up to be able to lock him down. No knockup prepared or anything like that.
I mean, Hype's pushed out this lane. D+ could look for a recontest here. They have Realm Warp, and Lucid held his Cyclone there. As long as he heal up a little bit before he goes back in, but he's so low that I suppose they're just going to give this up. They did not collapse with that mid-prio, and it's going to be an even trade of Drakes here instead, as Showmaker's not really in a position to Realm Warp anybody in. And they didn't have enough vision here. As you can see, vision control is bros, so it's not like you could have sneaked Lucid into the backside or anything like that. So it's just going to be a dragon.
Yep, Closer also taking a turret shot because he could.
Yes.
May as well. Just trying to get as much damage down onto Showmaker as he can.
Doesn't have Lucid here. He's coming over now, but there's a window.
Well, Beryl is going to turn up yet again. This time Aiming is there to defend him as he gets behind the door. There's a nice stun to try and lock them down, and the double knockup comes through from Beryl as Lucid dies forward, but first blood goes over as Beryl does fall down. Still Croco is going to die as Showmaker Realm Warps his way in, and Aiming is on the warpath, looking to take down Polo, and there's Lucid to finish him off. The flash forward there from Showmaker finds the rune prison onto Hype as well, and they're looking for the feats of warfare, but it may be a second kill over to the bros. Never mind, Lucid will survive. Man, that's a lot of action in a game that had basically none until now.
Yeah, that was a very, very close exchange there. They get Beryl in the end. Still down his summoners, but they stay too long for the play. The real target is Showmaker, but they see, okay, Beryl's here, and Hype's like, Aiming's rotating down, we got this. We have the Orianna coming over here. Closer speeds up, tries to get in here. They look for the shockwave here. It's pretty low value. Aiming's able to avoid that damage, and then he does so much here on the follow-up. Showmaker's able to Realm Warp in. Croco gets obliterated, and then Paulo is just trying to help his teammates get out here. And it looks like for a second, like, ooh, maybe they actually get a kill here. Showmaker goes in very deep. Lucid takes a ton of damage, but that is ultimately the end of it. Closer really maximizing the Orianna damage in that skirmish. It was kind of insane.
It was. We're straight back into the action as Polo getting taken down pretty low. Doesn't have his ulti, but isn't going to get stunned up. That is not going to be the same case for Hype, though, as Croco going to get slowed down as he makes his way back. And I want to talk a little bit about Closer, because you're exactly right. He did make the use of his kit, but not his shockwave, because that was on cooldown. It wasn't like, and the circle came through, and I almost said it in the play-by-play, but that was the Crescent Guard. That was the only thing that we saw. If that had been a shockwave, man, completely different story.
Yeah, there's just no damage onto Aiming. He's able to avoid everything there and just clean up the fight in what is an incredibly strong skirmishing comp here early for D+. As Lucid is lurking around once again to try to use this Lucian's power right now. From though.
Yeah, Showmaker moving over. We'll eat some honey fruit here as Croco does know exactly what's going on, but control vision is around for DK.
Aiming's doing so much work here in the mid lane to push Hype away. I think that's why Bro is so hesitant to actually look for a contest here. And Beryl does show back up, doesn't have his flash yet, but is very close to it, has his ultimate, of course, and with this Cyclone and Braum ultimate choke point control, Paulo can't be anywhere near.
Yeah, the culling just going to come down once again. Big one will be avoided there by Aiming. Pretty decent chunk of damage that is going to be missing now for the pros as Croco moving over alongside Closer. Showmaker going to get pushed out here as we'll see whether Lucid can land the Smite teleports from both of our top laners moving forward, but she is going to get here first. There is the ulti out of Beryl, does find Hype as Polo goes unbreakable, and she was actually going to get headbutted to safety. Still, it's a fight on multiple fronts, and Croco is likely to die to Showmaker as the shockwave comes through yet again, but it's just not enough damage, and Shiyu is just ignored throughout this entire fight. And and Closer is just going to have to run his way away.
Yeah, the target selection not great there for Bro. Very split fight, and so many near kills that don't go over there in the end. As Closer is able to shockwave, but not finish off the kill. And now, this is a pretty disastrous situation here for Bro, who will also lose this first turret. And, I mean, feats were already there, but that's a ton of extra money to Aiming, who is running away with this game. And so much of what Aiming has done has been in these team fights, these early skirmishes. Hype's not going to get that backstop. But a lot of it has also been in how much he's controlled the mid lane to get them prio here in the first place into this Corki, who gets ulted on the outset here, goes down to half health, and then Shio's doing some of his fancy footwork in this fight. Again, gets knocked to safety by Palu, though, which is definitely not his intent. And then Krako and Closer almost able to kill Showmaker here, but obviously Krako is basically at 0 health, so they can't quite do it. Shio gets the execute there as well, and that's the end of the fight. As Hype was able to do practically nothing in comparison because he was chunked out early.
And those are the sort of fights that DK's composition thrives on as well. I mean, once they're in, they're feeling absolutely fantastic about it. I feel like Beryl as well, getting a lot of value out of the engage ROM that we did see yesterday work actually a little bit better than expected.
When you have a Wukong, it's kind of okay, especially when you have the Rune Prison to also lock people down or trying to chase you. Look at Aiming's items. He has the Flicker Blade already online, and they are ready to fight here for this second dragon for them, the third dragon of the game, which will be the first Mountain Drake. And with Showmaker also controlling the side lane and the bottom side, it's just hard for Bro to approach.
Level 11 here for Lucid as well. That Cyclone, pretty scary. Still DK, not going to have access fully to this river as Banana Brush control is going to be there. As Lucid comes out as stealth and finds Morgan. He lays down the red carpet, but that is not going to help him when it comes to the calling. As now Beryl looking to continue the follow-up. He's likely to die, but what more can they get? It's never mind. Beryl's going to be fine. Showmaker now looking for an angle as the shockwave doesn't quite CC him enough as the knockups are everywhere. Lucid able to flash out, and it's a triple for Showmaker. DK are just styling on them.
Oh yeah, this game may have just ended right here in front of our eyes, as it's another phenomenal engage from Lucid on that first pick. Wukong they grabbed, was able to get there, play around the vision control. Bro had no idea. They knew, like, yeah, he's looking to engage on, we have to approach for Dragon here. They had no idea the angle at which he was going to come in. Just jumps out, gets the Cyclone. We have Flash Cyclone, could do so much. As he has control vision here in this rush, so they don't know exactly where he is. He also has that ward up here, so knows exactly the angle that Morgan and Hype are going. Aiming is also pushing them in. It's not even really that Bro are trying to force the way into this dragon. It's just D+ feeling like they're kind of near the dragon, and we have so much control. And then Beryl lives, and Closer is just like trying as fast as Oriana's legs can carry him away. But it's just another wipe here. Not a full wipe, but a near full wipe as Showmaker grabs 3 kills, 4 kills total, picks up his Seraphs. His Rod of Ages is near completion. And I think this might have just been the backbreaking moment here.
Yeah, and I have to say, it's good to see Showmaker awake for the start of the series, because if we remember, his Azir was like 1-0-0 at like almost the end of their first game last time around, as Morgan is going to get engaged on here towards the top side. Lucid will be backing away though, as the teleport comes in from Paulo to try and protect his Rumble. We'll be able to do so for now as Otacon has spawned.
Look at Aiming, man. He's just like,
I've got a theory. Do you think Aiming just plays better when he gets to build Essence Reaver first?
I mean, it does seem that way, based on the champs he has really excelled.
That may justify the terrible sentiment.
Yeah.
Because he just feels more comfortable with the item. As Bro, okay, they feel more comfortable just starting Otacon.
Bro desperation here. I mean, they have all their ultimates online. This is the best fight they're ever going to get for the rest of the game with the prio they have.
Well, this may not be the way to live long and prosper, but we'll see whether they can make something of it, as Beryl and Aiming are going to turn up. There's the interruption on the calling as Aiming does have to flash to get out of the way, but he finds the distance with the flash. She is going to go down first, though, as now the Otacon down so incredibly low. It will be taken here by the Bros, but Otacon for Nexus is not a trade I've heard working out very well so far in the LCK. Maybe elsewhere it's a thing, but no, that 50 gold is the most important, if we remember.
And they want to get the chase on him. Looks like he's going to escape as he went up here. Showmaker trying to catch, but isn't going to be in Rune Prison range. The fight, the concept of it is obviously it's silly to think they're going to win a fight, but they know Cyclone's down. It was used on the Rumble top side. They have every tool, so the turn has to be perfect here. And Shiyu just goes in and sacrifices himself, but it's 100% worth it here because he does so much damage. Otacon is still alive.
Yeah, Showmaker is behind a wall.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter because Bro have no formation here, whereas D+ just sends Shiyu in, sacrifices himself, and they have so much damage on their Fed carries here in the Lucian and the Rise to clean up house after those resistances get shredded by Otacon. Sure, they secure the objective, but like you said, it feels like it's for Nexus here in the trade because D+ gets so much gold. The Lucian lead is exploding. He almost has IE online here, and he's already just walking up to hype and taking everything he owns. I don't know what else he's going to do once he gets that IE. He's just going to walk up and shoot the Nexus, I think.
I could imagine. As we'll see whether they can actually break the base without the Baron. That's going to be up in 2.5 minutes as Lucid comes on over, looking to take some Raptors here. And Aiming continuing his onslaught on the game. Beryl, his map sense today, I feel, is better than what we saw in previous days. He just seems to know where to put this this Winter's Bite. Maybe he's got the Black Sheep wall deck or something like that.
He certainly made us nervous a few times in the early game, but now 11 out of 13 KP, ready to trust.
Yeah.
And this Braum angle in this game, you know, we weren't 100% sure about it, but from ahead, and when you just can send your Lucian straight up the mid lane and then be wherever you want as Braum, it totally works out. As you can see this extremely strong Aurora here. Not Ori, she's not extremely strong.
Aurora.
The Aurora is pushing away the Rumble, and like they can just get deep vision everywhere. Wait for this next dragon to spawn, which will be soul point for them.
Yeah, and that will be with a Lucian that has an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, and this time Cyclone will be available, and this time we will have Flash Cyclone. So the last Otacon fight went poorly. This time D+ will also, by the way, have Prio on the objective because they'll go there first. So,
and they got Sundered Sky now and Lucid completed, so the Sundered Sky gap has been closed.
You want to just send it sometimes in games like this. Maybe it's better to just hope D+ make a mistake later on in the game, because I think trying to fight a straight-up fight against D+ here means the Nexus explodes right afterwards. But if you just let him have it, you don't get anything either. This comp isn't just going to magically outscale. See what Bro decide to do.
They're going to need to land the Wombo. They're going to need to make it actually work, because so far, it just has not. And they need to kill Aiming. That is definitely part and parcel.
Look at his positioning. He knows where he doesn't have vision.
Well, Paul is going to look for it. He does have the orb, but he's not going to be able to find the target. Beryl might be in trouble, though, as he does throw down the ulti, but finds no joy with it whatsoever and will just die. Still, the culling does so much work onto Morgan. And DK now just find themselves without a Braum.
Okay, this could be playable.
Oh, Shiyu looking for an angle here, throws down the circle. This is their engage, by the way. It's Shiyu putting his body into the Bros. It worked at the Otacon fight. It did not work here.
It did a lot of damage, but it didn't do the impactful damage that D+ are looking for. Now, without two critical members here, Bro, actually with Prio on this dragon, Morgan with TP to get back after fully healing up. D+, you're on their side of the map. Maybe you could try to threaten the push for the inhibitor turret, but Bro are going to get this dragon. Realmorph will get them, or Showmaker, to the Raptor camp. They can't actually threaten that inhibitor.
Oh, that would have been so cute. I think Aiming missed the memo. So what he could have done is Realm Warp them over so that they're out of vision on the Baron, and then get to sneak the Baron away without them knowing, assuming they have no vision on the top side of the map. Could have been very cute. We'll have to look at the replay, though.
Yeah, so Beryl gets picked here. The equalizer, not the greatest, but it keeps them zoned. And then from here, she was like, I'm just going to blow myself up again to take away half of all of Bro's health bars. And that part works. But Lucid already used his Cyclone. If Lucid has Cyclone there and can flash in to follow, that would be amazing. Baron did spawn, as you mentioned, but trying to start that one up would have been a bit of a pipe dream. They could have also tried to run it into the mid-inhibitor turret, but they weren't decisive about that, so they kind of just ended up...
I don't know, I saw them run it at the mid-inhibitor turret.
At the end of the day, still a Fed Lucian, it's still a 7,000 gold lead, but D+ gonna have to tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Remember, if they lose tempo control, even with the gold lead, like you mentioned at the start of the game, before the draft was even really fully logged in, this comp is low range, does not have consistent engage, and there's a trap set.
Well, you can see DK just getting the vision down now. I'm hoping that Beryl starts to play it a little less fast and loose. because they've got Shio in the side lane, and it's very difficult to answer it. Croco going to move over, does find Beryl, who was possibly caught in the shot. He's going to get exhausted, but Beryl will be able to redeem himself, like actually redeem himself. Don't know whether it redeems what happened earlier on, but I have a bit of a soft spot for Beryl, as you may know.
He redemptions himself.
Yes.
As you can see a TP here from Palu. It's Baron Vision and Baron Control that we're now kind of posturing around right now. If you look at the comps here, Mountain Soul, pretty insane for Wukong, but also, you know, it's not like either of these comps are running a big tank top laner. You know, we have two AP tops, so the Soul isn't necessarily going to be game-breaking. I just think that if you lose control of one of these fights as D+ again, and that gold lead thins down to 3,500, like if Bro can cut this gold lead in half with another big club from D+, then you can maybe get a Baron. Then that gold lead disappears, and then D+ are really going to struggle to play the game with this Braum. So I still think they're in a very favorable position, but what I've watched over the last 5 minutes does make me a little nervous.
I'm definitely, I'm feeling Chronicler's anxiety from here. He's probably bouncing off the walls over there in the space. If up pulverizes, Beryl in his favorite position once again, does have Lucid to stand beside, but that is still a flash now down.
Not the most valuable support to have, you know, to use flash to engage, so it's okay, but doesn't feel like a win, let's say.
Yep. Croco discovers that he doesn't have a curve camp, because of course Showmaker has been hoovering those up. Showmaker is very close to a Flame Horizon, by the way.
Yeah, he is going to be so difficult to kill. Like, aiming is definitely your target.
Yeah. Beryl, don't go back to that spot. Just don't. He is back there, never mind. Do what you want, Beryl. He's now moving further forward, does have a fair bit of support, but will get pulverized once again. But when that's on cooldown, there is some opportunities here. Is aiming going to get engaged on here as Croco has to use the ulti man, and he does so much damage. The circle is put down as Shio goes between worlds, and the Realm Warp gets Showmaker into the base. He's playing Rise like Twisted Fate. Gets a huge shield here from the Seraphs. Shio's in there as well, but he's going to get taken down. Showmaker follows suit. Hyde finds the double. And DK, I mean, that's too much.
Like, they snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory in that fight. I mean, I like how Showmaker was positioned before he took the Realm Warp, because I'm like, yeah, you can literally walk up to them, because Lucian is taking half of Paulu's health bar off of just like a Q double auto there.
Yeah.
And now he has LDR, by the way. And Showmaker has Zhonya's, and he's so incredibly fed. He is level 18, so walking up like he is right now, that part's fine, because he gets Zhonya's and his team can turn. They take away Paulu's health bar here, and the Croco goes in for some reason. I'm thinking, D+ just won the game, I guess. Kill Croco and walk up mid. Instead, we Realm Warp into the base. Now Showmaker's isolated away from his team. Closer goes golden, buys a ton of time. And then what do? We send our Aurora in, so we can lose both of them?
Morgan's equalizer as well was so incredibly good to make sure that there was no support for these two solo lanes. But I have to say, you're right. Credit where credit is due. Probably just don't do that.
Yeah, just either go get Baron or like walk down mid and end the game. Instead, they decided to get fancy with it. Now they're going to start Baron up. Bro, do not have flash for Croco, so contesting this
no flash, no blast cone. This is just gone. And DK, I guess, was sick of having fun, and they kind of just want to end the game. I don't know. That was not a whole lot of contest. There's also Soul Point on the cards for both teams. Likely something that DK are going to head towards here.
If Bro just sit back and farm and let them have the dragon and hope it takes D+ a long time to do it, they're like, nah, that's just part of their Baron timer. That is going to be down now. Aiming's going to take away this buff here as well. Take the blue from Bro. Give it to his team. Yeah, that's a small bonus here. Now these on this dragon won't take too long, but Bro are just going to go, well, hopefully they'll get a little bit too excited again, and maybe we'll win another team fight where they overextend. Because really, that's your game plan now, is just hope to keep your Nexus alive until D+ run it down. Or otherwise, you know, maybe they won't and you'll lose and we'll see you in game 2.
Let's just say DK has strong arms.
Yeah.
Like Donkey Kong himself, you know, very strong arms, really good at throwing things. Doesn't matter how heavy the wallets are, they can still be thrown. As, yep, Showmaker could be in a little bit of trouble. He's just going to Realm Warp away, so he's fine. And Shiu, as a response, is just going to take an inhibitor turret. This is what we were hoping to see. After they kill Croco, go back to Baron, and then go back in. Instead, they decided to lose a bit of a team fight first, which is an extra step that we would not recommend. Still, it's working, right? We can't really fault DK. They are playing a little bit fast and loose, but the results speak for themselves. And Shiu is just being so frustrating here on this side lane, on this Aurora.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rainy day today, but Croco's wind is not becoming lightning very often in this one.
No, it is not. It needs really dry weather for that to happen. As an Australian, we know all about it. You know, if you're from the Northern Territory or around any of these deserts, it's just really hard. Things just go light on fire all the time. All right, the Bros not able to defend any of their inhibitors. However, guess what?
The Nexus is still alive.
Exactly. And as long as you keep that 50 gold to yourself, you can still potentially win the game. However, it is very, very difficult because now you've got super minions making things even harder as Croco. My goodness, okay, that's not a back massage anymore. That is just, yeah, that's a lot of damage there from aiming.
Yeah, is it too hard, sir?
Yes. Please, take your boots off. It's okay. The Cyclone comes on forward from Lucid. It's not really a full engage, though, as DK just pull it back. They have now used the Cyclone, but now there are no Nexus turrets. Braum is going to be the target once again, and guess what? Yes, you can kill Braum. You have lost your entire base, and there is now a teleport bringing Shiu back in. Croco takes that as a sign to go, as the rest of DK will just end the game. There it is! Aiming finishes it off. It was a pretty classic DK game, but ultimately, they had the tempo vibes the whole time. They also just had a whole lot of fun.
I liked so much of that game, especially with the lane play and how they controlled the early game from A+. After that, I don't know why, but I until the next...
It's more than enough to let the light in. The way you're making me feel, it's divine. Take my hand and I promises that you'll still be held and hold you. The only I want you for the rest of my
让全家每一刻都安心。Hami Cam 帮我守护一家人。中华电信 Hami Cam 安心自在，守护最爱。
好啊，那爸爸来问客服最新优惠。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
申请 Hami Cam 指定方案，每月最低99元起。
That's exactly what we're going to get. We're now going to get a short break, though. Then the space is going to break that one down. Then we'll have game number 2. Don't worry, it's going to be more cinema. Man, Showmaker is ready. He's ready to play today. Let's go to that break.
one of these teams will be going home. D plus Kia do take game number 1 over the Bros. Digon here alongside my very impartial desk. It is Chronicler and the Honorable Judge Harrison. Ox joins us as well. And again, impartial, everyone. And just in case it gets a little rowdy, Judge Harrison is here.
Keep calm for now, you know, just game 1. You want to be game 1 Andes, right? Can I talk? Digon, you have any thoughts?
I think that, you know, when you think about the first couple of fights that we had trying to cross through a 2-time world champion support on Braum, pretty difficult to do, so I understand why the Bros.
Is this what we're doing now on the space? We're just rage baiting? Is that the whole thing? Let's look at the actual highlight.
That's all we've ever done.
No, we're looking at because this is actually a match that I think early on was a DK special, as in the DK game number 1. They actually did a good job of making Barrel a very enticing target, as it turned out later. This was, I think, the best example they got of that. Really big here is that Lucid shows up, who does have his Triforce finished, and it's a big overextension from the Bro bot side.
Yeah, you know, this is a situation where just going way too deep onto the Braum is obviously a target who can buy a lot of time. Committing too heavily and not expecting the Wukong to pounce from a lack of vision. And this wasn't a huge swing, but obviously gave a big edge over to D+ in the early stages of the game.
This could have actually gone worse. Like, I think they could have gotten into an even further deficit in that play right there. Because if either Closer or Hype dies as well, I think that they could lose control in the early game. It still slowly snowballed from there, but it wasn't really until the mid-game that DK got a truly commanding lead.
Yes, they did so here. If we could read the notes. Bro Vision highlight, cause Wukong jump scary, spooky, scary. Wow, wow, wow. Let's take a look.
And it wasn't me that put in the highlight, which is, I think, the weirdest part of it.
It was very honorable kind of text, though, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, it was very spooky. Yeah, I mean, this was a situation where the Wukong... Ah! Yeah, very spooky, scary.
Spooky
wow,
indeed.
wow, wow. That's how I felt about it. Managed to get the jump, the Rumble just gets completely eliminated. They don't manage to blow up Hype initially, but they end up getting corralled into this tight choke point, and Showmaker gets so much value on the rise here. The Shockwave clips him on a train, so he doesn't even get pulled away, and he's just bouncing those, I forgot the name of his Q, but just doing so much damage there.
Yeah, and what for me is really important is that this kind of highlights the good and bad tendencies of both teams. Because I think that we saw in this game, Bro fall behind early, and I think that that's when they really struggle, right? If the Bro group goes their way, it stays even. I think they actually do have good team fighting, but when they fall behind, I think they really struggle. And DK got a 7k gold lead that at no point felt like it, because I think that their mid to late game is still, by a large margin, the weakest out of any of the teams left to play it.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at those 2 clips, it looks pretty clean, right?
Yeah.
Really clean, really, yeah, really straightforward, right?
We are in best of 5s now, so we wanted to give you a little preview of what possibly could come, especially because both these teams were in the Rise group, a group of culture where sometimes things go not the direct path to
I just, you know, obviously he's a legendary player, and I have so much respect for Showmaker, but I just really want to know what the thought process was.
We got him.
Look how deep he is, and he immediately gets turned on, and he's like, don't worry guys, I have stasis, and I want to know what would have gone through his head in the middle of 4 people in stasis. He's clearly calling for his teammates to help him, but they just end up in more trouble. And sure, this didn't end up costing the game or anything, but it's plays like these that in a game that was closer could have cost the game, and we've seen D+ definitely throw the game away in situations like that before.
And what I think is important to highlight is that this time it was Showmaker, but I think that this is something that the entirety of DK struggles with. These type of plays where they try to make too big a swing, right? Like, Barrel got caught a ton of times in this game. We've seen aiming be way too far up, get punished. We've seen Lucid go for engage and aren't synced. My bigger issue with that play is that it does really, again, speak to the kind of disjointed nature that DK have, and I think that's also why they struggle so much in late game.
See, here's the difference, right? If this was being K-Fear-X, everyone would have gotten the realm warp together.
They flash over the wall.
Yeah. They flash over the wall. They would have in unison, you know? And I feel like it was just Showmaker who went in, and that's why they talk about the disjointed nature, left him a little bit out to dry.
Yeah, that's where you felt the 7,000 gold lead, where when he locked in, they were able to do so, but that cushion helped prevent the comfort zone of the Bros, which is down lots of thousands of gold, but not more than 10,000 gold. It was a good, it still felt okay.
It's kind of interesting because I feel like as DK fans, you get the game 1 win, but it's still worrying, right? Even it's not the cleanest game 1, but it's still game 1 win. So like, oh, I know about that. And for Bros, you're like, we were kind of brewing at the end there. You know, there's hope for either team here. I think that we still see both teams haven't really moved that far from where we last saw them, which probably means it goes to 5.
I also just think game 1 wins for D+. It's so hard to put so much stock in them. I have so little trust, so little faith. I feel like, you know, they need to show more. They need to show that they get a second, third game. They need to show something in this game too. Even if they lose this game too, show some consistent form and clear up some of the goofiness that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I would just like to think that, you know, the Bro and Brew doesn't just last for 1 game. It lasts for the series. And so I feel like we're brewing up a good one. 1-0 D+ key over Bro. Let's get into game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. Fantastic to hear some truly unbiased analysis of that series. And I think they kind of hit the nail on the head, where it's like, good game 1 win, but we have no idea what to expect.
We really don't. But it was the kind of win that the Bromentum was with Bro at the end. Like, the tempo vibes were with Bro when the Nexus exploded. You were like, okay, well, it's a loss here. However, yeah, let's see what happens in the rest of the series. As there's some discussion here in the, I don't want to say coach's booth.
I do want to remind Bengi as well that they're wearing headsets. So instead of moving closer to CVMAX, he probably should have just moved his microphone closer if he wanted to speak to it more clearly.
Yeah.
That could be a good reminder. I would prefer it if there was a bit more synergy. CVMAX, you can see walking away from him now. He's going to say that, hey, by the way, look, it's still just as loud, so things are going to be fine. Glad they've sorted that one out, and now it's time for us to sort out this draft as we move into game number 2. The Bros now on the blue side, and I want to see your bro tax where that Twitch chat. We're going to need it as the Nico going to start getting banned away first up.
Where will Gwen fall in the second draft as well? With no Aurora is a big question. The Rumble either. The Ambessa, of course, a big pick for both of these top laners, even though Morgan's stats don't back that up. I think he's pretty good at Ambessa game.
I think the most recent one was a win.
Yeah.
Okay, he picked up his first win out of 11 games, okay, quite recently. And that means that he's gotten better. That's improvement right there.
Closer keeps drawing these Yone bans, which feels really good if you're a Bro fan, because that's on red side, one of the bans taxed away. And so that's pretty huge. As Nico gets banned this time very early in the draft, the Poppy will also be taken away. Crocker banned Pantheon. He could. He certainly could.
I think they banned Talia. I think that would probably be a good choice.
Okay.
Never mind, it's going to be the Trundle. So the Pantheon is definitely what they're aiming for.
Well, if you ban Pantheon, it's the trade.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to ban Azir or the Talia here, because I think both of those picks right now, in my mind, are better than the Pantheon. The Talia still gives you a global effect, so...
I mean, Showmaker, he does love playing Ahri.
If you just ban something completely different, you can get Azir plus Pantheon or Talia plus Pantheon, as CVMAXs love to have. So I'm surprised he didn't ban the Pantheon. If they pick first pick Azir, you get Talia Pantheon, but they banned the Pantheon, and I guess we are going to get a first pick Talia into Azir plus.
Now it's going to be via Ahri.
No!
I mean, I guarantee the Ahri's coming through. I don't know whether he needs to pick it right here. Can save it for 3 if they've got something a little bit more high priority. But we'll just have to see where DK's minds are. It's like Jarvan or Vi and Ahri is like almost guaranteed.
I think you could have been comfortable to play Azir here, but yeah, I mean, this is what Showmaker likes. This is what they're doing, and it is with the Ahri lock. I think definitely going to be the Vi. Just too simple.
Yeah.
And with the Pantheon ban, this all makes sense. Let's see what the response is going to be, because you could just... We've seen teams actually just push the 80 character. Like B&K did this yesterday, where they just push a Kai'Sa in and deny. Here, you could go for that, and there's no Nico, unfortunately. So if you had like a Nico lane here, you could try to just avoid going straight into that Vi pick. And someone's going to push the Renekton up. Okay.
That's an interesting one, as Croco, never mind, he is going to take a leaf out of the Raptor book and pick up the Doggo.
The difference, though, between this Nefiri pick and the Raptor Nefiri pick is Raptor is picking it where he has the ability to pressure the bottom lane, knowing the lane matchup, picking it later in the draft, picking it right here.
Yeah, and
It's
also
a little bit interesting.
Also, they're set up on the top side of the map, but you are double AD, and there is, like, Talia is not set up in herself. That's why she plays so well with things that
Anything
has
has
CC.
CC, yeah.
Exactly. Nefiri does not have CC.
Picking Sion into Renekton is also an interesting choice here.
But picking it into Nefiri? Oh, that feels good.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason why they do lock this down. Although we have seen Nefiri can just simply avoid the Sion and get into the backline instead. We don't know what the backline is going to be just yet, but when you have Sion plus Ahri, it always feels very strange compositionally, right? Because you're like, we got this pick comp, but we're also kind of looking at front to back a little bit. You know,
Yep.
we got a big scaling AD carry coming, surely. The Kai'Sa is an obvious ban. I mentioned they could have picked it away, but they decided to ban it here in the second phase instead.
I think like a Sivir ban could also
Yeah.
work pretty well at the same time. But we'll see where they do decide to go. Obviously, Sivir feels like she adds enough utility as well as being a bit of a hype carry for the later stages of the game. They're not representing that much range to really cause too many problems.
It's kind of... I'm very nervous for how Hypewave's going to play here because they can just ban Ezreal. They ban Kalista.
Interesting.
Because now you want somebody that can cut through the Sion, but also those champions are pretty vulnerable to Ahri Vi. So it is a little bit tricky to kind of draft around here in terms of your composition. Really to see a fourth AD carry ban here in the second phase. Zeri works decently here for D+. Sivir was one you mentioned that's really strong, and they could have even tried to run Jinx because it scales well and pairs well with the Ahri Vi. They didn't ban the Jinx, maybe an angle here.
Yeah, the double reset value is actually kind of high, right? Like that's how you turn this somewhat single target composition. Of course, Sion does do a lot of AoE stuff, but he's a tank. But Ahri Vi is very good at killing one target, so then get excited, and then you mow up the rest of them.
I feel always guilty that we point out these Jinx angles when you and I both know in the LCK.
Oh, it's definitely not happening.
Never, ever. But we're like, this would be a great Jinx angle. It won't be, though.
We're going to add more single target pick instead, which can then flow over into more CC. Thanks, Chains of Corruption. That could work, as the Varus has been locked in.
Honestly, on-hit Varus would have gone pretty hard for Bros comp, too. Now they have a tough lane match. Like, now it's a little bit trickier to play the Ezreal I was mentioning into this lane matchup, even if it's not lethality Varus, which I don't think it will be. Going for Jhin, which follows up pretty well for Renekton to Nefiri. Actually, kind of a nice Jhin angle here.
I don't mind it on the Bro side. I actually think that if Aiming had have picked the Jhin, it would have just been done deal. We're going to a best of 3. But Varus does do a fair bit of damage, especially if you're going to go the on-hit build, and he is going to keep himself safe.
Don't rel, Paulo.
I'm worried about that.
Don't rel.
I'm very worried about that.
Hard, you can do some stuff with. It's hard. It's hard, but like you can kind of do some things.
But it's Paulo, so I just don't know about it. As the Nautilus will be locked away, I actually think this is great. I think Beryl would have loved to play Nautilus in this position.
You 100% do. Also, it's pretty good into Ahri Vi because you can re-engage with it very well and punish those overextensions by just pressing R and clicking on Ahri. You can't really outplay it with her ultimate very much.
Yep.
Works well with the Nefiri, works well with Talia.
It's Janna time. Just do it, Beryl.
It's rel time. I don't know if it should be rel time, but it is rel time.
We're just gonna barrel down the lane.
Barrel. This is a bit of a weird one, Atlas, in terms of drafts. You know, we talked about a lot at the beginning of the day. Both coaches talked a lot about it's not always about the top tier picks, it's about the composition you build. And I look at these two drafts, I'm like, not sure about the compositions we build. I mean, I like D+'s comp more, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's easier. It does have a pretty straightforward style. If they fall behind, they will do no damage, and that is problematic. I think Morgan's Renekton, if he's in a good spot in this game, could actually take over, and that could be very scary. And we know that the Nefiri really is a lot of X factor as well. We've seen Raptor really demonstrate some mastery on how to get value and get ahead early on this champ. And this composition, if it does find that early advantage, is very, very scary.
Yeah, the engage is so...
完成一件衣服，更像是打造一件专属于自己的故事。
Like you mentioned, it's tough.
Yep, and the follow-up from the Jin will always be there as well. Let's see how it goes as we jump onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for the second game of the series. Can Bro pull it back and turn this into a best of 3? Guarantee 4 games.
Ooh, Lucid with a massive gold lead here.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's all over. This snowball's already a rolling. 6 gold? Yeah. And the Bros don't even get to ping on the ward? Oh, it's a disaster. As Morgan is toy renected. Having a good time. Morgan.
You mean
Lumberjack?
Renect toy. Sorry, that was the term. I should use it.
Renect the boy. It is right as renected. I do need to write a public apology for that one. I will do that one later. As I mentioned previously, I don't own a ukulele. I could try to do something on the guitar, but I just haven't practiced, so I'm just not very good these days. Never was.
Well, this Renekton into Sion is going to feel pretty good in this early game. Morgan is already ready to get into the thick of things in the top lane, as you guys can see on the mini-map. As this ward will be cleared by Palu. Well, he'll scan it and cleared by Hype. You guys know what I mean. And this early game is going to be about barrel fishing. What he can find in this 2v2 will determine who ends up getting ahead, but naturally the Jin is quite potent.
Yeah, pretty good at this early game. Oh, having a look, it is going to be lethality nerves.
Oh,
yeah, out of aiming.
That
has taken the Comet. So this is likely going to be building towards any attack speed.
I'm not sure if I think it's not very strong right now, but I think in the comp I don't hate it because it's just great follow-up to any single target that gets hit by the Amari.
Speaking of getting hit, he gets hit by the Deadly Flourish, as never mind, actually, Beryl tanks that one up, but that is still going to be a terrible result here for DK bottom side.
It's a trap to think that you can play Rel on level 1. I think like Rel is like the new Alistair. I mean, how many lanes do I have to watch for? Like, I think I can do this? No, you can't do this.
Whoa. One more link in the chain of Hollywood without that. This guy is kind of locked in.
Yeah.
This Nautilus.
Not want to be hit by those hooks. D+ bottom laners.
They are not going to get hit by it anymore because they are, thankfully, underneath their turret. Beryl setting up the CS here quite nicely.
Yeah, it's going to be a +1 here to aiming.
Nicely done.
Surely.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, Beryl's got his bag.
That's beautiful. Beryl with the proc. Able to lock that one down. Very nicely done. So as you say, going to be ahead by just a little bit, but it's nothing to really write home about.
Very scary when you're walking up like this as the Rel, because if you get hit by the Nautilus and Hype 4-shots you, it is not what you want, but he times it well with the last hit the Hype was looking for there on the minion. They're trying to contest for cannon. Really watching this bottom too. It's a new way, because this lane often is the decider of early games.
I do think that it's not actually going to be the decider of the game.
No.
I think that these are going to be supporting cast members. And if there is a snowball, for example, from even Lucid in this game, but Showmaker especially, that's where DK are able to get themselves some leads.
Yeah, Showmaker, like, this is kind of the way that if you go all the way back to war, we're going to have to do with this target of that
level 4 gang this time around, as Morgan is going to be slicing over. Everyone's flashing for Shiu, who does shield himself up. He's still alive! As Croco comes over and will be able to pick up the kill with the bleed. Still, that was a lot closer than I think a lot of people were expecting. Shiu going to try and keep himself alive on this wave, actually picking up so much of this farm before it does all go down, and he can then teleport back up. As Lucid walks over a ward to get back up here. Nice first blood though, going over to Croco.
This is what you do with Naviri, and even though Sion is considered very strong in Naviri, these early levels with no items in his inventory, and especially with how much damage he took from Morgan in the lane that we weren't watching, very easy to just dive on him. He handles a volley flashes here, right, but the aggro is reset by Croco's W
obviously what Polu was looking for there by holding that wave. So going to be caught a little off guard as Shu doesn't manage to get the knock up here. Amy going to turn up. And so Morgan now getting the news that things have kind of changed. There is still Fury in the area. Nice little seismic shot here on the Showmaker, who gets hit by the hook. Apollo will have to use that Spirit Rush in order to get himself to safety. So that is another big tool now down. Just going to be throwing around some hot dogs, which is why I had Doggo on mine. 80 carry that is not in this league.
Occasionally try to make some
Yeah, we caught him in Jessica, right? That was one time. Players like Woody. That was in one of Maple's last games ever. But now he's on the tie.
last games ever until the end of the time.
Yeah. It's hard to keep up. It's kind of like farewell series. Obviously make a lot of money.
When you are
able to go on multiple.
when you are kind of the best player in your region, most famous player in your region, you try to retire, get your money. You're like,
I guess I will. I guess it's fine. Also, we played well.
he was the
asset. That's the big guy.
Yeah. As this game has slowed down a little bit here, Grub spawn in 40 seconds, and it's a relatively even game state here. Obviously, the top side dive was a success. Showmaker with the lead in mid did not have the flash. Result being on cooldown has not been punished, of course. Although making some big impacts in this game, so both good signs for bringing some heal here.
Getting rolled on here as Hype is going to try and use it to clear out the wave. She gets that message. He's like, he's not quite aware. He does get the cannon. He does punish him decently well.
And we've talked a little bit about Nox, we talked about the fact that he gets up the first time. Yeah, how to do it. So sometimes you gotta hope to make sure the team control. Grubs are live, by the way, and E+ have a crash set here with Lucid.
And a flash forward, Chains Corruption going to get in there as well as the kitchen sink hits the Renekton. He slices and dices though, and aiming has to flash, but he does pick up the first kill for DK. They heal to get themselves back out here as well as Showmaker has started off these grubs, understanding that they have the man advantage for only 10 seconds time to bring Morgan back in. That may be enough time for DK to be able to lock at least one of these grubs down. Smite is going to be invested. They are just going to get themselves out as Closer holding on to the seismic shove does find it here on the Showmaker in the end.
Closer's so insane this year. Like, he had so many great Talia games where the past was just a weak point for him. Morgan was being focused. Morgan does go down. They end up losing the first grub. This is the next two. And grub's not the most important in this game with like a Scion and a Renekton. It's not a hard winning fight. I think Top Talia can do okay. It was just engaged on the Morgan, chain the corruptions on the wall, so he gets to press R, and he barely gets to press Q. Like, he almost didn't get to press Q. That was the mindset. If he does get to press Q, the flash barrel actually heals. The freak there from aiming, but 100% worth framing. Now got Zerg Rectrix in inventory. Pretty accelerated in this game. And I kind of like a Fed Varus more than a Fed Renekton. Oh, this game.
Straight up.
I did not have the great early game on the chin. It was not the part where he had the good game.
No,
It was the later part, the very latest part.
Q does have the anti-Renekton items now complete. Morgan is going to have the anti-Scion item. As you can see as of right now, he was feeling way better. Q damage. Gravel that down. Picking out there as well.
The Fury, okay, hold up, hold up. What's that hold?
So I don't think he's been for the death or anything like that, but he does have a hold, so that means that he is a depth top.
Lucid is topside, and we say they're both coming back online, so Morgan's actually back here, himself back. TP coming in for Closer as Palu gets that vision cleared in the river. He's having a pretty good laning phase here, all things considered in this game. They have a ton of vision around this dragon that's about to spawn here. Maybe this time we'll see that Weaver's Wall entrance and Bro trying to look for a full contest. Morgan does not have TP, Gio does, and he's looking, so he plus absolutely should be able to contest. That's not going to help the contest.
Yeah, no chance. And let's see whether Crocker can actually make something happen. They engage on him, and that is how you blow up the Nefiri. You just kill him in one shot.
Or mind control to look for a steal, yeah.
Something like that. X-Tech Dragon is going to be the soul for this game as Shiu teleports back towards that top side. They had to sacrifice some plates for it, but I think they're going to say worth. Still, they don't have a gold advantage. The double dragon
into X-Tech? Yeah, I'd say so in this game. With the Varus, Lethality Varus, as well as looking to poke and slow. Then your Ari can hit charms better. So looking very good for D+ in the second game here, despite, like you said, the gold lead not being there just yet, but certainly have a lot of ways to get one. And it's only this Renekton that has advantage over Scion. That is the reason why they don't, because they're winning everywhere else in small increments. Croco has Blast Cone, and he also has his W and Flash, so he's kind of like, I should be able to get out of here, but he's just chained CC to death.
Yeah. Beryl even gets delivered towards closer as well. That's exactly what Beryl wanted, you could imagine.
Oh, 100%.
And Showmaker overflowing with essence there. And so no way for a follow-up fight. As DK, first fights have looked pretty good so far this series. I think if you're a Bro fan, first get your Bro tax in. There's a button there for a reason. That's going to help Hollow land things like this, as the exhaust going to be used on him there as well. It's a nice double knockup. Beryl is going to die. Can they do some more work towards Showmaker, as the curtain call underground is a very confusing phenomenon. But Mike is just going to cancel that one in the end.
Morgan sees an angle here.
Yeah. Pop the Dominus as Shiu. Let's see whether he can find an angle to ult his way out. Decides instead to use it to CC the Renekton. Fully charges the Q. Morgan not going to be able to find too much because Lucid shows up 5 seconds on the cease and desist. That would have been a dead Renekton, even with a Talia in the area.
Scary stuff. Croco was also there, and Closer came up. Very, very scary fight potential there for D+, and they extended that further. But I think both teams taking the right and safest call there, as we are going to have plates dispelled here in 20 seconds time. I think when I look at this game state here, like, okay, both teams have insane single target. Team fights are going to get brawly, but I like the fact that Shiu is able to, despite being nearly 800 gold down, to just be silent. Like, he can still be a front lane, he can still be tanky. You're not going to pick him very easily in moments like this, right? And in 5v5s, I do favor D+ later on because the comp is simple. Beryl here, not being very respectful, and you can see the Jin follow-up is just so simple. Every single win for these teams so far has been, I CC you again. I CC you one more time.
I CC you and I go and
you see you, I CC you.
Yeah. just to let you guys know, CU is also a convenience store here in Korea, so it's very confusing when Wolf is saying CC you over and over again.
Yeah, the slogan is nice to see you.
It is.
But not for these comps, it's nice to CC you.
Yeah. We just add an extra C. And it's not talking about corn chips, it's about crowd control. Okay, there we go. Do you have CCs in America? Is that a corn chip brand for you guys, or is that
no.
Australian?
But they do sell corn chips at the CU.
Ah, so we can, but not CCs.
No, just corn chips.
Okay, never mind. So a bit of a, for the Aussies out there, you might get it. I don't know whether they're even still around. Maybe old Aussies. Never mind. The Bros still hanging on. They still have a little bit of a goal advantage as well. We don't have any feats of strength going over to any team just yet. The next kill for either side will be able to get that. You'll also get one for taking your first turret to see who can actually get that one down the lowest. Top lane did take a couple of plates worth of damage. You can see also here on this bottom side, things looking a little worse for wear on the DK side. I think plates is actually where Pro have made a lot of their money.
Yeah, and the, again, next Dragon here is really pivotal for D+. Like, if they get Soul Point here, they can kind of do whatever they want for the rest of the mid-game.
Ooh, Beryl. Deadly Flourish comes down again, and he's caught by another hook.
I see you, I see you!
Yeah. There was definitely a lot of CCU there.
And now they're just going to get this Herald, and because the Dragon doesn't spawn for 40 more seconds here, it's not like D+ can make a trade for this. They either have to try to contest this Herald, or they're going to have to just regroup and maybe look for some vision on Dragon. Surely, right?
Lucid is wrapping around. They're looking for the poke damage, of course, with a Varus in here. It is a possibility, but there is a Renekton now channeling the teleport behind him, and now the engage onto Lucid. Can he actually get in here? I think it's a successful disengage thus far, but it is going to be the Rift Herald going over to the Bros. Now can they find the team fight? That's the question. Is Aiming having to deal with a crocodile on top of him, and he gets shoved right back into the melee. Now we do have the return of Beryl, but he's a little too late. It is going to be Lucid taking down the support, but I think he will be the sacrifice as there is a slice ready for Morgan. As Showmaker gonna have to flash away. Shattering Strike from Beryl to try and save his mid laner, and Croco just gets Magnet Storm so that Showmaker can survive.
Well, that's no Magnet Storm for the Dragon, so that doesn't feel great. Shiu is at basically no health here. I'm just gonna 4-shot him.
Yeah, Seismic Shove going to pull him back in as well. Yeah, oh! The curtains have been called. This is going to take some serious DDR from Shiu, who is going to be able to walk his way out of it. Never mind, very nimble is the Lumberjack Scion.
All right, so we're just putting all the buttons on cooldown, except Lucid's ult.
Oh, but that is going to be feats of strength over to the Bros.
Yeah, bro.
Unless Morgan just dies to the turret.
Oh my God.
That would have been feats of strength.
He doesn't have
still
TP.
Could be. How much health? How much health on that thing?
He doesn't have TP. Like, they actually are not going to get the Dragon anymore. Like, what? They spent so much trying to kill Showmaker and fail. They spent so much trying to kill Scion.
They're going to teleport Closer up to at least lock down feats of strength. So there that is. I think that would have already happened, I think, to the minions, but that's totally fine. The Soul Point is going to be taken for free.
Yeah. Aiming in danger? Question mark? Maybe not.
Aiming in danger confirmed. Beryl may be more danger because he's just often in danger by existing on the map.
Bro, you were the Dragon team. Remember?
You were the chosen ones. You had the high ground.
I remember when Bro were the Kingslayers and they beat Damwon Kia and like, hey, all King Lava. And
okay, but they still do have a gold.
True.
They have feats of strength.
True.
They took the mid lane out of turret. They've done some stuff. They're landing every single shove. And Shiu is just dead. Shiu is also playing a tank. We haven't actually mentioned this, but he has struggled on the tanks so far here in the Rise group.
Well, you know the gift that keeps giving is I see you, I CC. Like, it's actually wild. Like, we saw that flank from Lucid on the Herald earlier. They saw him. They CC him.
Yep.
And this just continues to be a thing. And Scion, he takes a long time to kill, but they will CC him.
Well, oh, that hook was beautiful. And the follow-up is going to be there as well as the Nefiri grabs herself a kill onto the Foxy Lady. Closer is going to get exhausted, but it's not really going to be much there for DK.
Of these 10 champions, by the way, only Croco does not really have CC.
Yeah.
And he has a button to get out of CC, so he's kind of winning.
And that's why I was kind of worried, right? Because Closer's got follow-up CC, not CC. However, if you've got a Nautilus, a Jhin, and a Renekton, you're going to be able to lock down a target.
Like, watch what happens when you see someone, right? Shiu's like, I've been seen, okay?
So you see them.
They're like, the Closer's like, oh my God, I see him, he's right there.
And
boom,
then CC them.
CC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I get it now.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing. Showmaker's just playing bullet hell, trying not to get CC'd. He's like, they saw me! Damn it!
They CC'd me! No!
I mean, it's actually so silly how easy it is to get picks with this comp for Pearl.
Yep.
When you're ahead, like, it was,
and now they're 4.3k gold ahead. So before, it was Soul Point and they were down 1,000 gold. That is totally fine for DK.
But
this is getting to the danger zone.
I mean, but for D+, if you have map control, it's the same thing. Like, they see somebody, they CC them, right? With the Vi, Ahri, Varus. We've already seen it. Like, they've done it multiple times in this game, but when you're down vision, you don't get to see them. So you can't CC them. And that's where we are.
Well, Lucid is going to see Croco. I just don't know whether that's actually going to do anything. As the Bros now moving over 2 items already for this Nefiri. As, all right, Beryl looking for a Magnet Storm angle. It could be a big one. Charm lands onto Croco. They don't get too much follow-up, and Lucid down to below half health. Hype is just bullying.
Shiu on the flank. Seen, so I'm not sure what might happen to him.
Does that mean he'll get CC'd?
Nah, he left. He got off visual there.
Okay, there we go.
He's just out of range. Okay,
yeah,
you also have to be in range.
Well, Croco and his little hot dogs making their way towards the Artican here.
Okay, the turn has to be pretty crisp here. Showmaker has TP. They do not have vision, but they're very aware of this. TP from Beryl as well. They should be able to come for a contest, but like, Need to be faster about this.
Yeah, Hook is going to connect onto a wall here as Lucid, okay for the moment, does get over and does have to flash to get out of the way of the seismic shove. Storm pulling a couple of them in, but Beryl is still going to fall down. Palu flashes away to not suffer the same fate as the seismic shove is going to be avoided. Cease and desist as Lucid will trade his life, but this time Croco gets to go untargetable, and it is just kind of a disaster here for DK as Bro, they're seeing a target, and then they're CCing a target, and then they're killing a target.
This is the gift just keeps on giving with this comp. Like, you can just make it happen every single team fight. The wild thing about this is Bro actually make the decision to turn. They have Paul set up, and like, I think old Bro might have just held the Otacon here and given D+ an in, but they say no, we have a Talia, we have a Nautilus, and you know what, Atlas? The Otacon is immune to CC. So
oh
no! They're like, you know what? We can't CC that. Here's a Weaver's Wall, and Lucid gets cut off, gets CC'd. He has to flash the second part of the CC there, and yeah, the D+ are just not set up here. Obviously, they're trying to come in for an Otacon contest, but the trap was sprung. Aiming gets ulted here. Lucid doing a great job to peel for him, but they just don't have any control here. She was completely cut off on the other side, and I mean, it was a nice try to keep aiming alive, and you did, but you had to die for it. Shio also on the side here, just picked off as an added bonus. Shio, he's such a flanker, man. He shouldn't be a flanker sometimes on these.
Yeah, he needs to be a frontliner.
Yeah, he's kind of flanking when he needs to be frontlining.
Yeah, and look, if you can actually dictate when the fights happen, that can work out, but now it's 34 petals to 3.
Oh,
we're going to all in onto Morgan, who does get on top of aiming. It looked a little scary for a moment, and in fact, it is. As is the Talia locking down a kill. Beryl's going to be the next one to die. Yes, you took down the Lord, but we will kill all of you as the revenge comes in from the Bros. Yeah, I think Morgan's probably typing worth.
Yeah, I do think so. He also avoided the charm very definitely there. And first dragon for Bro. It's not too much to write home about on its own, but the gold they picked up in the ensuing fight from the pick onto Morgan as 4 kills worth is definitely where they're going to be pointing their fingers here if you're looking at the game state to their 7,000 gold lead. We had one for D+ in game 1. Now the pendulum is well and truly swung as Morgan here is a Renekton. So look at where Shio is, by the way, so far away.
He avoids the CC as well.
Exactly, like they saw him, but they couldn't CC him. That's the thing. But even if he didn't avoid it, I still think the result is the same because Bro just rotate over so quickly here. Another Weaver's Wall from Closer gets him in. The follow-up is just so easy with this Nefiri. And like Renekton lives so long. It's unfortunate, maybe he would have lived a little bit less long if they hit him with the CC, but still the collapse was going to be there.
Yeah, and she once again was just a spectator. So hasn't really been getting in front to make things happen. The rest of the team looking a little hyphy, to be perfectly honest. I don't want to blame the young player on the top side of the map too much, but the tank play is not really being much of a thing to ride home about at this point in time.
We kind of mentioned the draft, like whoever gets ahead is going to just roll over the game because of all the dive and single target pick there is. The Scion is kind of the most awkward part of this because he does have CC, right? He can set up a CC chain or follow up on one, but when you're behind, he's just a big CC target. Like he's got quite a big hitbox to seismic shove into all the other forms of damage. The Showmaker's caught again.
Yeah, another hook. Polo is going insane today. It's looking real good. Storm is kind of decent here from Beryl, though. That will kill. Croco as in goes Lucid. Now they're starting to get some of these resets for aiming. As close to the next one to be locked down, but they run out of damage. They run out of buttons, and they may run out of aiding carry as well, as the burst is thankfully going to get blocked by Lucid. Shiu does finally find himself in amongst the fray, but he is just going to get burned for it. So seismic shot going to be avoided there by Lucid, and it's a 2-for-2 trade.
They don't have their jungler to do Baron here, even though it is spawn now. They will reset and try to clear as many waves as possible. Hype's actually going to stick it for this phase to try to do some extra damage to the turret. He's going to put a significant amount into it, if not take it outright. So sure, they don't get Baron, but they do end up winning the longer fight there, and will eventually get this turret. Now TP to help secure here for Paulo, and now they can wrap over towards it. Croco has respawn, and with all the vision they have, they can probably just as soon as they threw, start the Baron. Paulo hex flash into this, like you can't even blame Showmaker for this. I mean, sure, he could have flashed, but you don't want to use your flash if you can help it, and everything just happens so fast. The rest of his teammates are also there, so I think he's thinking, okay, maybe they can actually help me turn this before I die. Does end up this is the thing about Jin. When you have this insane front line and so much easy pick, like, it's so easy to just say, well, you're stuck here now. Like, you guys may have won the battle, but we won the war.
And it didn't quite work out, DK. It was better than one of the other fights have been, though, where all of a sudden, right into another one. Weak as well comes down, as Lou said, on a flank angle. Good flash there from Barrel, gets him out of the way of Polo, who has a magnetic anchor in this game. Still an 8,000 gold lead, Wolf. It is still the circling of the drain here for DK. Seismic shove after the deadly flourish. You can fish for these all day on the side of the Bros, and now the curtains are going to be called. In goes the Scion, dead on arrival here, as we can see. Maybe the zombie can get some DPS happening, as Morgan is just going to melt aiming with basically just his ultimate. It's a quadra kill in the end for Hype. And if Morgan hadn't have just Dominus to kill aiming, that could have even been a penta. That is going to be an ace here for the Bros. And I think a guaranteed best of 3, a guaranteed at least 4 games here on the day, as the Bros just ran circles around DK this game.
Oh yeah, Lucid was just a sandbag to be ripped apart in so many of these exchanges.
And the Talia pick working a trait here.
They did not trade it for Azir, they went for the Ahri Vi, and they just got dismantled. High volatility on the comp here for D+, and bro, they struck first, they struck hard, and they struck fast. Around the top side objectives where they really started to build their lead. Sunmaker does not look happy, because that's Ahri Vi in your fearless, gone for the rest of the series. Scion also removed.
But that just means that this game looked a little atrocious on the side of DK.
Yeah, composition didn't really fully come together for them. They fell behind, and I think it's back to the drawing board here for D+ and CG Max.
Yep, let's see whether Supermax has some plans here for game number 3, but it is now all tied up in this best of 5. See who can do it. It's do or die for both DK and Bro. Next up, going to be the space after this short break.
한데요. 여기 뒤로 보이는 아띠가 너무 귀엽습니다. 한마디 해주실까요? 오늘 좀 길조가 된 것 같아요.
고맙다. 고맙다.
지금 아띠가 엄청 열렬한 눈빛으로 사랑을 보내고 있어요.
고맙긴 한데 약간 안에 누가 있는지 봐가지고 좀 이래서 좀 곤란하네요. 안 봤어야 되는데 이게 참 고맙습니다. 감사합니다. 존댓말 할 수밖에 없네요. 팬 취업풀에서 지면은 삼계탕이 될 수도 있다 이런 얘기가 있었는데
지원 팬분이 못하면 3개가 나.
뒤에서 엄청 응원을 열심히 한 친구가 있었어요. 누군지 아세요?
아티?
알고 계시네. 기운 많이 받으셨나요?
팬분들과 같이 열심히 하고 아티가 와가지고 직접 봤는데 되게 크더라고요. 그래서 큰 기분 많이 받은 것 같습니다. 아티야 고마워. 대회장 와서 제가 그 얼굴을 보고 있으니 좀 많은 생각이 드는 것 같습니다. 좀 신기하게 생긴 것 같고 저는 제가 있었구나 그런 생각이 드는 것 같습니다. 기다리고 있으면 결국 괜찮은 문제가 아니고 쉽지 않아요. 제가 사진 보니까는 쉽지 않은데 쉽지 않아요. 한마디로 쉽지 않습니다. 그 짧은 머리에 제가 더 잘 어울리는 것 같습니다. 무지가 더 전투력이 강하니까 더 잘 어울리는 거 아닌 걸 같아요. 전투력이 또 세고 있는 그걸 잘해요. 아니는 원래 예전에 좋아하는 찍어가지고 바꿨던 걸로 걸 이제 잘 하더라고요. 당황스럽긴 한데 그래도 이제 하는 거 얼마 안 남았기 때문에 애매해지지 않아요. 바꿔주면 바꿔주는 거고 또 안 바꿔주면 안 바꿔주는 데는 그냥 딱히 신경 안 쓰고 살고 있습니다. LCK 안에서 그런 머리 스타일의 사진을 하고 있는 게 2명밖에 없어가지고 항상 동질감이 있었는데 저밖에 안 남아가지고 외로운 것 같습니다. 아마 이제 내년에는 다른 빡빡이 선수들이 아마 있을 것 같은데 기대하고 있겠습니다. 저는 이제 사진을 빨리 치워버리도록 하겠습니다.
야 펜타 야 이 야 펜타 펜타 진짜 야야야 내놔봐 일단 야 어디가 뺏어줘 그러면 안 된다니까요.
다음에 또 기회가 오면 도와주겠지만 잘 먹도록.
가자 달려이 세리가 버스트 오너 예 너무 세요 그냥 야 펜타하게 됐죠 이거 아 그래서 바텀의 라인즈 야 펜타 가보자 펜타 야 굶었어 너무 그러지 마 지훈아. 오늘은 확실히 챙겨주려는 스탠스였고 이 친구들이 되게 착해 접근을 하나 많이 했어요. 아까 인터뷰할 때 저 이런 식으로 얘기하니까 뭔가 때려보더라고요. 그래서 웃었어요.
아니 아무도 안 뺏었어요.
사실 이게 원래 맞게 된 룰인데 이제 그 전까지는 친구들이
펜타를 안 뺏었더니 팀원에 대한 고마움을 모르고 너무 당당한 모습 보여줬습니다.
앞으로 이제 그럼 펜타 욕심은 없으시는 거예요?
아니요, 이 기록을 유지하려고 이제 계속 욕심이 될 것 같습니다. 다음에도 잘 부탁해 얘들아, 알겠지?
Vi Ari. I don't even think that picking Vi Ari is completely out of the question. My question is, why are we prioritizing this? Why are we not picking Renekton and Shield? Because it's one of Marvel's best things. We don't need to want to it here. If you end up playing into Talia Vi, you've literally been shown how to do a Vi. There are a lot of mix up that can deal with it. And then the theory is literally what we used to do as well.
Yeah, it's the fact that they made the Vi go to that matchup again, and it just makes it so difficult because the Neferi can play so aggressive. You can't ult onto it. It can be that momentum killer in the fights. I do think obviously we have some criticism for the draft, but the gameplay also left something to be desired. I also think the Pope Varus we saw come out again, and we've seen it really lose a lot of momentum in this pick. Obviously it got some nerves, but I also think the fact that every support is running around with Redemption really hurts it, because we have so many fights where, you know, even if you poke someone out, they get healed up before the fight starts. You have Sundered Sky as well, so it's really hard to actually make that poke stick and cut through targets, and it's just not hitting as hard as it used to.
Yeah, a lot easier to finish off targets when you're up against a Brand jungle or a Zyra jungle like earlier in the season, but it nerfs the fall off there. Now, the first couple of kills with the wave D+, Bros pick a couple back, and then have this sequence where they just get everything.
Yeah, so Morgan did die here again. Very well.
He's getting the
mattering at all, even though that never happened. What I want to highlight specifically, the more we see of DK, it really does feel like the team, if the frontline doesn't feel like they're in a good shape, just doesn't work. In this game, Barrow had, unfortunately, a really rough performance, I think, throughout the entire game. Wasn't able to ever create any space, and she was tanking frontline play, we've also talked about. Just hasn't been good consistently, which makes us question why they put him on. Because if he doesn't die here for free, and Barrel doesn't take out this health bar for no reason, they get a turret, right? They get the top turret, they get the mid turret, and it's salvageable. But instead, DK just double down.
Into a Herald, you're always losing that first tower, and they position so aggressively as if they're able to defend it. You can't. Back off and defend the tier 2. Instead now they're defending the tier 2 with less members. It's already taken the second Herald hit, the second Herald hit, so they lose another member, they lose another tower. Now, because they have so few people on the map, they lost that tower top, they lost 2 towers mid, they end up losing another tower in the bot lane as well. It's 4 turrets in 2 minutes, which is just such a crazy swing of play. And despite the fact that with 3 dragons in stage 3+, it just doesn't end up mattering if you can't translate that into a soul. And they lost so much in this passage of play.
Because before this, DK's in a rough spot, but the game is technically played. We saw Bro do kind of the reverse in the previous game, where Bro also has been known to kind of have a tough time actually closing out games. But from this moment onwards, unless Bro make massive mistakes, there was just not going to be a way. And I think credit to Bro as well, particularly with the way that he used Talia to consistently get that side lane spread and Fred choice.
Yeah, well, knowing that now they have a lot more of the map because the towers are gone and they're on a timer because 3 Drakes over D+, the Otacon is started and we know how those things go. However, Bro, they peel off, they show some discipline.
Atlas, please look away. Atlas, I'm so sorry. I'm just warning you.
I mean, this is a great step. I love the wall combined with the Ravel Dance that makes it so uncomfortable for the buy. But then, Barrel just flies in, you know? You just have to just escape. Yeah, he just gets deleted. He saw an angle. I'm not sure what the angle was. Whether it was the right angle, you know? But he went into it.
Flat Atlas didn't see that.
Yeah. And then they end up just losing the fight pretty handily. And at this point, the game was just over. They already had a big advantage going into that. The setup was good. The game was good. They connected on the right targets. And when Barrel went in, it was just easy cleanup from there.
And this is just
try to just not remember it. And
I mean, that's why I've managed to stay such a positive barrel fan my entire career.
Just remember the big records. And
exactly. Two-time
everything
world
else
champion, baby.
is just hate. It's just unnecessary.
Yeah, and also his team wasn't following up. Okay, let's get.
Haters gonna hate.
Yeah, they are.
Double time.
Sometimes with more and less reason. Okay, let's get into it here. Game number 3, D+ back on the blue side once again. And I want to see this guy back on an aggressive pick on that top side of the map. I want to see, they were talking about the rigidity in draft. I swear, this has just been CVMAX forever. We were talking about the fact that Fearless is going to help, but you can still run the same archetypes over and over again. You can still try and force the same thinking onto a team, and it doesn't necessarily work out. Sometimes things don't work, just let it go, do something else.
Yeah, it starts to seem like D+ might have to index into Showmaker just getting more pop-off picks and having individual agency more than trying to build team comps, because
I mean, we saw Inspired get a pentakill on Tryndamere, right? Like, that happened, and so maybe that means that Showmaker can bring back the mid-Tryndamere in a potential matchup.
I was kind of more thinking about like a LeBlanc pick, or like a Kiana that hasn't really been seen here in Korea that much.
That's kind of a fun one.
We'll see the Yunara and the Azir, which is no shock. You and I were talking about in the break. I think Azir is probably going to be banned for the rest of the series.
I would agree.
Point.
I think the other thing that should be banned for the rest of the series is Nico. That hasn't been looked at just yet. Still 2 more bans to come through.
Right here is where it will be banned.
I would expect so, unless D+ are going to go for a Nico first pick. That was something that I believe worked out for Nongshim yesterday. Even though they didn't win the series ultimately.
Victor, interesting. That's not what I expected.
No.
That pick has not been, despite maybe what...
the powerful flex pick of Victor.
Well, they're not going to get the first pick, Nico. The Pantheon was banned on blue side. We're going to see something completely different here.
Oh, if they blind Trundle,
that's what I was kind of thinking.
I may get up and leave.
That's what I was kind of thinking we might see. Blind Jarvan, how about that?
Blind Jarvan, all about it. Love that.
Yeah,
that's great.
That could be a better option, but I feel like they might blind Trundle.
If they...
Okay,
it's Annie, it's Annie.
That's
Oh, I love that. That's fair. Not Trundle.
That's very good.
Oh, I can stay. Oh, man. Okay.
You could, as Bro here, just go for... Well, you could just go blind at mess up. I was going to say you could go for something completely different. The Trundle, okay, well, whatever. Well, who cares what I was thinking, you know? Yeah. Just go blind Trundle at Mesa, sure.
I guess, do I have to leave still? I just didn't want first pick blind Trundle. I still don't like this. However, I'm not outraged enough to actually...
I thought they could just go Jarvan Sivir, you know? Like, I thought
that'd be great.
That's where I was leaning towards, but...
Don't pick Poppy into Trundle. We're not picking Poppy into
Trundle and also Poppy blind. No, they wouldn't.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so it is going to be Kai'Sa. You could just go to Kai'Sa Rakan. Annie Rakan has been a combination that's worked very well in the past.
Yeah, it does give you some strong lane sustain for what could be a tough matchup, or will likely be a tough matchup, but I like that teams are, starting with BNK, starting to push the AD carry into the first phase a little bit more, so you can actually build a draft around the CC that Showmaker now set up here with this Annie. Yep. It's probably going to be a jungle pick, though, I think, and Poppy still, they really want it. It's a flex,
I hate it
technically.
So much. Why are we picking Poppy into Trundle? It's like one of the greatest things for Trundle to press R on.
There is so much heal and engage here for Poppy. It's been a very calm response to the Annie. It's a little bit less crazy than the big little Morgana response to the Annie. It's the one I like a little bit more. But it opens up so many cool scaling and carries here for Bro. Like, for example, this Ares, which I think will probably be banned by Muskia in this second phase.
Yeah. Certainly a lot of AD carries now have been taken away, right? Like the Torque and Jin that have been very high priority to go out.
You could just ban Jax and also win here
closer. I think especially after the nerfs, it just doesn't feel like a playable matchup. But they might go for it anyway, just because Xiu has been pretty confident on the champion. There is the Jarvan ban away as well. Of course, I mean, it is technically like Titan is so good at Zeri. I think if you leave this up, Ezreal also saved the same way as the same way. Yeah, I don't like it. Jinx is okay. Like maybe it's real. This is exactly the opposite of what I thought we would see. Like the exact opposite. I also think MF, you can see 3 things that deal with MF really well.
Yeah, no, I can't. I'm not gonna give this one my thumbs up. This one doesn't get my blessing.
And now you can add more things that also don't care about MF if you would like to.
I prefer the Lee Sin here actually to the Doctor. Zed in this draft kind of feels pretty good.
All right, there's the Zed, and we get a huge cheer from the Lone Park fans as well. Lucid going to need to make something of it though. I think he's looked a little lackluster on a lot of these carry jungles that really need to take over. As Xiu are going to be taking the 8 into the Ambessa matchup this time around.
I just think there's enough damage in this Annie and isolate him out that they don't want to go for a strong side like Gwen or anything like that. With this Zed pick, it does kind of make sense. They just really want our job is to kill the Misfortune, and it's pretty easy. And if we have the Aatrox, then it just gets even easier. Another flank threat that's pretty difficult to turn on. Like it's difficult for Morgan to say, all right, like this Aatrox is fine, let's go on top of him. Tree!
Well, I mean, so basically what D+ has said, it's just a pile-on composition, right? The problem is, they picked it face up into Galio. Now there's a Maokai there as well that also thrives in those sorts of situations. If the MF can ever get into a position to do damage, then all 5 members of D+ will be there. That is, they have to.
I like the comp here of D+ so much more though, because I think it's again easier to play. You have a clear win con, you have a clear target in these team fights. Sure, there's some heal here, actually quite a lot, but the MF is just such an easy target. Like if you have a Zeri, the reason why I wanted the Zeri was I didn't like it, even the Jinx made a lot of sense. It's hard to lock her down.
是因为骑兵这件事情，因为他会明白告诉他的家人，他们只有不同场上对出的方式，明白他是他的真心。他其实真的找回自己的生活的主导权。回诊的时候，其实你真的可以很明显看到他们有不一样。我觉得这次我自己觉得还蛮欣慰的一件事。
数位生活从新展开，新展环新汇企业跨境汇款安全快速到位，以当地货币汇出，直达全球50个以上市场，启动事务何不享受悠闲下午？新展环新汇，汇款随心，新展随心。
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on to the rift for the 3rd game of this series. Everything tied up 1-1 between DK and Bro, and we would have it no other. We need to make sure we are going to constantly switch back and forth. team fights, just with the fact that Beryl gets the most value out of the Poppy against the Ambessa.
It's actually crazy how much value it is.
The Maokai, though, just does not care about it. Twisted Advance is so very good. Galio is going to have a bit of a hard time, but Trundle and MF, I mean, these are old champions. They don't have dashes, so they'll be fun.
Poppy can also just stop an MF from ulting, can just kick people out of a team fight, take a Trundle away relatively easily. So while like Poppy is not good into Trundle, especially in the jungle because of what Trundle does to you when he subjugates you, Trundle kind of just walks at the team, so it's hard to avoid getting Poppy ulted, especially on objective control.
Yep.
So Poppy kind of good into Trundle in that sense.
Ooh, nice double up value there. The thing that I do like about the Bro composition is that they took what worked against them. I believe it was Nongshim that just smashed them with the Misfortune into the Kai'Sa, and the game was just never playable. This time around, though, you can see actually DK finding a bit of value here. Beryl using the minion to taxi towards the MF.
A little bit less value for him on that one. He's doing fine there in the bottom lane. This matchup is so volatile that like we kind of always gotta zoom in on it, as this has been such a common answer into the Annie, but you can see it's an even matchup in terms of win rate.
Yeah, I feel
that's
like
going to be an early Constellation Cole buy here for aiming. Actually, this is a longsword.
It's going to be that.
That's kind of exactly what you're leading into, though, because this matchup can be really tough to play out. So many Kai'Sa matchups, when you end up with a melee support, it's just like, well, we'll do things later. It's not going to be about right now. And that's kind of the situation here for aiming.
Croco going to be battling with Lucid for this crab. Looks like the Trundle will be able to get it there with the combo. Yeah, Lucid will have to try and get into position to take the top one, but now actually looking for Croco. A lot of damage does come through.
Showmaker has so much prio here that Lucid can continue this with no fear. Hard to secure the scuttle against the Trundle, but can at least get some damage done. Force him to back, but he was coming back anyways. Both jungles are cleared.
Lucid actually coming back to see where the closer wanted a little bit more, but he does just as punch his way out. So it will be just a crab trade between these two jungles.
The scuttle trade. Aiming does get back to lane without any issues here. It's in fact Hype who buys the call.
Aiming did miss a cannon, so not so good. You can see that's kind of represented in the money here, and there are 5 minions where the still hasn't taken. So the Bros with a little bit of money banked up, ready to be taken here.
Shiyu has a lot of pressure on him right now. We haven't talked about it too much, but obviously, you know, the All-Pro votes came out, right? And there's been a lot of discussion about it, and especially the players probably try not to agree. You know, there's a lot of that, as he's gonna redeem himself here.
Morgan's dead! I have no idea what happened, apart from the fact that Shiyu just killed the Lord. Well, there must be a reason.
I mean, I may have started talking about him and how I voted for him blessing All-Pro, and some people didn't like that, and you know, he's trying to make a big splash here. It's playing, it's a big time to prove himself.
Did you also in that sentence say something like year of Closer again? Because Closer also finding a great trade there against Showmaker.
No, I didn't mention Closer this time, but
well, then he just wants to kill Polar. Shiyu is so angry about being forced to play Scion in the last game. I was about to say, like, about how it went, but no, it's not about that. It's just get me off tanks. Let me carry. Let me show you what I can do.
So let's see this again.
Well, Morgan was the one that started it. And I think this was a bit of a Shiyu saying cool story as he just combos him to death.
Yeah, he just got sweet spotted. I was like, is there something weird where he got level 6 first? No, because he used it when he went bottom lane. Okay, well, Morgan will have 6 in another wave, but does not have it now.
Lucid's going to find Polo here as well, as the Voidseeker does not find.
This early game, pretty good for D+, and it's outset.
Yep. We could do that thing where we talk about pendulums again, because it is it do be swinging. It's on a long leash though, you know, like it takes a long time for this pendulum to get back and forth. It's an entire game of one way and then the other.
Lucid here trying to get some deep vision. They really want to make something happen here top side. Croco will find him.
Yeah. Maybe discovered here momentarily. Lucid actually doing a fair bit of damage here against Croco for now.
I mean, they have so much control with Showmaker's mid-prio. They can kind of do whatever they want. Here he comes, in fact.
Yeah, Beryl kind of unlocked as well as Showmaker looking to move his way up. Does need to
go on closer if he overextends here. He just needs to be careful. They just need to let this buff go.
Yeah, they need to be wary of the Galio, of course. Showmaker with his stun prepped. If there is ever a Galio in the area, he's always able to stop it going in.
It was kind of funny how closer went up to follow, because I was like, if you kind of just ult from your lane, that's actually a call you can make.
Yeah, it doesn't have the range, I don't think, at level 1.
Well, not like fully from his lane, but if he goes back around the Raptor.
Yeah, something like that. Find an angle where you are still in fog of war. That is certainly useful.
But ultimately, they give the red buff back to Croco. Anyways, he takes it, and so nothing happens from there. But I really thought D+ were going to really hold on to that tempo and that pressure they have there. They do just swiftly give it back. Man, Grub's responding in 15 seconds. Dragon has not been taken, but Croco's on the bottom side of the map, so it looks like that's his plan. With no top side control, no mid-prio, those are walks back to lane. It looks like they want to turn this into a gank and Dragon. Lucid actually coming down here as well, though, but he's a bit behind the 8-ball.
Oh, he's actually taking a bit of a Raptor timeout as the World Ender is going to come on through. He's trying to avoid the kennel and may be able to do so. And yeah, he gets to safety. Morgan has some dashes, will be able to get himself out of the way. No flag required, didn't have it anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, you got to hit those if the gank is going to be a success. Nice sidestep there with the ult from Shiu.
Yep, and a bit of public misexecution, unfortunately.
There you go, right in front of everybody, right on camera.
Yeah.
In the most public way.
It's sometimes how these things go. As Morgan now going to get punished once more. Shiu looking for some knockups here, doesn't quite find the infernal chains. And Croco turning up, will be able to defend his top laner, but Morgan is bleeding here towards his bottom side.
That is pretty good into Trundle, as we all know. He has a ton of resistances himself, and he's very mobile, so he can open pillars, but he uses ult early there. He's going to respect the Trundle, as that exchange does continue. I think if Bro, hit that ult, they get the Dragon. If Morgan hits that ultimate, they get the push on to Shiu and probably trade objectives, but misses. Lucid comes down to try to defend that play, and now we're kind of reset back to a state where Dragon is still up, Grubs is still up, and Bro still had control over the Dragon, and D+ are not able to actually rotate in fast. Lucid's going topside now here, but Palu does now have level 6, so can delay potential Grub take.
Able to lock this one down.
It's kind of crazy to me that Bro both get this Dragon and can actually contest a little bit from Grubs here.
He's going to be able to take at least the first one. He's going to go down very quickly as well. Getting closer to that first item. Standing guard is going to be the gentleman's agreement here, as both of these teams absolutely full of gentlemen.
And even though they had Apollo at level 6 and the Galio was available for close when they just let the Grubs go, safer call. That timing.
Yeah,
Still value, there you go.
Yep, Steadfast Presence going to stop him from doing one of his dashes. There you go. As teleport to bring in the Maokai. Palu just getting himself back out onto the map.
They want to prevent Morgan from being dove here. He has ult and flash and a Maokai is here. I think D+ definitely will think twice about this.
Yeah, there is a Trundle also making his way up, so Palu looking to try and find Lucid. He's going to be very slippery with his Living Shadow, so Croco will be able to get the smite onto the Krog camp. But Lucid is going to get stunned up. They're still looking for an angle death mark. Comes on through, and out goes the Maokai and everyone else.
All right, well, we turned a dive defense into an attempt to look for a pick, and then Beryl says no. That's kind of the long and short of that one. It's very difficult to kill a Zed like that with a pillar setup.
It's like when you're like watching your brothers fight, and you're like, no, just come on, guys, let's not do that. And that's what Beryl did. He just set the rest of them on.
He brought ice cream, and he was like, how about we just all play N64?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, it's no more GoldenEye, no more Mario Kart. There's too much yelling. Let's play something co-op.
Yeah. Maybe play Gauntlet?
Yeah, that could be the way. Definitely not Mario Kart.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is
Mario Party.
Morgan still has flash, but doesn't have his ult anymore. I think he's just dead.
Yeah, he is very, very dead. Does look to lock down Barrel, as one more auto will do it. Aiming was tanking the turret, so that means they are able to get it done. Got a little bit frightening there in the middle, but it wouldn't be a DK dive if it wasn't a little bit frightening.
Yeah, it's a huge win for them, though, as they are 3 grubs in with this Aatrox composition. And all those plates going over, and some minions here denied as Hype heads back to the lane here very late. So much farm is shut down here. And there's no cross-map opportunity, as this is the dive here. We kind of skip everything that happened before. Morgan no longer has his ults, only has a flash here. Barrel gets him to the wall. He's very tanky with that shield, though. Barrel gets out of turret aggro range, though, does not die.
Yep, is Poppy, so is deceptively tanky. Okay, Bros suffering a little bit in the kills department and kind of the rest of the departments as well. Next Dragon going to be a Hextech, that's going to be up in 2.5 minutes. It'll be difficult for Bro to hold on to priority of that area. They still have a lot of vision down there though, so double Dragon potential if this team. And I do still think that the front to back of this comp for the Bros, especially if they get Morgan on a good flank, things can work well. They have some answers to what DK wants to do, but unfortunately, DK have a composition that snowballs very well.
So many minions around the map. Hype is trying to catch them in waves, missing minions at a time. This is getting some more far away as well.
Has he taken a death mark here as Lucid continues to try and do damage? Showmaker wanting to catch up and take down the Troll King. And down he will go. There's feats of warfare locked up from Lucid. That is first side of completion diff right there.
And also he subjugates Lucid's like, I'm sad!
I have no health anyway! Well, there is the bullet time, but it is not bullet time, unfortunately.
Very briefly, bullet time to get some minions and then
yeah. The bullet time unfortunately didn't go into bullet time, so it was just bullet time. It's a bit weird.
not going to get a second season of bullet time.
Yeah, he needs to talk to Keanu Reeves about how it's cool. That's alright, I'm going to check this one out from Lucid's perspective.
It's the camp away. As Eclipse, so Athletic goes for the combo here. Well, they often do, so, you know, it could have been one.
G-Sun confirms though that it was a run, so...
May have also. You might have set it right off after we got the comms cut.
Yeah.
Well.
That might save me. Okay.
I was trying to not known to be on a healthy diet, so it might not really be that delicious to eat, but
Yeah.
this game is very slow, but also very oppressive, and I think Bro have just been completely out macro, to be honest. Like, we haven't talked a ton about, like, where all the goalies and stuff are, but D+ are just kind of walking around the map and taking everything they want, and that's kind of how this comp works, as Lucid once again lurking, he's got a light target.
God, yeah. Hype is gonna have to try and make it rain, but unfortunately it's rain and aimings instead. And down he will go.
So,
oh dear. Well, there's a taunt onto Showmaker. He's put in the kennel as well, but Tibbers, he likes that. That's another kill for Lucid. Somehow. We'll need context on that one. He went very far for that. Used his flash. Survived. And Beryl is continuing to be frustrating here. Closer not going to be backing. Oh my god.
Okay, and Dragon, after getting the kill and not backing, he doesn't care. Now this game is starting to really become quite a one-sided one.
Thankfully, the Bros have already taken a Dragon, and so they're not going to get perfect gamed here in Game 3.
Yeah, it's not going to be a double Dragon. They got one objective as well with that Dragon, you know, so it's not like they got perfect feats either. This is how Hype died. We knew this part.
Yeah.
They picked MF here, by the way. And then Alu eats some of Amy's. He doesn't stick for it. Yeah, Lucid just...
Oh,
red
man.
buff.
Yeah, just gets it. There it is.
As well committed, I think.
That's going to be some bounty gold. Barrel is about 100 health, but that's exactly the way he likes it, as close as teleported in. That is going to be Rift Herald going over to the Bros against the flow of play.
Yeah, they may be able to, by the way, bounty, if they could get this mid-turret. I'm not sure if they can actually get the mid-turret with a drop here, but they are going to try for it. Hype has ult, so they're trying to bait a play here out of D+.
Squishy members of DK are the ones trying to frontline here as he goes Morgan, finds Showmaker! to stand their ground. Shiu is taking it out of turret here on this top side of the map as they do get a second charge on the inner.
There's a big wave here. I don't know if they quite have enough, though, to go for a double turret, but double charge is good enough. The rare Zed taunt. Galio hits Lucid there, and he is taken out as a second death.
Ooh, Croco does need to be a little careful. Killer Instinct is up here for aiming.
Well, that was a big swing of gold back into Bros, eliminating some of their deficit here as they just 5-man mid, and the bullet time is on top of Showmaker here. Very simple to execute when you siege up like this with the Herald, and then the taunt goes down onto Lucid there, and that is his death as well. They get the extra charge. Still a 2,000 gold lead here, and a lot of advantages on the side of D+, namely this incredibly fed Kaisa and Zed. And also, Shiu's starting to become pretty big as well, because he spent a lot of time freely hitting turrets and sides.
Yep, that was pretty good for Morgan, though, because he did manage to get that kill. Yeah, feels like he's getting a little bit out of the woods. And that gold lead of like 270 here at 17.5 minutes doesn't really matter that much. Still, Sundered Sky, pretty disgusting. Yeah. Aatrox especially.
On any champion, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like Aatrox, with the fact that his passive is just kind of the same thing as well.
It's like pretty good on like Lee Sin, you know, so, you know, it's like Poppy Jungle, surprisingly, actually, yeah, really good there too.
Yeah, and yeah, Xin Zhao's pretty good.
Xin Zhao, yeah.
Been pretty good.
Wukong occasionally, if you're a connoisseur of that.
Melee, insert melee champion name here, pretty good. Yorick, pretty good, for example. I like it on Garen. Let's have a look at how the rest of this game goes, though, because the Bros demonstrating that the tempo vibes are not necessarily residing over DK's side of the map.
Well, this is a weird setup here for D+, so there's no real objective to fight for. There's no top turret, as I am concerned there could have been a potential overextension there. We've seen that quite a bit, especially from our Noodle team yesterday, this type of game state, but they get a lot of Croco's health, and it is a Zed, so he should be fine,
We'll see whether he will be fine, as the Deathmark does come out onto Croco. The explosion of damage comes in, Subjugate not enough to keep him alive, and Lucid just goes back to his other shadow. That gives time for Showmaker to make his way over, and Shiu has finally joined the fight, finds Hype, and that is going to get the flash out of the MF. The tree died off camera, and DK right back into the driver's seat. Those tempo vibes, man, they are a fickle mistress, are they not?
Certainly are. Yeah, it looked like it could have been a potential catch there, and a nice contest from Bro. Does not work out. Hype is under turret, right, this entire time, is not involved in this play whatsoever because he's dealing with the Kaisa in mid. The Aatrox rotates over, which is kind of funny as well. Lucid is able to just completely avoid this Nature's Grasp by going back to his shadow, and then Paulo, who's trying to set something up with it, just gets executed, and then the Misfortune is collapsed on. But, you know, before he got that kill, or helped get Morgan that kill in the mid lane on the Showmaker with the Herald, I was about to say, we could play the Challengers game of like, who do you think's gonna win from this game? But I was like, let's play the Misfortune game where we predict how much damage the Misfortune does, because we've seen some like 4K Misfortune games. He did get a lot of Showmakers health.
I think it's like, it's a
sub 8,000, right?
I think it's a 7 to 10.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give him a 7 to 10.
Yeah.
And that's definitely not great.
The game state, it calmed down for a little bit, so I'm thinking that's pretty fair. I was gonna say sub 8.
Yeah.
It's one of those Misfortune games where if you don't get to play the game, you really don't get to play the game. And D+, with this much map control, they play the game however they want. And right now, just putting deep vision up on the bottom side of the map and collapsing onto Morgan is the name of the game.
That's what they're going to look for. Showmaker and Lucid are closing in. They would really like Beryl to be here. Steadfast Presence gets so much work done against the Ambassador, who's now going to have to vacate. Not a whole lot of minions, but they do have 3 grubs, so these Void Mites are going to really be coming out. Croco does take a bunch of petals here. Petal value in trade for a turret. Put that firmly in the comms column.
Yeah, and then Aatrox just taking top side to do it again.
Yeah, the Archon is here, so that's exactly where they want to be. Showmaker with his teleport still up and available.
Look at how much vision they have, and they're under so much threat, and then Lucid's just like, I take this dragon for free, by the way. And Showmaker does have TV, so he replaces the side lane Aatrox on the bottom side. Aatrox is free to sit at their top side, and he's left alone, and let's push that back, and he's starting that other inner turret I was mentioning. And then the just disgusting. It's Aatrox on it, man. It's like Titanic Hydra, or what was it? Profane Hydra Aatrox all over again.
Yeah, go drink a Profane Hydra with a Death Dance or something, but it's all in one item and it's all in the sky.
Just D-Plus are so far ahead that Aatrox is just not collapsible onto it. It's very easy to clean up here as D-Plus. They started the Otacon. They had a great turn off of it. They secure it. They secure the team fight win and the game with it. As there's no Baron. That's not up for a minute's time. The next hasn't exploded yet, but this MF, let's just say she's not getting younger in this game.
Yeah. Now it's going to teleport in. Trimmick could be in trouble. Gets the speed up from the Molten Shield.
Rush out. Get out of there.
Gross. That's going to lock him up. Covered in cats and put in the bin. Down goes Showmaker. It does take a bit of time. Does do a bit of damage there as well. But the Showmaker for inhibitor turret trade is one that scholars actually come to a determination of. They have said, in fact, getting the inhibitor in the mid lane.
When you call the Bros Terminators, they'll throw in an extra inhibitor as well.
Yeah, I guess that's how it works. They got a good coupon on that one as Lucian gets himself out. The bullet time, it's not bullet time. It's time for something else. Maybe it's game 4 time. For the Bros.
D-Plus called in the first 15 minutes, right after that ad.
Yeah.
And that is a bounty going over to Morgan. That's something. But my Pro Leaf is not very strong right now in this third game, Atlas.
Dwindling to say the least, Wolf. As DK do manage to take down another inhibitor turret. The Baron has spawned as DK swings back to the Fog of War. They're going to buy some items.
You know, I think when I told the Illegal Legends guys and the SK gods trying to catch the group was I said I wanted a close back and forth series. I meant close games in the series, not just like one team stops, next team stops, next team stops. Like, I don't understand. Shield, you may trust, you doesn't care about your chicken buckets. Good to get close when it's not at all.
It's not quite going to work. Maybe with the Humberly dash his way out of there. This is going to help. Going to get some help from Amy to take down Rebel.
And it's just one-sided blue side games one after the other here. And this time D-Plus are doing it again.
There is
Great call.
There is some learning to be done though, this time around.
Don't blind Trundle.
Yeah, and also don't randomly fumble a team fight.
Yeah, that's also a problem.
If DK follows that, then I think that we're going to go back to a space that has a Chronicler on it that isn't looking quite as stressed. If we get another one of these things where we're, meandering around the Baron and barrel ults in air, and then the Bros just steal it away or something like that against this massive 7.6k gold lead, then that could be a real problem. So this, though, is not looking like it's going to be a problem.
The game state makes this a little bit unfair, but I want everyone to see Hype has IE, okay?
Yeah.
Aiming does have, a 3,400 gold lead, an extra arm guard, and master shoot and all that, but let's like not talk about the individual match. Let's just say, like, look, it's a 2.5 item as Fortune. Maybe she can do something this fight. Let's see what she does in these upcoming fights, if anything, in this draft.
Baron would go in there, wouldn't he?
He would.
Aiming is going to be alongside him. Lucid there as well. He really wants to kill Closer. He might be able to do so, but the to the next game in this series, but the pros are never to be counted out. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space going to break that one down. Then we'll have the fourth game, and then hopefully the fifth after that. You're on! You're on!
Disguise may have just found their moment on the back of who he's round. Catching up when they need him most.
K2已经拖下时间，杀狗招生的撞墙了，兵哥想力挽狂澜，不是人类疯狂怪人阿比，但只有俊伟在帮他，还有一个满 L 倒了，姐姐下个一有马闪现 Q， 但没有 Q 到墙上，没有晕，吃了一个快刀简单，杰克起来也掉得很快，阿比换了一个金身，来个过来一个闪现 Q， 杰克直接跟两个人拖，对面根本要去刷 Q 位，直接 PA 发射危机连串的凑上来拿到一个triple，关键时候的一个闪 Q 啊！
Entrada
themselves any favor in draft. If they do fall behind, it's going to be really rough. I was thinking like at least like MF is a strong lane into the Kai'Sa, so maybe there's potential there. But as soon as they fell behind, I was like, this game is so.
Yeah, that's what I'm a little worried about. The last draft where they won felt like they borrowed the homework from being KPFX. So the ones that they've came up with their own answers hasn't quite worked out too much yet. If you ever wanted to see what it looks like to subjugate a Zed as a trundle, well, we've got you covered here in front of the multiple plays that Lucid was able to make on Zed.
We also do see that Lucid was able to play us through jungle, get very early back into the change. But it was this kill that kind of set him off, and from that point on he was just aggressively pushing his thing. And kind of with Atlas that I think that Lucid has to attack best like the duelist, right? And things like Lee, things like Zinzao. Zed is kind of a different flavor of jungle because if you don't assassinate the targets, you don't offer a lot. Fortunately for the K fans, in this game he showed what happened. When the Zed does get ad, as Oaks highlighted, I think this was always going to be a drop, so if DK does get ad, there's a counterplay, because you just get to blow off targets on Muff. There is a counterplay on the cross map, because you're not going to be able to back game from.
All those fights there seem so unfair in this bundle. He's running into, if he's going to lose the fight, he can just get away and then he can obviously re-engage and look behind him. DMF just dives up all the 80 carries. MF feels so unplayable into Zed. If Zed is fed and you're playing MF, it is an FF, turn the monitor off, just leave the game sort of angle.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the idea behind the draft is like, all right, let's get into like Drake 2 fight, you know, around 12 club items. D+ didn't allow that even to happen here against the Bros, and then it was truly there at the Otacon, the top side of the map, where we get to see one of the best items in League of Legends. Now, the game was kind of over,
but we didn't want to go with this type of clutch show with this beautiful fight for the ball.
I mean, the thing with when bordering for his strong, Apex uses and Sundered Sky as well, especially when it's really find windows to get all that healing. It's just kind of absurd. The big green is coming through. And for a comp that lacks damage, you're never cutting through this. Like, you need all 5 of your members focusing him down, and even then, that just means he has more targets because there's so many melee targets on the composition, more people he can heal off. So, yeah, there was no answer.
Yeah, we did have hype by several times, so that is obviously changed. And again, want to echo the stuff you're saying as well. Shio in particular was someone that really struggled in their final series against B&K, was one of the big reasons I think why that game 5 fell apart so quickly. Both because he had a really bad laning phase and the rest of the team wasn't able to cover for when there was repeated attention. I do think that it's been very blue side favored, and the drops have played such a big part. I think that both these teams need to embrace the fact that we said it yesterday as well, just play something simple, as that is actually a really big deal. We are getting deeper into Fearless, so matches will get a lot more lopsided. The blue side has been heavily favored.
Yeah, interesting. We've had situations before where teams opted in the red side, often favoring when you really want to lean into counter, getting good lane matchups, but I feel like that wasn't really the issue with the last draft in terms of those. I will say that obviously the jungle matchup was something that wasn't really favorable, but I don't think that was obviously something that came down to side.
Sejuani. So, if we're looking at our jungle pool from what has been played so far here in the play-ins, Sejuani, Skarner, and Nocturne are the only ones that are really sitting in that, like, A to B tier.
Sure. Then you have other deep picks like the AP jumpers that we haven't seen in the LCK. You have the Houston, the Diego that's still relatively valuable. I don't think we've seen someone to play that yet in this series, but he's certainly could try for it. He's on the top. I think all the tools that help power that pick are gone. They were definitely going to ban his ear here no matter what. But yeah, like we discussed some other potential picks here because the money is gone. Something like the Jax. The other top lane picks that are kind of interesting and still available, like Jace, that we've seen rising in popularity. So yeah, the Yorick you mentioned for Morgan always sticks out like a sore thumb. And I mean, there's no Sejuani here now. Picks like the Jax go down and Clarity was banned in the previous game. Interesting. Saying I don't want to deal with any of those AP jungle shenanigans.
I wonder what this indicates as far as the first pick is concerned. Tristana often picked into Gallium. Obviously, that was played in the last game, so it was banned away.
Because I think maybe trying to deny some sort of, red side and the AP jungle pick, maybe. Yeah, because they will also be taken away. Pantheon is off as a global pick, and that is, I think, part of what this Tristana ban was trying to say.
Okay, well, they're going to pick Pantheon. The jungle question mark that I had written down is now going to be somewhat solved to one side of the rift. But Croco, I mean, right now it's like Nocturne or Skarner. And of course, Nocturne can kind of handle global pressure a little bit by turning off the lines and dash it over to someone. But I don't know whether it's got the same amount of synergy alongside it without the Orianas there and things like this.
Or that a really strong side.
Well, the Yarn wasn't banned.
So we picked Red Side instead of Jarvan and maybe Sivir.
For some reason, I completely blanked. It's actually a decent
Well, they didn't pick it last time when it was a pretty obvious and free choice, but this time they do lock it in. Sivir, pretty strong in the Pantheon, pretty strong wave clear. You don't have necessarily a strong level of terrible team here. The Rise is gone.
Terry Lulu, we're just going to slam it.
I think we could.
Or you can go a different direction, which is to show us your Draven.
I don't know about picking Draven and choosing Jarvan.
Yeah,
I think this is not actually a serious thing, but I hope it could be.
very obvious.
Very is so easy.
Yeah, this is what we were kind of expecting. And yeah, so they do just slam Terry Lulu. As it turns out,
Nico is up
we were
though,
right.
so this is not a free win lane for the Lulu as it often has been.
That's kind of crazy that that slipped my mind as well. Okay, let's get it together. That is a very good on the red side.
It's a strong pick with the Jarvan. I was wondering if there was any other big pick that's high prio enough here to grab in this case instead. And like D plus Tia knew they wanted the Lulu because it helps follow up on Pantheon engage, helps keep this area alive, it helps you in lane, but you're going to be laying into the Nico no matter what, assuming there wasn't some crazy pick here for closer that I was kind of thinking maybe D plus were expecting when they let that one through. End of the day though, it's not going to be the case, as not a missed ban, I hope.
Well, it is going to be the Gnar. Oh, so
yeah, we know that.
Ban Gwen.
Yeah, I mean Gwen is so strong in this situation with the Sivir, right? Like,
yeah,
and you don't want them to have their hands on it, but you have pick priority here, as you know the Pantheon plus the Gwen is so incredibly powerful.
Victor is going to continue to be banned away here. An interesting one.
What else do they decide to ban here? Like the Jax value is pretty low. Jace, if you want to play the Gwen, feels like a pretty good champ to take away to protect it. But then they might just ban the Gwen in that final spot.
I wouldn't mind a Jax ban. Or, England to pick that one up themselves. But you could ban it away and really put yourself in a position to be able to play the Gwen. The Yorick is going to be taken off the board as Morgan's like, if I'm going to play Gwen and I then don't get to play Yorick, then neither do you.
If they ban Gwen, maybe you just go Camille.
Oh god, flashbacks.
Yeah, I mean, Morgan has played it in some very pivotal best of fives.
Oh, I was talking about Shoot. Yeah, no, I like it for the pros. That's a better angle.
Yeah, no, if they get their hands on, you're in trouble, but somebody's got to lock down this area, right? And Cassiopeia instead. That has been one of Closer's favorites, usually into the Rise.
Someone remind Showmaker that this is Fearless, and the Rise has been already picked.
So if you go for Gwen, you have side lane power. With the wave clear you have in mid, you can kind of just control tempo on the map. If you go for something like Camille, you just kill Zeri. Like, that's your game plan. You get on top of Zeri, you kill Zeri, you hope that is what is going to happen in every single fight. If you go Cassante, you get neither. And you just hope for front-to-back team fights with your Sivir later, and you go, I'm just gonna let this game go late and hope for the best.
Oh, okay. I'm not entirely sold on the Cassante lock-in here, as Gragas is the hover. Interesting.
Well, the Narban I thought was for Gwen, but it was for this instead, I suppose. The Gragas is interesting. Showmaker LeBlanc.
There we go.
I mentioned it earlier on in the series. That's one that you can definitely pop off and carry on. I'm not seeing a ton of frontline for the Seri in this draft, but hold on, we'll wait and see. Like, Shiyu, it's not certainly not a warning.
It's an Olaf.
He's just gonna play Gragas.
They're just gonna play Gragas, okay. And honestly, Gragas into Nico feels pretty good, especially if you can read where she's going to be. This could also work.
This is
pretty good at killing tanks, right? But instead, the Jax is what they're going to consider.
Yeah.
That does add some frontline. And there are some champions that do like to auto-attack in this game. That's an Akali lock-in. Closer has decided that this is how, this is do or die, right? He's going to have a good time.
This game is going to be a close game, I think, Atlas. This is not going to be a one-sided game, I think. Because this game has two insanely strong scaling elements with the Sivir and the Zeri that you want to play through. There's a lot of explosive pieces on the top side of both these comps, so the LeBlanc and the Akali, right? And then the Pantheon that can follow up so easily on any sort of aggression the LeBlanc brings through. If you get first turret early on in the game, like D plus Kia, have so much agency. Honestly, whoever gets first turret is going to have such a good time. Matching the wave clear for the Sivir is going to be a bit of an issue, I would say, for the side of D plus and the Zeri. I think both of these drafts aren't really what we would call standard compositions. They aren't simple to play. They're both hard to play. So I do think that if we have a team take a 5,000 gold lead, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, by the way. You know, like, this is the kind of game where all it takes is one swing on a late game team fight, one crazy LeBlanc pick from Showmaker, and you're right back in it.
I'm very intrigued about how both of these compositions are going to function. I can see how D+ want to be playing this one out, but it could also be very, very scary if the LeBlanc starts to fall behind, if the Pantheon doesn't find the value. And on this side, certainly the Akali is going to be a little bit of a risk. Cassante being some ups and downs. Let's get under the rift, see what happens. Game number 4. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 4. And on screen at the very beginning, didn't really want to talk about this, but Beryl's been having a rough day. And now he's playing Lulu again. And last time he did that, it wasn't great.
Yeah, can we get the style of the lower third of the last time Beryl played Lulu?
No, let's not do that. As Beryl's just going to face check Morgan, Polo, and Hype. As sometimes...
I wouldn't even call that a caster curse. That's just like a caster truth.
I think that was a caster prediction.
Yeah, an accurate caster prediction as well.
Sometimes you like it when your point gets proven. That time, I didn't like it when my point got proven. As Ward does go down,
it's really
on top of Bro's Ward.
Like, at the end of the day, it is technically an even trade of summoners, but the Flash more valuable than both secondary summoners for Hype and Paulo, and you know, it's a big win here for the side of a matchup where it can get a little bit out of hand if the Nico's able to add more cloak damage in. This matchup also very fun to watch, very rare to see both of these mid laners that are more assassin-based and less supportive.
Yeah, a lot of burst potential on both sides. I feel like a lot of finesse in these fights as well, as Showmaker should have a fair bit of agency early, but obviously we know that Akali just wants to live as the game goes on.
This is the kind of D+ draft where you can just kind of say, forget team fights, forget team comp synergy, we've got a lot of comfort here, and we have big outplay potential, and individual players can pop off, even if our team fights 5v5s aren't that clean, doesn't matter, Showmaker finishes with Matthias, you know?
A shield a little bit based on where the minions were. But as you can see, things very, very even between our two top laners at this stage of the game. Shield is going to immediately be teleporting back to that wave to try and put that pressure on once again. Teleport going to follow there from Morgan, so no real advantage one way or the other. As far as that is concerned, and Lucid back in his jungle is going to continue to clear the able to get rid of this top side now. Go back to this lane here. Neither is it back to initial items here. It's harder and harder for Closer, obviously. One back as soon as he can. Still seeing this one with Thorn Shield. Health advantage here is slightly going in favor of Bro. That barrel does find it when he's at about 300 health though, and now they're healing to try and catch up. Mullen. Yeah, that was rough because he looked a bit like a sitting duck. Molly was getting ignored, but unfortunately, not to hit that. Yeah, if you hit that, it's a completely different story. He has to heal. And Barrel's about to have his flashback, so he's not doing great here. And hopefully, Barrel has flashbacks to a winning world. That's what I'd like to see instead of flashbacks to previous games in this series. That was I think this lane is going to make relatively even out from here, unless someone makes a big mistake. We are looking to see it. Apollo hits big snare. Spell's getting a ton of value here. As Lucid is coming over, but like so is Quaco. It's the same play. It's exactly the same play all over again. This time though, Lucid is going to have that advantage because his mid laner is roaming down. Stroll going to get cleared out as Lucid. He's the one that face checks, immediately finds the stun on the Quaco. Here to hell. Yeah, Black does have to be burned here. Showmaker does put him on a leash. Now Closer finding a bit of an angle. Connects the shuriken backflip, but decides to not dive into 4 people. To be honest, I respect it for it. This might be like the most damage done in the first 7 minutes of a game, resulting in no kills. This is actually the same amount of fighting here on the bottom side of the map. Nothing goes eventually. Flame that you're seeing in the small gold lead that D+ currently have. Trying to be charging up that counter-strike. Let's have access to the all-out. He's actually winning on a lot of these health grades. Looking pretty good on the Cassante, pretty good for containing the pressure here. Lucid's so close to 6. Yeah, like he is 6 though. Morgan is going to regret when he's now. Well, actually just decided that's enough pressure in the top, so I will take the opportunity back with the lane swapping Titan into the top lane. And the next big fight seems like it's going to end up eventuating on the Grubs. How everyone is posturing right now. 15 seconds until they spawn. Closer's gotten out of the toughest part of this lane and starting to get to that far here. 5-point strike going to be enough then. Please get the Closer. We will see both top laners just trying to start this off. We do have an immediate rotation over them. All was like one ward if they took the XP away from the stake. Goes to their 6. Yeah, 3 points down. There's the grand stop ball. Olu does find the knockup though, and immediately Lucid is taken down so incredibly low. The first blood goes over to Showmaker. Finally, Closer's able to lock that one down. Just presses R on the Pantheon. But has to use it to get himself out, and now DK with control of the area. Now we've got some ults flying out on the bottom side as well, as she with some fancy footwork is able to avoid Morgan. But Morgan didn't actually go all out in that play. This does not quite get hit by that shuriken on the back flip, but still going to be able to push this lane up into the top side. Only one grub was secured, and that was for Bro. Otherwise, the trade of kills on the junglers, mid laners wanting to receive them. The Showmaker's in trouble. Yeah, those are actually going to be able to find an angle here as he does go into his trap. But Lucid found him. Now Showmaker having to flash away from the Akali, who does have the passive prepped, and there it is. Solo kill for Closer. And Lucid may not actually win this one as the Shuriken backflip is going to connect. And Lucid gives him a good old thumbs up as he swings into into the jungle, not wanting to go for the 1v1. But in the meantime, Rocco is on the dragon, and Lucid's just going to have
Errol, I don't know about if you really want to find an Akali here.
Oh, he does find him regardless. As 2 seconds, Showmaker is now back up again as he's just dead. So that is going to be an execution. No kill going over the barrel this time around.
Wasn't any reason on for like where Lucid was there. Otherwise, you can obviously would have tried maybe do something different there. And he was looking for the execute instantly. He's like, I don't know if they're following me. By the tail, actually just goes for the execute and will get away with it. But that's a big swing of gold over to this Akali that has the dash cannon online and do have those first items here for both mid laners. Yeah. Everything else here just continues to be a very close game. 2 grubs do get picked up here eventually for D+ after it as, Xiu.
She was kind of looking for it. It's kind of crazy. Health bar pretty low.
He did have advantage.
Grandmaster's Might is up and about once again. Yeah, looking to make his way in. There's the Cataclysm to start it off. He does get stunned, but thankfully he gets the flag and drag out of there.
That was, unfortunately for Croco, a Jax under turrets.
Yeah.
I like the idea, but that oldness doesn't do that much damage yet. Lucid actually coming down here, I thought maybe he would make a play here, but doesn't quite have his ultimate back. Oh, just yet.
Okay, here comes Showmaker. There's the Wild Growth engage from Beryl. Pop Blossom going to pick up the Lulu, but Hype is in no position to deal damage. Aiming, locking down the kill with the Shuriken backflip, doesn't connect onto the Zeri. Perfect executions, exactly that though, from Closer as Morgan's underneath the turret. Showmaker, I don't know whether he's going to be making his way out of this one. He's going to see what he can do as he goes back to the ulti, but there's just too many here. And Lucid, way too late. As Morgan can tank this one up for long enough. Closer actually picks up the aggro. I thought Morgan was definitely dead there, but it's a bloodbath, but one in favor of the Bros.
Xiu gets a little bit of extra time down there, but don't ever underestimate the Bros. They're ready to scrap. They're down to scrap. Sometimes they sit back and brew, but if you think you're going to TP flank and they won't show up to answer, think again. Let's go all the way back to this play here earlier with Closer. He's able to phenomenally follow here. Knows that he has enough damage here on the Showmaker. Lucid cannot actually follow once the stun is down. And ends up having the passive Frank gets to the kill and then decides to execute himself. We know what happens after this. I don't know if we really need to watch all of these. He knows that Lucid can't actually kill him, but he doesn't want to go on the Shuriken because the stun is prepped with stacks there. And then over here, Showmaker goes in and it feels like, okay, this is going to make sense. It's definitely going to work. But Closer also TPs and follow. He dies first. Closer misses the backflip, but he does not care. With Morgan here, it's just a sick play. Honestly, bro, really just calling out the bluff. And yeah, you think that flank is enough, but if we actually have more members here, we win this. And the Pantheon ult comes through so late, just instantly knocked up. Nothing he can do.
Really, really nicely done there by the Bros. And showing that power of friendship can actually win you games. Everyone getting involved, getting in there together. And there is now a gold advantage for Closer, sitting up by about 400, even though the CS deficit is quite large.
The game is still, I think, pretty dead even, but when you have one of these explosive mids starting to pull ahead, the outplay potential becomes kind of insane. And, you know, Showmaker did get a small lead in the early parts of this matchup, but now it's still Closer really, really scary, right? And we see that Herald spawn in 2 minutes time. I think it's going to be incredibly high value for either of these teams to pick it up because of taking that big turret off the map, meaning that these assassins mid laners have so much more agency, so much more big potential, so much more flank potential. Especially in Showmaker's case off of LeBlanc. But even the Akali is no love. The extra power if he gets there.
Yep. And the fact that Morgan gets a couple of kills kind of bailed it out. As you can see, the gold lead is minuscule with Xante, but the CS odds is about 20 at this point in time. It's like 3 waves in favor of Xiu. It is a bit of a big deal, but has been mitigated by that last play. As Closer in a side lane, going to be a very scary prospect. Tanglebob's not connecting here by Polo. As we know, the Nico can be an absolute monster in setting up some fights, but can also, like, if you whip, he can sometimes just explode. And Polo has been from there. So, Showmaker, unfortunate.
Very volatile at game state here because, like, the Zeri is ready to pop off in a team fight. You have so much setup here for her, and you also have Showmaker who can threaten the back line as you have a maybe needs to be a little careful. I'll go for still fishing for a little more.
a Dragon opportunity as well if they'd like to go there, but I think making something out of this pressure that they've put together is
Kind of just made a lot of great small plays and then said, okay, we'll back down. And so Bro are going to be doing it phenomenally without how they played because they had so many disadvantages after that exchange. Bronco is going to go straight to Dragon here. Question mark James on the Herald because neither team has vision. People do not know about this Dragon take or anything like that, so they're completely blind right now. And in fact, Bro look like they're just going to get this Dragon for free, and because D+ don't have vision on Herald, they're like, just gonna maybe lose both, you know? Like, Bro get this one, they can actually go up and contest the top side.
Yeah, this is actually really well played by the Bros. DK not really worried about Dragons at this stage of the game, I guess. And when you've got a Zeri, I mean, she's kind of the win condition. You don't need to worry as much about it as she going to walk up a little bit late. It is going to be an Infernal Soul.
Double Dragon on the high roll here for Bro.
Yeah, feeling good. Also, if DK can stack up 4 of these, they will not have any issues with damage. Let's just say that.
True. That is very true. As Shiu here really continuing to put pressure on this Cassante, but if he doesn't get kill pressure, it's a really long time to wear down that turret. But he might be able to do it on this next push.
How aggressive Barrel is positioned. It makes me nervous.
If Shiu gets this turret, it's feats of strength, by the way, which is kind of crazy. 16 minutes into the game, 17 minutes in.
Yeah, getting pretty late, actually. One more objective for the Bros. So, like you were talking about, if this Herald is going to get contested, you best hope that, okay, in goes aiming, finding an angle here is Hype. One more order, the flash does get aiming in there. The wild growth to keep him alive. Can he skate his way out? Does he even want to get out? As he gets so much of his health back. And DK find a pivotal fight just before the potential Herald.
That's just such a massive play there from aiming and Barrel, and they're looking for more!
Oh, in goes Showmaker, just surfs his way through. That is going to guarantee the Herald, and maybe even more.
LeBlanc has long been kind of considered a counterpick for Nico because of her ability to catch her on flanks and to hunt her down, but this is really not the reason. This is just full map control, full topside control of the lane there, and Showmaker finds a straight Palu and takes him out. It's a ton of gold, inconsequential on the objective because they were going to get that no matter what, but Showmaker getting that extra bonus is so massive here for D+. As look at this collapse here onto Hype. He is able to spell shield initially, but that means he gets stunned here even with the buffer with the flash, and then the wild growth here to keep aiming alive. There is no more lockdown for the Zeri, and then Palu here. He knows Showmaker clears this ward, he stays, dies.
Yeah, I think it was just a distortion, mimic distortion, and he's dead. So a little bit unfortunate there for Palu. We mentioned Palu is going to be so important for the Bros if they're going to get us to that game number 5. And that is 2 items now done for the Zeri. Certification question mark. I mean, it was looking a little bit dire.
I mean, I considered it for sure.
No,
I'm gonna try to look for it.
He did.
Got it. And then calls to go for Herald, which they did secure, and will secure the mid turret, which is scary because LeBlanc got that bonus kill, and now there's no turret in the mid lane, or there won't be once they decide to destroy it with the Herald.
And now, next objective for either team is going to be feats of strength. So that is a whole lot of fun. See who's going to be able to lock it down. So far, Dragons have belonged to the Bros, but this time, DK, I don't think they're just going to give up Soul Point for free.
No, I don't think so. And the mid turret being down also really helps them set up for plyo for any objective on the map. And this is a Sivir who just lost mid turret. That's not what you want to be doing in this combat. That's really a big way to describe this game state is the fact that Hype's just been kind of hanging out, trying to defend a turret, sitting under turret.
Yeah. And now 1-3-1, right? It's not something we've really spoken about yet, but LeBlanc and Jax with side lane support in a Pantheon, even the mobility of a Zeri who can actually skate over a lot of walls to get her way into the action if there is going to be some sort of skirmish.
I mean, they have 2 grubs, it's not 3, but it's still a lot of extra damage for these 2 champions that are winning both of their side lane matchups right now.
Yeah, and will continue to do so, right? It's not like later in the game Cassante will be able to beat Jax in a side lane. That's just never what is going to happen.
It's not a thing, and the Jarvan can only pick 1, whereas the Pantheon can impact basically 2 at the same time. I think the way back into this game for Bro is just a really big combo here with Palu and Croco.
But I think it has to be team fights, and it has to be aiming, getting singled out, all-outed, destroyed, and then they win the fight, right? Their chase down is actually incredible, right? With Siva, Akali, like there's so much mobility there, and lockdown with the Jarvan.
I think though in onto aiming, and Showmaker's just waiting. He just also kills Hype 1v1, and then you're like, oh, that's kind of problematic. And then Jax either takes over the fight, and you trade 80 carries so the fight slows down, and Shiu's in the side lane killing your turrets, you know? The game state here is so tough for Bro, and if you could describe those fights, okay, this could be a scenario where...
Well, oh, wait! Yeah, Closer going to be able to find him here. And aiming is really dead.
Okay, well,
why was he there?
Caster Curse, maybe?
Yeah,
Caster Blessing for Bro, maybe?
I'm still not...
He's like, I'm Zeri. I'm like, well, there is Nikali over there, though. That's a 4th kill for Closer.
Yep, I think scholars are still asking the question.
That's right, but more so point, by the way, like...
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm 15 seconds until aiming is back up again, and they know now that they cannot contest for this. So that is feats of strength and the kill onto the Zeri. A whole lot of tempo and momentum back in the favor of the Bros.
I mean, just suddenly off of a pick like that, and I can hear Chronicler's voice from here. I can hear Caedrel's voice from here. That's not the pick you wanted to be giving over. Now, they're going to turn this into an Otacon take here on the top side. Closer has TP. Morgan has TP. But I think
have no vision. They have done no homework.
They just don't have any vision here whatsoever. I think they simply have to give this up.
Well, she was going to teleport in.
Okay, they're going to commit to a late contest, but it's just way too late.
Yeah, no, it's not a contest. They do know, so they can
watch. They're going to check it out.
Yeah, so feats of strength did go over to the Bros, but the Otacon picked up here by DK, back on the horse once again. And aiming, just like to see him not randomly in the middle of nowhere for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah. Look at some of the advantages in XP that come through, like both Shiu and aiming get a full level lead. Same with Barrel. Bro, not a pedal to their name.
Oh god, it's 33-0?
Not a single one.
How do you not get any?
Yeah, it has to be like, you just don't like flowers, I guess.
I mean, the generosity of the Bros, man.
They are kind of get this turret in the bottom lane. The gold is still relatively even. And I still think the same problems that existed in the last time we asked this question, like before this happened, is how do you kill Zeri? Like, this is one way. If Zeri just walks in here, by the way, look at the map. There is nobody here. Like, Shiu, I guess.
She is just like, oh, I was just getting the Cinder.
Like,
see ya.
Like, he put the control ward up there. I don't know. But you don't get that opportunity twice, surely, right? Like, aiming's not going to do that again, so you still have to solve for Zeri.
Oh, do not tempt fate like that, Wolf. I know we want 5 games.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do. That's kind of why I'm, like, trying to figure out how Bro can kill him. 'Cause I don't think he does that twice, and now you have to, like, you've got soul point, but it's soul point. You have to get the soul. You have to win the next fight. You actually have to win an objective here. Down on XP because of the pedals, down on map control.
I think aiming is killable. In, like, the Bro comp does have the tools, right? Pop Blossom's there, All Out is there, Morgan can hold down aiming so that Hype can get the damage. Closer has a lot of burst. If they are able to get initial CC onto the Zeri, they will be able to kill her. The problem is, maybe Showmaker just kills them. Maybe Shiu is going to be too much of a problem in the backline as well. And
it's a lot of ifs, you know?
Yeah, this is actually the type of Zeri comp that I really like. One that has extra threats. And DK certainly do have that. Like, this is triple threat comp, and Lucid's also pretty strong.
Yeah, it's so scary because Deep and Fearless, like, you know, it's hard to draft into the Zeri. D+ were like, yeah, you want Silver, you want Wave Clear, I'll just take the Zeri, I'll take the team fight. And they got a lead in this game, albeit slight in gold, and they are down 3 dragons. I think the scaling really favors them because they have so much map control. Like, look at the mini-map and tell me that Bro have an opportunity. Crocus finding one!
Yeah, Croco gets him. The Pop Blossom comes down, but aiming just tops the wall. He does have to ghost, has to use flash, gets the wild growth. Lucid also has to flash, but that was his fault, I guess, as now he's going to dive on top of Hype. Now he's dead, though. Hype going to be able to lock down that kill.
Okay, use the Zeri to kill the Pantheon. I got it. Yeah, that's the strat. In this case, aiming caught again, but this time it's Croco who sets it up, and...
All right, Closer. Dashing on in. My whole brain is kind of a question mark thing right now.
Yeah, I mean, aiming lived, but he doesn't have sums now, so now follow-up picks are potentially going to be massive. He won't have that flash for the dragon fight. Baron is also up here. We are 25 minutes into the game now, but I think either team is interested in that right now. I think the dragon is 100% where all eyes will be. Neither team has really any vision set up there. Bro has like one ward kind of in the area, but top laners here with TP. a 5v5 fight that may actually be game deciding, and if D+ win, it could be series deciding. As they will show up for it. They're not going to give Infernal Soul over to this Akali, over to this Civ, or...
Yeah, you would hope not. And they also want to be going for fights, right? I mean, they probably do want an extra item on aiming, but right now it's item parity between himself and the Sivir.
Is he picking it up right now? He might actually have enough money.
If it's IE, then...
It is.
Yeah, that is perfect timing here. We'll see when the hype can actually get there before this dragon does spawn in 35 seconds time.
Like, this is it, like the miracle run for the bros we talked about after they barely beat DRX. If they get completely crushed here, I think that is all your hopes of that World Championship down the drain, that LCK Championship down the drain.
I mean, they can give this dragon though, right? They have 3 dragons in pocket. There is plenty of time here for the bros.
I just think they don't want to give any more scaling over to this area. They want to get this and get the longevity from it right now.
Showmaker, they'll get the spell shield out from Hive. Shield on a flank angle though, as Morgan immediately turns onto him. Showmaker going to try and stop the follow-up, but he still gets pulled back on the hunt. Going to come on through here as Showmaker gives Shiu a target, but it's not exactly the greatest. Now Morgan looking for an angle as the dragon has been pulled out. A fight on multiple fronts now, but Hype gets back to the rest of the 3. Showmaker continuing to be annoying though, and Morgan is put on a leash. Showmaker's taking Morgan for a walk. And okay, now Lucid and Croco battling it out. It's going to be about this fight to see whether the Infernal Soul's coming in. But the Zeri's already starting to pop off. Morgan going to go down. It's a bloodbath. They get the Infernal Soul, but they get nothing else. And Croco going to try and make his way out with his life, but I just don't think it's going to work as Showmaker connects the chains. Down he will go. That's the ace. And now let's see what DK can go. Can they just win the game?
I think so. I think it's just done. They went for the fight. They went for the collapse, but Showmaker said no, and D+ continue the run, keeping their chances alive here. Bro, no one to respawn. And I suppose here in Game 4, Digon, it's truly Brover.
It is unfortunately Brover for this year, but remember, we will have a plan. That Brotax will still make it. As DK, they will too. Now up against Nongshim for that last spot in the playoffs. DK keep themselves alive.
DK make it to the final day of play-ins tomorrow, keeping their chances and hopes alive. This team that has always shown up at the end of the year to the World Championship. Results haven't always been lifting the trophy, but for Barrel it was at least twice across 2 different teams. But for Bros, the year ends here. One final fight for Dragon. They look to try to collapse on that flank. Shiu deletes Hype from the fight, gets on top of him and takes him out. And I think for player of the match here, you've got multiple different options. Insane performances from Lucid. Shiu having, outside of the tank game, a pretty great day today. Showmakers, LeBlanc, pretty insane. And yeah, man, I mean, the consistency he showed across the series might get a few votes as well.
I would agree. I think, like, I'm a bit sad that Lucid's Pantheon performance wasn't fantastic. But his Zed, man, maybe he just deserves POM just for how well he played in that game. Aiming, like you say, I mean, the Varus was very forgettable, but outside of that, Killer Instinct on the Kai'Sa looking pretty impressive.
Was that just showcasing that Barrel left already?
Yeah, that might have been it.
I guess that's what that was. You can see Showmaker clasp his hands together and bow to the crowd because I think he knows that fans are not happy with D+'s performance overall this year. You know, it's the worst year they've ever had.
There's also a long way to go, right? Like, we're not celebrating just yet because they have to take down a Legend Group team if they want to make this happen.
When I see a player like Showmaker pop off on LeBlanc in a game like this, sure, there were some mistakes, like this did happen, but he pops off, his team wins a very pivotal series, and instead of showboating, instead of doing a ceremony, he respectfully clasps his hands and bows to the crowd. That's class right there, and that's...
I mean, unless that was just something a football player has done recently.
No, Alice, it's class, okay? Come on, let me have this one.
I want to let you have that one, Ben. You're probably right. It might be...
Damn it, Alice, I was like...
the narrative, oh my God, Showmaker's so respectful.
Hey, dude, it could still be it.
He hates Cassante, beat Cassante in this game, let him have somebody who's had a tough time.
Yeah, he finally does manage to get a bit of added revenge.
It's probably a FIFA thing.
Damn it.
Yeah, this was an aiming thing, though. And honestly, I do feel like aiming, it was like the game was won and lost on the back of this guy.
Every single player had a really bad game in this series.
Yeah, right.
Like, was okay, kind of.
No.
No, it really wasn't. But I'll spoil it. I voted for Lucid. I thought he had a pretty good performance across the games, and the Zed performance in particular was so series-defining for me. I would agree with Trundle, so I went for Lucid.
He didn't abuse an item as well.
Look at Hype just die here.
Boom. The dash from aiming as well. Like we were talking about the fact that the Nico is so important for locking down the Zeri. Guess what? Didn't lock down the Zeri. And then Bro go for an age-old classic. The Soul for Nexus trade. We will have to ask them whether it was worth it after the series because Soul is pretty cool, but didn't actually work out in their favor.
I think for Bro, this was a pretty good year. The goal was obviously Worlds. They've said it many, many times. They wanted Bro to go to Worlds for the first time. They had a roster that on paper didn't look insanely strong, right? But they, I think, outperformed expectations. They did very well in the Rise group. Ultimately, this is the end, and Lucid will pick up POM. His Wukong was pretty good. His Zen was series-defining for me.
Yeah, the Pantheon was Pantheon. It was absolutely fine, but outside of that, I think Lucid's probably the pretty obvious choice for 11, 1, and 4 on the Zed. I'd say not bad. Not bad at all there from the young player. And the biggest thing that we want to take away is the fact that he is in contention for that, right? Because later on in these series, Lucid and Shield have been falling apart. They know we keep harping on about it, but that's what they needed to improve, and it improved in today's series. And we're looking forward to tomorrow, right? They have to back up their things, but then immediately come back and try and take down Nongshim to get that last spot in the playoffs. So, I mean, you have to keep that form up. And that's probably why, like you were saying, we're not getting big celebrations here because the work is only half done.
It's only half done. I think some parts of Shio's play there still plaguing him, but maybe they know, just don't put him on a tank. Maybe they know that that's the way. Maybe they just don't do that, and D+ get the win tomorrow.
Yep, that could be the way to do it. But man, I don't. It's hard to know how to feel at this particular point in time, right? Because you want to celebrate D+, but they haven't made it yet. Like,
no, I know.
There's still one more game to play, and Nongshim, they managed to take down the Bros. It was a little bit more difficult, you could say, than it was here today for D+, but form on the day is something that we're always talking about when it comes to D+ Kia. Like tomorrow, they could just fall off a cliff.
I don't think Shiu topples King in tomorrow, but I'm kind of looking at the advantage I'm seeing from Lucid right now. I'm liking Showmaker's individual form, and then aiming versus Gio, that's as one side as can be. Lens versus Barrel, I mean, flip a coin.
That's the matchup I'm looking forward to, baby. That's like, we need to have that as the featured matchup going into tomorrow's series. Because who is going to do the most weird stuff? That's the biggest question. As looking forward to hearing from Lucid. And talking about like what the feedback was after their last match, definitely a lot of question marks. I think feedback definitely necessary for that Vi Ari Sion tragedy draft. And hopefully we are going to get some questions answered. So now it is time for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the post-match interview translation. The play-ins round 2 lower bracket with Showmaker and Lucid, the POM. Congratulations! Losing today meant that you are out of play-ins, and today was a must-win elimination match. Let's hear from the POM. How do you feel? Feels great to win. And I did not expect to get a POM, so that feels amazing. And how does it feel, Showmaker, to get that 3-1 victory and head over to the final round? You know, we had no other chance left to make it to the playoffs, so I was so desperate for today's win. I'm really glad that we're able to get it. And the negative history we guys have against the Bros could have been concerning, so was there any mental pressure today? I had zero mental pressure today. I think I just really tried to focus on thinking about what I need to do in the game. And Lucid, in the last round 1 match against BNK4X, what did you try to focus on refining after that defeat? Personally, during that series, I felt like I was hitting my low point. So I just really tried to get myself back up to focus on, keeping my condition at the top form, I think I'll have to really pull that form that I had today tomorrow as well. And today the analyst has pointed out how sharp your laning was, Showmaker. So personally looking back, are you satisfied about your laning phase? Now, aside from Game 4, I think I did really well during the laning phase. So yeah, I'm actually pretty happy about how my laning went. And Lucid, in Game 2, you guys picked RE5 comp, but it was an unfortunate loss. So what was the feedback like afterwards? And I think we made individual mistakes. And we just talked about, minimizing those mistakes and just keeping our head in the game and staying focused. And yeah, in Game 3, after that, your Zed jungle had such a fantastic game. You absolutely popped off. So against the Trundle, what advantage did you look for with Zed? I think it really depends on how proficient you are with Zed. And every time I brought out the Zed, I had lost, so I'm sure that my fans were quite worried. Says, you proved your Zed, let's not play that ever again. I plan on playing Zed tomorrow and next week if I get a chance to, and I promise you I'll do well. And back to Showmaker. In Game 4, you pulled out another one of your signature picks, LeBlanc, aka Showblock. So what made you pick her? Lately, in the mid lane, I felt like mid lane doesn't have as much influence now. And I was just trying to go over the list and see what actually might be viable, and that's why I picked LeBlanc. So, did she play out well? I feel like she has actually lost her touch too in the game. And in Game 4, it was pretty neck and neck, so the Akali was posing a big threat throughout the game. In the end, what do you think gave you the edge over for the win? In terms of the comp, I think the Akali in the game was threatening because of our mid lane. But just kidding. I think it's in the end we were able to pull off what we had in mind to pull off with the comp. Never mind. I will just tell you that Showblog was the one who gave us the edge to win. What do you think about that, Showmaker? I think he has a great read on the game. And tomorrow you will meet Nongshim Red Force with the playoffs ticket on the line. And it's been a while since you played them, so what do you think will be crucial? Tomorrow, one team will die. So I want to make sure that we are maintaining our utmost best condition and form. And this will be either we kill or we die. And what mindset do you have for the playoffs, Lucid? No, I don't think it makes sense for us to make it out or get eliminated. So I think I just want to make sure that we have a good mindset going in order to win. And what about any word to your fans? And we made it to the final rounds, you guys. And I think we're able to gather on more energy thanks to all your support. So I will make sure to try our best to make it to the playoffs. And that's the end of the interview with Showmaker and Lucid. Back to the space. Thank you.
Dear, I think that was some of your greatest work, letting us know that Lucid thinks one team will get eliminated tomorrow and Showmaker thinks one team will die. As if that's the case, the Bros are dead. The season is over. A 3-1 victory for D plus Kia, who looked deservedly better in this play-in lower bracket match. And it was Lucid who got the POM. A great job, well done here, Carl.
Yeah, and it's also clear that it's a moment for pride, because not even Orcs is bullying. That's we're giving Digon his space as I have to highlight specifically the Shiyu votes, given the second half of the series made sense. There were a lot of, I think all three of these votes to me were picked for different reasons. Lucid, I think, has the best individual game by far. The Z game was just absolutely ludicrous. Shiyu had a really good back half of the series, because I do actually think that particularly the Jax game, even though the KDA wasn't great, was really impressive. And then Showmaker's laning phase today was keeping down the one member of Pro that I think was performing up to standard.
I think it's a good spread, you know. I think it's what you'd expect coming out of the series. And I always like when we have different members performing and everyone gets a bit of a shout out coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get to the comments here from this series. Let's start with Wolf, who was on the cast saying, Lucid sees playoffs clearly in his sights. I like that one.
One series away now.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering what's going to happen tomorrow, because particularly given how good B&K looked, how Nongshim kind of look all over the place, but then you offset to that some of the moments that DK still had today, aiming is about in the mid-game. I don't know what some of the decision-making from DK was for the day, as obviously we know why I'm happy, right? We know what I'm going to be talking about. The real Lucid, the real Lucid fan thrives another day.
The real one. Honorable Harris.
Follow that one up, Orcs.
Well, you know, the actual, real Lucid Fan Club thrives another day. Don't believe his slander. Don't believe his lies.
Check the receipts.
Actual,
check the
real
right now.
Lucid Fan Club thriving.
I have
phenomenally
dating
good,
back
so
to
good.
2020.
You know what? You can just leave already.
I have signed photo cards. Do you have a picture of
genuine?
Lucid? Do you have a picture of
Lucid
Lucid?
Fan Club thriving. He's just trying to put this stuff together after the fact to try and make it up. You know, everyone knows correctly. You don't have to keep pretending. It's okay. Actual real. 2 words. Actual real. It's even capitalized. You can see it right there.
Imagine getting to thrive for another day. There it is. Chronicler with the real Lucid Fan Club thrives another day.
Actual real.
Actual real.
Yeah.
Lucid Fan Club thrives for a day. Chat, you can make your own decisions here.
No,
on
do
the
not make
real
your own
for the real.
decisions. Trust the facts.
You can do that.
Don't listen to the charlatan.
Wow, now he's trying to just use insults, right? This is very pathetic.
You're a scoundrel.
At no point did I insult your character. Now he's just, it's falling, it's very, a little sad, Chronicler. You know, I would never resort to those levels. I'm kind of hurt a little bit, Digon.
You're hurt?
I'm hurt after this.
Totally understand, but we have more comments to get to, so let's get to ponies. On January 28, 2005, Lucid was born. He will go on to lead D+ Kid. Pony always does a little bit of history references here.
I love he knows facts like this. You know what? He's welcome to join the actual real Lucid Fan Club.
Moving on. Great.
You're not going to invite him to the real
today, Oaks. Today is a serious occasion. The pros are eliminated. We can't use this day to bully me.
He's moving on, moving the conversation on. And now you're trying to bully Digon? This is horrible.
Look how sad he is. Hey, Lucid. I'd like to play Jungle Z as well. Can you help Helios, please? What else we got here?
Helios is on a mission this season.
He's just trying to
He has one job. He wants to get Elo.
Yeah.
Like, where is my LP?
You know what? He just wants to get help in general. Like, he's asking for help for a lot of different things. If you check out the Korean broadcast, you'll know what we're talking about. One more. A Z who can get the job done when it counts is not common. Obviously, Gogo runs into a lot of solo queues.
Funnily enough, that even kind of goes for Lucid. Some of his other games on Zed haven't really been this standout.
This guy's criticizing Lucid?
Ooh.
Wow. Okay, I mean, I thought this was a competition to see who was the real Lucid fan, but apparently,
What are you gonna do when I leave? What material are you gonna have left?
Well, I tell you what, I'll definitely have no competition as leader of the Lucid, the actual real Lucid fan club.
I kind of agree. Support through thick or thin, including when you get knocked out of the playoffs. And then finally, Showmaker, the soul of DK will not die. Prince with that comment. And again, Showmaker, as you guys have covered a lot, has not missed Worlds in his career.
Well, he did say that whoever loses tomorrow will die, specifically in the interview, so hopefully he won't die. But a lot of stakes on that match tomorrow.
Yeah, and for Showmaker in particular, I think that he has also been the player where the loss in form compared to what he's been previously has been very visibly shaken him the most, right? Someone like Barrow, we meme a lot about Barrow, but Barrow also has this, always has this air of just not being bothered. Where Showmaker's the opposite, right? He's very open about his struggles with trying to keep up the same level as a pro player, particularly as one that won World so early in his career. So I think the fact that he's still here in the lower bracket and struggling, I think is really inspiring.
Yeah, let's take a look at today's results. It was a 3-1 victory here for D plus Kia. One game for the Bros in game number 2, but they will continue on through the lower bracket in the play-ins. One more single elim match for them coming up against Nongshim tomorrow. Here's the predictions where Cloud Templar and Gogo hit it right on the nose. The Bro bias did not help the global broadcast. The Korean broadcast knew what it was. All of them were for D plus Kia. And they were the overdogs in predictions, but the underdogs in the favor.
We bro-leaved.
We did
bro-leave. I don't regret it one bit.
Neither do I. As we take a look at the updated bracket now, it is Nongshim and D plus Kia doing battle tomorrow for the final slot in playoffs, which means, take a look at the green there. 3-2 and 3-1. It's been a great year for the Bros. 2025, as we remember fondly, the hardware that was won, the Kespa Cup champions. They were part of the League of Legends champions career in 2025. Upsets against Gen G in the LCK Cup, and of course, a memorable T1 upset earlier in the year. It was a lot of upsets, including losing to DNF a couple of times, a 10,000 gold lead comeback, as we say their names for the final time in 2025. Gordon, Headhunter Knight, President Paul, Commander Closer, Gracie Crawford, let's not forget the Bulldozer, let's not forget Amma, and Elam as well. 2025 OK Savings Bank Brion. A great year that comes to a close. Thank you for the memories. Tomorrow's matchup, the Noodle Boys try to do justice for the Legend Group and make it into the playoffs against D plus Kia, the #1 seed from Rise. Only one team will continue on, and according to Showmaker, the other team will not make it.
We have finally the opportunity to answer the age-old question. What is better? We've had this question on our minds for a grand total of, what, like 2 months? Is it better to be lost in Legend Group or first in Rise Group? And it's a roundabout way, but we are gonna get our answer tomorrow.
Scientific proof, we can't dispute it.
Well, both were better than getting third in the Rise Group. That does it for today's match. Only one team will move on, D plus Kia or Nongshim. We'll see you tomorrow for the final match of Plains.
车飙一飙，人家可以出个4、5个航母，那不就是根本不是军事吗？你怎么会让人家出到航母？人家让我航母，为什么不能回神盾？Very 对，深深的探讨。适合是一边，没有，泽离合影，副成刚变成人。
指挥中心升级完成。
你觉得他有乳扣吗？来靠背。差标。
升级完成，研发完成。
干，我都忘记我还有人在这了。哎，这就是不按 F4 的人组啊。
升级完成。
是不是又要被海了？
已经好了。
玩人族的宿命。
你的部队正遭受攻击。金矿场已经靠近。附属舰金矿场已经耗尽，金矿场已经耗尽。
OK， 下一波拿什么扛？
指挥金矿场已经耗尽。
我要坚持啊！我有我的坚持。哦，OB。哎，等一下，OB 的攻防，
升级完成。
真空军的攻防会升到 OB 吗？我很好奇。
升级完成。
你们知道吗？会，真假？牛逼！他在享受游戏啦！
金矿场已经好了。附属建筑完成。
过来啊！过来啊！闪电呢？
金矿场升级完成。研发完成。
当矿我要踩这个，我踩到那个。
金矿场已经耗尽。基地正遭受攻击。基地正遭受攻击。金矿场已经耗尽。金矿场已经耗尽。你的部队正遭受攻击。基地正遭受攻击。金矿场已经耗尽。指挥中心升级完成。你的部队正遭受攻击。
哎，靠腰啊！
金矿场已经耗尽。
哈哈。我在辅助看的时候，我其实有预测到，但是真的这么烂哦，这个东西。
指挥中心升级完成。
比赛是不是要开啦？
金矿场已经耗尽。
救过来，救不好，我不是救不好，他有一个延迟，你知道吗？他有个延迟，好吧是。
金矿场已经耗尽。
我在想说有个老哥带飞的。要开了。 还有什么叫真的、啊？
研发完成。
好呀。
指挥中心升级完成。指挥中心升级完成，研发完成。金矿场已经耗尽，基地正遭受攻击。金矿场已经耗尽。
我来。5000块退了。难道他知道我们要播比赛，故意让我们赢吗？黑大哥，给你。跟你说啊，兄弟，谢谢这位兄弟。有，可以。特写。但其实我知道，但是我想说试试看，你知道吗？那我那时候不是拉了一个东西，拉了一个东西修吗？试试看，是不是真如传言中的那个白痴？结果真的是这样。那个老边吃是淘气牛排。淘气牛排是淘气牛排吗？我觉得我的那个快被燃烧殆尽了，怎么办？我好累啊！用法国杯吗？有，肯定有。你知道 RSL 我超想撬掉的 ，RSL 的这个精彩程度跟这法国杯完全没得比啊！我已经修好了，我现在没修好，你要先把那个置顶连接撤掉吗？置顶连接坏掉了，那个网站坏了。就我觉得法国杯的时间对我来说没有到很不友善，但重点是，我为了要播 RSL 6点先播，然后播一播要休息一下，但那段休息时间完全没事干，然后要1点再播。如果是1点直接播，没有播 RSL 的话，我觉得状态不会那么差。 那个昨天明明打到那个时候，他看起来就一脸还很有精神。10点钟醒了，不错、我8点就起来了，我睡了8点还9点就起来了，然后再回去睡11点，再睡12点，再睡2点了，好吧，起来了，哎，现在问题是我很常睡不着。应该不是睡不着，不是叫睡不着，那叫什么？很难一觉到天亮，很难一觉就睡8个小时，中间一定会起来，而且不是想尿尿就起来，是就莫名其妙就起来了，而起来的感觉也没有很累。昏睡茶，昏睡茶是什么东西？怎么听起来像是什么？买了会不会有警察来我家开心搞罪？你们看看这个机械化，这台机械化应该有样貌啊！这台机械化为什么那么强？因为坦克人口很低啊。机丢雷，重训超不够凶，感觉最好是有差啦。我觉得跟重训超凶不凶哪有差？我昨天练腿还不是睡不好。开始了。 人看到虚空，巨人不会笑得很开心吗？这种感觉又没视讯怎样？没有视讯，没视讯，那我还做半天。你的认知跟他们这里面模组的那个剧情是不一样的。不过出场真的还好，又没有多大。是当年蓝兔有找我们，当年我们还在蓝兔的时候，有接过进去那个鲨鱼的工伤啊，但那个钱少了可能。第一个那个钱少了可能，然后他第二个那个麦子他妈这边乱工伤干，还是那个，我觉得开了没办法。老手，有没有？我说冲进来，确实要手没有上好。啊？没有，不知道什么鲨鱼。这里面看了这么多鲨鱼的角度，鲨鱼的重点是什么？鲨鱼的重点是就是可以跨区看影。新海台、工商新海，这你在新海台工商这个东西，最早就是不免时会有人问说，哎，那这个可以开这个来打米服吗？你可以开这个来打米服吗？之类的。啊，然后他妈，我还记得那个我隔壁那个老师说可以，这个超好用。然后我就说不可以。好。要出女妖冲攻防，火车进去杀。游戏爱影城都可以打你。你要从在影城的后来，其实他有找我去干嘛？他说叫我跟他们重新就是做一个专门做游戏爱影城的。我是觉得宫佑这种冲锋防是要转传统机械化。一般来说，这个应该是不是要怎么标签的？抽到打 ASL 吗？好问题，我还真的忘记了。这个赛程表换掉了，点不了。我记得索阿应该没有打。生活不够努力还是没有，主要是要那个吧，主要是我觉得要花太多时间去弄那个，而且重点是我对那个游戏没有到真的那么爱，因为这是魔 林召唤来跟我讲超神，对对对，好来。还是要飙车，然后这样很多啊，现在就有个指标，有没有回格？啊，做了一波飞堂。Tab 有去帮忙他们现场当工作人员，然后 Tab 帮我干了一件外套，干了一件外套就是徽章。我知道摩林那边台湾的负责人还那个叫什么春。为什么看老师那么爱逼你？那你就讲一些小鸡巴话，催人家逼啊，对吧？每个人的界限是不一样的啊。你在我这边讲话不被逼，不代表是别人讲话不对。队长再来，趁小鸡这波飞场，小鸡波能够造成一点伤害。队长给不到出来了，你要引擎，哎，你要引擎无敌了。一个什么玩笑会跟你讲，千万不要跟其他人说。打电你要用什么？用那个后程跟白人，千万不要去做这个微莽跟对吧？跟我出来，跟那个跟出来说，我上理解了，啊，你要又来了，你要又来了，老板，那你腐化做不到自己的。主要是你，只要听你不要听。哎，干嘛？有 bug， 我要听到你哟。有 bug， 我要听到你啊，听到你啊。我跟希望，还有。我很脾气那么好，我怎么知道？你有没有认识任何人啊？新娘要怎么认识女生？告诉我。Tell me, you tell me, you tell me。问我啊，该不会是招生女？对啊，招3个女妖之后，她长大了。对啊，把女妖抓了，顺势转大了。车要20台车该怎么办？20台车，那你是大人表妹，甚至嘎姐不行啊。虽然嘎姐在我的，因为我一开始认识她的时候，她是女的，但是我跟嘎姐也不会有任何的那个想法。现来了个 TP 之术，这么 A 上去，要把猪肉给滚死了。哦，但是这个 械化狂人，干死他！台湾兄观众，你还知道比一好像是不会痛，我们就很少凶观众。有些人第一个，有些人就欠凶，妈的！一样的话可以随便改变，一样的话可以随便改变，都已经解释10几遍了，你还可以再跟我讲一样的话，这是欠凶的啊！你告诉我，你告诉我啊！你告诉我，我就问你，你一个问题跟人家解释了20遍，然后人家又来再问你一次，你会不会生气？你就问你。包不到，飞弹车开始锁，我们计划从过来，滚死他！不要你滚到火车的身上了，你要还在输出飞弹车把符号打光哦，记得还有一个符号，你要还在输出欠爆了2000块钱，而主办方这一届不给欠牌2个手指吗？飞弹车数一数，这帮人。手动啊，还是你的音效有没有关系？这边手很多，包住，后面再来飞弹车，飞弹车被定住了，漂亮，是包的，惩罚这个飞弹车了，干死他，干不死。一般来说都是自动，但是某些情况，那人组就是他想要锁定一个特定的单位的话，他会锁定。不过试过了，但是把给把尾巴就没有大的，他比较难，而且他比较难，他不是我们的。这hero手拉跟大的领结跟小的你知道吗？圣的老婆好像是教我的敌人死，好像我没记错的话。好，火车烧一下。烧一下，烧，手动会比较远，是吗？还有这种说法，手动比较远，太假。再来，这个来进攻这个基地，砸，哎呦，我以为教你要试车吗？想试就试。对我来说，我感觉无所谓。等一下，确定。为什么这车跑这么快？因为这是飓风飞弹车。我走上去，今天要好爽。只不过是烈海皇嘛，一向都是无所谓，烈海皇是什么？不知道啊，我这个人就很随和啊。这个 bug 修好了，那肯定是。哎，走！下面一位啊，这波蟑螂这样子送，其实打这种组合还是当然不能出太多，要变结尾的时候多一点。劫回狗毒爆，带感染虫，其实就行了。我后来我看了雷诺打马路的那个系列战之后，我已经领悟了怎么打机械化了。反正就是火蟑螂跟狗跟感染虫， 是最重要的单位。然后如果他有火车人的话，你就变一点毒炮去撞火车人就好了。就是这样，我已经领悟了要怎么打这个东西了。最佳解法，最佳解法 ，Chem 这边做了12只百参。哦，有人转大龙吗？打到一个摩门特的时候可能要转，就是对方有那个，就是你的经济该怎么讲？就对方突然坦克很多的时候，对方坦克很多到一个数量的时候，还是要做一点那个大龙去破阵。这有那种双喷打法，可以飞嘛？真的有那种双喷可以飞嘛？打这个话，因为我这个版本遇到这个大国车机械化的，这个版本感觉还没遇过大国车机械化。他打 Q 的那一次是逼不得已啊，因为他太晚发现这种机械化。肯定还是要大量异化成为主的。你既然领悟版本为啥是一小嘻哈？我没有领悟版本，我是领悟要怎么打机械化，我是领悟要怎么打这个白痴飙车。我是领悟要怎么打这个白痴飙车。包，然后包住，别让他走，劝这波，哇，怎么啊？哇，劝，哇，你大的，你要长掉，干死郭明后，百生虫来了，这种能换坦克，散开，哇，劝，我们虫族唯一的独苗啦。应该晚一点吧。再给他多一点钱，他存款要2500，他就可以了。没关系。这个造型感染特别胖，错觉。这个可以穿白色的衣服会长得比较胖是一样的道理，错觉。百生虫再来，降到坦克旁边，这边结合狗头炮滚，往前滚基地，顺便滚这些白色火车人，你要滚掉，你滚掉可以往回拉，你要人口很高，这边飞弹车追出去，趁打着，存款很多，哦，现在还占百生，别占百生了吧？定，5棒滚，百生小虫子丢，来小虫子飞到后面，穿越过了火车人跟雷神去点坦克，完了，怪的，我感觉要出事了，不是吧？这火车人有点多啊。还在输出，我们拉走，劝家里很多钱，这个基地给他无所谓。等下一波百生小虫子出来帮忙，然后蟑螂按满，再变九尾兽，变了11个九尾兽。不报先上去换个火车人，这边又拆一个基地，小虫子要从后面去做包夹吗？包夹来了，然后降下去点坦克，换坦克。有降下来，坦克为什么我觉得他这小虫子打那个坦克秒杀的速度那么慢呢？那跟我小虫子打这个，橄榄虫，我用了多久多一次？好问题忘记了。我现在已经是出一张嘴的人了，我已经忘记他多久多一次了，不是很重要。300秒吧，300秒一次。3防到2攻没道理。小虫子很强的呢，小虫子赶紧走，我感觉要翻回去了。他们为什么升攻防？不知道啊，有点种族。一般来说打这个机的话，这个防应该最后才升的，他应该赶快把三攻升上去了。又来了，这个飞弹车很强。 300秒是5分钟，对啊，300秒，你们就这么烂啊？小笼子300秒才能射一次。小笼子继续骚扰，倒太多东西，那边趁把存款败光哦。哎，我一觉得他要赢的时候，他要输了，是不是？为什么我一觉得他赢的时候，他要输了？是我错了。后面按了一点橄榄，因为这时候，然后后面的橄榄藤也要生命啊，神经寄生很重要。哎，再定，这又招到一波，他们有女妖了。你要再激活橄榄虫，哇！他打这个里面的橄榄虫却没有发现。啊，接着往前跑，墨西哥蟑螂王，哦，百森这一波有赚到东西，有，哦，怎么样？峰回路转啊，这两个这么激烈，2个飞雷神又出来了。哎，这个基地处理，砸。哇，这雷神卡在这边，我操，好硬吧！雷神卡着啊，狗狗全部被杀光了。谁说狗克雷神的？告诉我谁？谁？谁还记得是谁先说？有人。没钱啦！怎么样？429条，120条。做了1半，没有，你太敏感了，没有。好难听，我要静音了。后手。哎，看一下收入啊，那你不专业啊！这个时候要看一下这个收入。收入这个人格收入顶天顶到哪里去？这个我们再看一下这个收入，这个靠谱这样丢下去，这个收入到底差多少？然后第一把就打20分钟。哦，再打谁？去个打一样，再打谁？我感觉你有这种感觉，今天一样，今天不会怎么看。墨西哥蟑螂王打得有点跑啊！如果像人家很难吃本身哈，高情商的这个那个，太有特色了，太有特色了。好，工兵挑战百生虫，这个我不知道这个别人出对敌手有没有吗？对不对？出对手干嘛？也自信死。刚刚前面其实有一波有机会的，是百分之绝绝。他如果坚持就是走蟑螂结尾狗毒爆，然后做一滴橄榄球，对吧？这百森他转这个百森看起来有点说法，但其实没什么说法。他有一波被顶过来，吃太多战术，太少了。右下角那边被拆2面基地的那个地方，送回去太多东西了。埋在路上停火，没那么简单啊！你以为那么简单可以做到这种事情？还这种盾现在第一个怎么样？就光是那个就会差点了。他这种打这种机械化就是蟑螂狗毒爆，蟑螂 螂结尾狗毒吧，蟑螂一点点，然后有很多的结尾兽，很多的结尾兽带一堆狗毒吧。这怎么这人族这种打法是不怕蹲一手的、啊？根本怕蹲一手，蹲一手只能打那种傻逼，你知道吗？你知道什么是傻逼吗？他整场只做飞弹车，然后看到蹲一手他也不准坦克，就那种傻逼啊！如果对方看到蹲一手还继续出飞弹车的那种，那你就蹲一手了。对方坦克的情况下，你根本不可能出蹲一手。我想做到4，但不够啊，不够啊，不够啊！他一来一往掉了那2个基地，他摆渡上面也没做到什么太多事情。好，第2张地图来到了托卡马克公庙这边要野兵营了。野兵营开野，兵出去了，主要叫多赛事表可以看吗？没有，今天那个赛事表坏掉了，赛事表坏掉了，看不了。今天维基百科。那个 Timberlake 的那个维基百科不知道什么崩溃，还是有人要下个 VPN， 换个地方连连看，说不定之后我们这边连不上。好，野3兵营，野的其实蛮远的，这却不是狗屎开，而且它是有流软的哦，却不是有流软的，它做6条狗、哦。理论上来说不会下去，没有，它做了2条狗，4条。你要下这浪潮吗？在打主堡了，这不要硬手吗？哦，想硬手啊！蟑螂在按了，蟑螂在按了。枪兵这么多，还有3只工兵，应该不太可能赢的是感觉。哦，这个碉堡，它盖的不够近，枪兵打不到那个主堡。哦，枪兵出来了，可以打主堡，蟑螂出来，走到碉堡里面。这个没有结尾兽，你确定？说。这个碉堡好出来，点工兵没点掉。你怎么知道国外也不行？打。我怎么感觉？这其实不好说。这虫族兵只要逼的够多，应该还是可以解。理论上还是可以解。有没有家里有开瓦斯啊？就看股票这可以买多少时间了，然后可以待会可以换多少蟑螂。基地可能要掉，却应该会等基地小东西出来对一起打。股票这边碉堡里面的枪兵也有在起火蟑螂， 蟑螂很硬。哎，结尾兽掉，他结尾兽掉了。哇，这个枪兵好强，这枪兵好强。好了，结束了，感觉结束了。哎，甩一下，甩一下。没事没事没事，干这怎样？他有信心到补3只工兵怎样？拉扯一下，拉扯一下。人家里，哇，他后面是直接接掠夺者，直接到那把科技直接是做掠夺者了。哇，如果虫族再不把这个龙头解掉，虫族大事不妙啊！啊，其实好像还好。但关键是人族有没有办法续到？对啊，如果上次我打针了，虫族就真的没了。怎么办？怎么办？再看到坦克飞安车没有？家里就是赶快去跳医疗艇，他只要拖到这个打针好嘛，医疗艇走上来。其实打针好的时候应该就结束了，打针好的时候应该就结束了。这时候就是赶快就是拼到打针好，拖到打针好的医疗艇到脸上了。然后确认一下，哎，他丢了一把扫描，确认一下那个主矿有没有升位的。这边。虫族在升狗数，确实要找个 timing A 下去了啦。他这绝对是要找个 timing A 下去了。只要这打针好，他就没有 timing 可以打了。打完走2本，没有，这个你一定要解，这个你一定要想办法在一个时间点解掉。你这解不掉，往后打绝对就是等输了。你一定要在这个人族的部队成型之前，但目前看起来人族的部队是快要成型了。他在等狗数吧？他看起来在等狗数。哇，后面医疗艇要来了，在造了，打针也快好了。地球坦克车会烧多少资源？我记得是那个单位的造价10%吧，我记得。维修，好像很少。维修，来，要解。让我下去，快点打针好了，不错了，就这个台面。人家打针没好，你走好像不够，先砸，再往砸掉。下来，打一个标跑，这个精神力。感觉无论如此，医疗艇有，马上有，这门就升，情绪爆的一晃当下，追上来了，结尾兽啊，枪应该不够，突出有点太重啊。这个蟑螂，往后拉走，再打一个蟑螂，再打2个蟑螂，再打一个结尾兽的熊卷，砸一下，后面。该不会？我跟你讲，最屌的就是他这个后面对不对？整个机械化，出来啊！好像真的要等机械化了。这兵营飞回去要等要飞多久？来好了，这台好了，这台有没有枪兵？哦，出来一个枪兵。别走，我怎么讲真的？如果是机械化，后面就会机械化。我讲真的，我们跟你说，我真的。我加了，我们死。 真的需要勇气。哎，好吧，靠北重组只能按3只飞糖的怎样？3只飞糖，还不如别做啦。3只飞糖。劝的结尾的时候看起来那么大只，因为他是那个墨西哥人，他们墨西哥产的蟑螂结尾肯定是比较大只的。世界上最大的结尾兽出产地墨西哥。哎，不是，赶虫族，可虫族基地也掉了，人族家里死的工兵有点太多了，我觉得。但如果这个如果现在这个虫族啊，是什么 Rogue， 什么 Zero。雷诺，我感觉公庙大事不妙啊！我讲真的、啊，公庙家里其实死的东西有点太多了。虽然有3个基地，但工兵很少啊。哎，飞唐接到一辆停了，飞唐接OB 啊，接到1台，而且那台上面应该是有坦克的。那一台上面应该是有1台或到2台坦克的。哦。紧张喽，紧张喽，紧张喽！雷克斯呢？如果对方是公兵后的话，我觉得我会赢。妈，不好说，看这波守不守得住了。1公里防要好了，如果守住这波很关键。炮兵有点多，坦克架起来，飞塔，结束了，飞塔来洗澡了。看那位，造型也太帅，让我为你介绍这个虫族在2018年出的这个机甲虫族造型，应该是机甲虫，应该是。它跟这虫族，结束了。会累个，有延迟，操作没有办法那么的那个。这波确实很棒啊，确实是上一季的那个啊，这是上一季的8强啊，他是直接受邀进去的啊。哇，帅呢！现在被3兵打到了。那这2个打架可以多少？乱讲，明明很激烈，旗鼓相当。旗鼓相当的对手，懂不懂？我也是打到决赛，对啊，蛮猛的。我觉得那主要是我，当你莫名其妙输给他了，我记得我也是那个。其实打一样东西。 干嘛？就是他就是上来打了特别头脑打一波。S2MM 这个频道吧，那有什么东西？看起来很像是。 YouTube， 星海的，为什么啊？他为什么有那个？好酷哦！是韩国人做的还是台湾人做的？哦，韩国人的，只是他有中文翻译。 这什么东西？这什么东西？哈哈哈！ 怎样啦？这是什么？那就像怎么在地里面？这傻小啦？这什么东西？这什么脑洞大开的频道啊？ 不让对空大会打得到吗？我不知道。靠腰啊！看，很可惜，他这字幕有没有中文的？哎，有哎。什么东西？ 到底脑袋装他到底是吸了多少才能想到这些奇怪的东西啊？啊！这个韩国人的频道啊，只是最近开始有那个中文翻译，不知道是不是应该是有用什么翻译之类的。 这个频道我记得我以前看过，我记得我很久以前看过。我想你关注越来越少了。一直都这么少。 做一些内容让大家那个还好吧，我觉得蛮有趣的啊。他又不是说在建议怎么平衡更新，他只是利用星海这个东西做了很多那个他自己的内容。而且他就是有故事，他其实有故事的。 从开始，在一颗迷信的星球上，突然一群巨象发动了攻击。我要慢慢看，慢慢看。 了，这样说我们是地下，就还没跟他走。哦，一个神秘的神族释放区，神族要这边，我，好可怜，就这样没有腿不能开始。逃跑的队，逃了1个礼拜了。哦，遇到了结尾兽，明明就很有趣。哎，他们合体，他们合体了，好扯。这明明就很有趣。哎呦哎呦哎呦哎呦哎呦，好那个好那个。干，怎么弄了狂战士？神族议会厅。哦。多亏了你们，我才能取得胜利。为了奖励，我会实现你们一个愿望，把我的腿还给我。这样会把腿才是。一件很简单的事情，请跟我来。掷下龙旗。上龙旗诞生了，哎呦，有视讯了这一次，有视讯了，我这个时间，等我一下，好，时间刚好对齐。你们想看就去查 S2MM， 然后打 YouTube 其实应该是搜到，我刚刚这样搜到的。那作者到底刻了什么？好 ，Beyond 打 Trigger， 第一张地图是 Persephone 哦，这边 Beyond 上来又演了2个兵营啊。现在有中文，并没看到吧？哎，Trigger也有看昨天的比赛啊，我看一下那个地方。好，死神进来了，开点，点一只吗？没有，没点到。没找出来了，哎，有个啊，哇，这个这个工兵有点操作失误，工兵已经看爆，第2个死神来了，后面继续出死神，这个继续加速追猎，3个死神出发，这是追料出来了，来，啊，掉一个，亏。运气不好，肯定是有那个。好，兵飞回家了。军工厂这边开矿，反正2兵只杀了那点东西，感觉不够赚。都收不到给个连结。刚聊天视频有人讲嘛，@S2 map 也可以。晚一点，等一下。 觉得已经下一把。这两边赢这种死神其实完全不赚的。哎，追着出门，死神刚好绕开。地雷可以炸一个追猎，不错，炸到地雷绕干，有点在点掉啊！不要工兵，不要掉工兵。今天有比赛吗？有一点，一点点。可以躲碉堡，不行，可以躲碉堡，除非人族的科技又进步了。好，后面做个解放，做个坦克，做个3开3追。这个看起来是那个韩国那种很小间的，就是它旁边可能就是床，然后那个。后面是那个厨房，你知道吗？然后下面有一台洗衣机。韩国最传统的，也是最常见那种单人套房这样子。其实火车人应该可以躲碉堡才对啊，对吧？火车人都可以被医疗营奶了，他为什么不能躲碉堡？考试院那种啊，没有，考试院那种更小，考试院那种是没厕所。啊，好像那种不会有厨房的，好像那种就是厨房在外面公用的。它这个至少还有类似小厨房跟可能冰箱什么的，很小。它这个再大一点，但是可以躲碉堡吗？好问题，应该也要躲。哎，这里跳上来，哦，别让这边偷工兵。反正很多啊，这龙打过吗？跳上来点坦克，哇，没接到，哎，再点。啊！太惨啦！不要，打车往前，解放者进来了。来开杀！为什么不要的人给持平的？枪兵还在往前顶。太惨了！解放者杀了5只工兵。但他刚刚要是那一船，没。他那场里面只要没有兵，感觉最后好像还行。他刚想操作，操作就操作15秒就弄死。现在剩下奖金最多的是主播吗？肯定不是啊。我剩下总奖金最多的话，我现在还要开台比 CL 还多，对不对？我就算个180万美金有，我现在开台对，好像180万美金左右。180万美金，对不对？从10年前开始买0050，随便买。CL 开台吗？CL 没有开台，CL 很少开台。CL 非常少开台。一般人辈子赚得到200万美金吗？在台湾，在台湾工作一般人一辈子赚到20万的包。一般人都做不到的，只有正常的一般人，我是觉得不太可能。100多拿还200，可以吧？不吃不喝，然后所有的钱一领到薪水就丢到那个 PVP 里面。现在为什么要睡觉？这就是玩吧。多好的乐吧。这个感觉真的不错啊！他很不知道，不然我为什么你知道模仿 ？Oh my god！ 这不是开始就有然后你超退休需要靠然后就这样，区别里面快要第一名，把那个膝盖打到那，真的很酷，乱讲。输给了燕子，跟一代燕子是什么东西？冰冻，那就是那个圣殿。有那个那叫什么潜艇的那个干那叫什么？会在天空中飞很胖的那个叫什么？干我突然忘记那个东西叫什么了。反正就蓝方有那个用电的塔的防守，那两个东西我最喜欢玩。哦对，基洛夫，对，基诺夫飞艇，对，就那个东西，我超喜欢玩。那个东西玩到3等，大东西超级帅。那就是，我是美国吗？还是法国巨炮，法国巨炮，对，还有什么东西？光灵坦克。有一家是可以那个开飞机的，他有那种黑鹰战机还是什么的，特别厉害的，我记得是不是？有一家有额外的那个飞鹰战机还是什么？那是哪一家我忘记了，那个我没有。叙利亚自爆跑车那个我没有。天启坦克是韩国。我忘记了，反正那时候我都蛮爱的。红方估计走那个飞艇，我不知道。叙利亚是红方的，利比亚，对啊，干是利比亚吧？对啊，是利比亚吧？还有那个蛮好玩，对啊，你还可以开那个车去免开始。一人辐射兵，我们小时候玩这个。除了矿口总有金矿，这个是 RSL 的地图啊。那边有人教过我怎么念当地图，但我忘记了。Senota。我知道在 RSL 里面才有超时空传送，对， 神族一个电池可以应付所有前期威胁，太恶心了。玩家，虫族后虫守一切也很恶心啊。人族枪兵守一切，飞弹车守一切也很恶心啊，对不对？凭什么你就只说神族恶心？凭什么？哎，这边躲在草丛里面阴了一个哨位，不错哦。我看这张图门口他妈怎么有一个那么奇葩的草丛啊？回血哦，有料，有料。哦，来丢地雷，有，这张图越看我越喜欢。留下来，啊，靠背，炸，哦，舒服，炸了一个追猎。问到怎么打飞弹车？蟑螂、结灰狗、毒爆加橄榄虫。毒爆一丢丢，毒爆主要是去炸火车人的。三国志5，我没有玩过三国志5，我都是玩三国志7。三国志7，要选那个，要用那个什么右下角那边叫什么？蜀国隔壁的那个，他去做那个骑大象的兵。哎，接着跳过来，碉堡好了，拖过来，压力好像地雷又进来喽。不知道怎么了，杀了2只工兵，医疗艇飞走。飞回家，满，对，反正右下角可以去做那个大象兵，好帅。所以其实这个反打没打到太多东西了。哎，完了，这个不一样，医疗艇 F2回来了。追着，哎，飞弹车，收到追猎，那里 Trigger 在下升到文库了，4个追猎跳进来，然后有个坦克，但是追猎还是可以抢点。飞弹车还在绕，这张图其实蛮有趣的。然后左上角我记得那什么马腾马超那边好像是不是也可以做什么特殊的兵？还是没有？有点忘记了。那时候到那个魅力值那个做满，然后去把所有的有名的都增高过来。我记得好玩。闪电在升了，一样虽然目前看起来有点领先，那我跟你们讲，刚刚说那个电池太不合理的那个人，你先看一下，因为大家会有一个不合理。那个东西升完之后，我跟你讲，这个事情有多么的公平。好，你要过来点一只工兵，点2只工兵，3个，不错。哎，这个工兵回头，再继续自杀5个，6个，哇，现在这个这样手有点夸张啊。扫描，接着过来点个枪兵，2个枪兵，哇，都很细啊。然后冷静进来，哎呦，好烦！啊，掉到坦克旁边。拉扯一下，大部队回救，问题不大。那冷静刚还想接狂战士啊。OK， 他这 P 不怕，不是你不要去睡觉了吗？哎，他妈这主矿这个地形到底是怎样啊？主矿这地形他妈是来搞的，是不是？这主矿边边是故意的，是不是？这作者是不是神族啊？那作者做这个地图，他妈的，这个就是给神族跳的，不是吗？然后滚掉。再分2个追猎，去点工兵，过分了！这是为了是不是跳伞车？对啊。好，神之家里要开4基地了，我已经要出来找冷静已经飞走了，那还可以开场斗吗？哎，可以。干，难道是重读地图？ 你一说那开虫洞，那感觉是宠物地图。除了法技怎么往上移了？帅啊！这才是年纪的象征。把基线往上了，就代表我们年纪到了。哎，闪电电一下，哎呀！有没有兄弟？坦克手，对，出来闪电，电不出来闪电的范围是吧？他电不到草丛里面哦，他没视野的。好，时光，人质这不打赢了，可以干死他，干死他。好像我是还没有能量，但那个草丛救的比较容易啊，我觉得。好，看中间那个料很大，半夜才被神族屠毒，现在还在打一次，我说没错。哎，在这回个血。那我是不是50？看起来有，看起来把这个岩石打了，那个石头会掉下来。看，等一下，它旁边有2个那个，看起来是神族的这个守门人啊，那不知道什么东西。到哪狙？哎，到哪狙就狙啊，无所谓。中间那个蛮英霸的，但其实这张地图蛮有趣的，我觉得。老实说，这张地图我觉得蛮有趣的。确实，但是中间这个瞭望塔感觉对虫族是不利的，我觉得。中间这个地形对虫族不利，可是那3、4、5矿，就是那个矿区外面的那些地形对虫族交战都是有利的。哎，它这个瞭望塔是不是太多啊？左下右上有他们有3个瞭望塔。打一下，这把扫描，先打。奇怪的 不能过分啊！他们一坨这种挤在这个地方，真的是有点过分，跟你差了6000。成功不缺点。帮一些人问一下，是不是这个谁买的？可以组成多久？人就感觉不好做。神族的，因为在客厅打 game 嘛，应该算是。他应该是刚刚讲过，就是韩国有一种那种小套房，最小的那一种，因为里面什么东西就是很小。然后洗衣机是在那个厨房琉璃台下面的，因为太有钱了，有一堆矿啊，你去跟人家换，根本钱花光了，花了一点。那今天有谁打？这个小组是一样吃的，然后晚一点的法国杯是收哇，狂战士又绕进来啦！无限多的狂战士，结果他妈补到90人，又要200人口啦！矿被拆掉，就在重新补掉。新手在打一波就方便，打一波就方便。他的那个正面的就如果你知道我说的话。大家 我来 A 了，啊，结果大家去都输了。哇，左下角又被狂战士砍了，正面继续输出。哎，去个矿坑到什么地方了？哎，完了，干，这神族是怎样？他妈，你有种来开这个啊！你有种来开正面这个啊！我看你不敢啦！闪电在电，哎呦！他这个时候这个矿开了，对不对？他放一个光炮电池，无敌。所以光海狂战可以还是比较难的。其实老实说，真的，如果你这个时候一直让 A 一直出狂战去送的话，一直送，你送的时候会发现奇怪，怎么打不过人族？那你去 A， 你还是要换到一点东西啊。就真的、啊，这个局面神宗还是有机会输的，但是你钱砸一砸，发现钱没了，你就输了，你知道吗？就你，但如果你在砸的过程中，就是你在砸的过程中，还是要换到东西，还是要用闪电啊、猎光球啊或柱像吃一点东西。好，你扣了一点部队去左下角支援，但正面呢有巨像有闪电，巨像往回拉。巨像没倒，左下角的部队守住了，有点都隐形，这边往后甩，后面躲到草丛里面，一把扫描，这边的 OB 点掉，接着把这个围巾点掉了。结果现在享受游戏，你们不懂吗？享受游戏，享受比赛，这就是玩游戏当职业选手的最大乐趣。你们在舞台上就是要享受舞台。啊！结果现在觉得自己打得很好啊，这不停的双线，不停的开矿，只是人族太阴罢了，他砸不死人族啊。人族被换的东西有点多啊，来了，好多狂战，哎，直接 A 上去了吧？哦，等一下。那曹魏跟许攸打验证怎么说？看甲。人之常情，验证是人之常情。但能打比赛就是享受舞台。妈，他出球了。哦，解放者打多线，一样难道还有说法？还有说法吗？不要。为什么瑞士没进游戏可以当 OB？ 我在想，这比赛就是给青年啊，给画面的，跟进当 OB 啊，他们很专业啊，他们一个月募到$12,000，他们是专业的比赛组织。左边要来猜吗？边有机会，怎么一个这么自信啊？有啦，我跟你讲，这个神族低个500分，低500分，等他低个1000分，低个1000分，神族就打不过了。砸掉了，他把红海填平了，就这样子。哦 ，Beyond A 出来，哎，闪电走一把，电光了。点掉猎物球，点掉了。我就问你们，人族1-1啊！凭什么神族这么有钱还要打输？凭什么？来了，哎，好赞！有，你看神族强化不光喽，紧张喽，哎，没关系，有闪电电力发出来。那些都不乱有，这只是神族在享受游戏而已，把钱花完了就输了。 输吗？好，基地飞出来了。我怎么感觉成都都有人输啊？他们在出球啊！哇，这边看别人开起来喽，紧张喽，紧张喽！我们好像有点紧张。夜光球，哎呀！果然想输就输。他干嘛？他不是也在韩国吗？不是，我们不是打都是韩服吗？这个操作怎么会长这样呢？真奇怪，真奇怪。没有，这个快翻了，不过那个别人憋到200，那个别人憋到一个200，好像真的就翻盘。然后右边这边来打，立功球先丢，我一旦就飞起来，立功球炸到了，围巾能不能追出去？追出去！月光球，月光球，将这个围巾有个巨像还在输出，这个基地要强退，要把它逼退。画了一个缺口出来。为何不出妈妈船？不用出都能赢。哦，别让菲利破冰就换胶，有说法吗？好，这边走出来，好球炸到哪里颗？哎，然后电光球炸得不错。好，吕克打完球不对吗？下来 Q 点掉，闪电，多一点电光球点掉了。再传干什么？对星海争霸的热爱，就算比赛场上没有重组，我也要不停的播，直到所有的人都认同孙中很强这件事情。好，来，哦，猎捕车点掉，哦，好像翻了哦，哦，左边那个基地掉了，难道说？这个敢不敢把它3000瓦？敢不敢把它3000瓦关掉？好，红色来，完了！我怎么干？我觉得理论上来说，一样应该也是输了，理论上。但就不知道为什么珍珠打得这么丑，珍珠还是要赢。不知道为什么，好，再炸，根本差2万。别人这把掉了142只工兵啊！靠腰傻小，你重组是不是？弹损差了21000了，闪电过来，哎，基地飞起来修一下，反正是还在插，还在舒服。再买只狂战，他2只自己炸死的。过来拆个新轨。你看区哥现在觉得我打得真不错，你看都是给压力，是这下面给压力吗？上面压力过去，我打得真不错。闪电在电，但人族有点太硬霸，人族的正面部队直接 A 上来。主播是不是来的有点凶？乱讲，哎，这把啊，为什么才第2个波赛已经7点半了？好恐怖哦！不是啊， 棒子一发炸不死，太硬霸了吧？对，就是。现在65公斤啊！我跟你讲，刚才转 DS，当然，我也觉得转 DS 可能是最好的。一直砸其实也可以，但他用钱砸了，真的有点丑。但他们20个圣诞武士是怎样啦？20个圣诞武士，你他妈就不要输，你他妈就不要输！没电了，没电了！来，光头哥很强，光头哥很强，烈光球啊，炸了一个大，没炸出来，一点掉了。两个巨蛋还在输出，两个巨蛋很强，后面的圣诞武士又来了，这边把闪电，后面还有很多的圣诞武士。后面还有很多的圣诞武士啊 ，Beyond， 辛苦了 ，Beyond 抓头了，Beyond 抓头了，Beyond 打出了拒绝，怎么输的？好奇怪哦，这就是神族吗？这就是神族吗？哈哈哈哈。哈哈哈哈！Interesting， 你努力过了，你努力过了。哈哈哈！太夸张了，真的太夸张了！你在别人看阿斌应该吐血。到底凭什么？他们美国会战，美国会战都是我赢，我到底为什么输了？或者 Liquid 坏了，那我没看，我就没地方可以看。今天那个 Liquid 坏掉了，没有地方可以看了。我会直接跟你讲，赛事在这。下一把是孤密后打 Trigger， 下一把是孤密后打 Trigger。请问主播，这场人族会输是因为战水赢神数太多了吗？没有，这把人族会输是因为人族的矿开的太慢。哦，你他妈每波会战你都赢，但是你矿开的这么慢，活该你输嘛，对不对？我们神族都开了10个矿了，你人族就6、7个矿，肯定是神族该赢的嘛，对吧？还是要多久一季？目前看起来是2个月一季。他们今年还会有第3季之外呢，最后12月的时候会办一个线下赛，啊。PVP 最大问题应该是这次开矿，对啊，我也觉得神族开矿太简单了，可以这样讲吗？可以这样讲吗？神族开矿跟人族开矿比差太多了。神族现在他们突然发现自己可以开矿开得很快之后，就基本上可能已经罢了。谢谢我不要乱讲 ，Next Phase 是直接被屌虐。他直接被屌虐了，没有啦，不是被踢啦。隔壁3口绝对有影响，我也觉得有影响啊。3口肯定是有影响的。 那主要还有个点吧，神族外面的矿被多线，他可以刷10个狂战士来守啊。你看另外2个种族哪一个可以做到这种事情？矿开得快就算了，他还有铝扣可以用，他有铝扣可以用就算了，他可以瞬间刷10个狂战士出来。法国杯打法国杯不可以打。然后加上现在这个版本又有那个充能，瞬间刷10个狂战士之外，还可以瞬间有一个圣堂武士可以丢2把闪电。我就问你要分多少兵去拆那个基地？那要塞的那个防被砍就绝对不合理。虽然我是蛮开心的，但是在 PVP 的角度看起来就是绝对不合理。为啥神族拿不到冠军？我怎么知道？你去探讨一下啊！为什么神族在重要的比赛里面总是会有一些奇怪的失误啊？要塞一防对 Z 比较爽，我不一定吧？我觉得对 Z 不好说。没有。我觉得比赛这样看下来，其实对神族绝对比较爽。以前那个狂战围上去砍那个。打那个基地哪有那么好砍掉的、啊？虫族拆这个版本拆要塞，大部分还是用狗毒炮拆啊，还是要有毒炮啊。狗围上去没有狂战士围上去那么好拆好吗？以前哪有可能？你看那头狂战士冲上去把要塞砍了？以前哪有这种可能？以前差很多好不好？现在要塞明明 PVP 比较那个。我觉得影响比较大。如果加强人数分到防御能力，会不会？Sola 是除了 Celo 跟雷诺以外的第一 Z 吗？以我们最新的比赛成绩来说 ，Sola 是除了 Celo 以外的第一 Z。我们看这个世界冠军，世界赛世界上最大的比赛来说，第1名是 Celo， 第2个就是 Sola。雷诺运气不好，目光6点。看法国杯晚上那个法国杯那个阵容，你跟我说都不到6点，我说雷诺很强。最强，他没有拿冠军，有用吗？就是看最后的比赛怎么说话啊。Sola 就是2025世界上第2强的虫族啊，世界上最大的比赛、最重要的比赛，现在所有选手最看重的比赛，他就在这个比赛中拿到第4名嘛，他是第二强的虫族啊，对吧？法国杯见到神族 Clam。看遇到帮你的时候就会有神族了啦。宵夜会吃什么？我今天没买，所以不知道。我今天没有买，我今天只额外买了一个25块的地瓜，还不知道要吃什么。Clam 再强，现在是比 Q 低。对，那其实今年第1梯应该是 Q 哦，确实。你要看成绩说他怎么没有啊，我从来没有，我现在都是站在神族这边帮神族说话的啊。我就问你，神族拿冠军了吗？还没啊，对不对？我现在都马上在帮神族说话。虽然是有点恶心的在说，但是我现在都在帮神族说话啊。 不行啊，干直接这样说，又要被攻击了。他说等一下又有人要来密我说他妈的，那你先用神族玩到5500再说。不行啊，不行啊，这样子要有人要气噗噗的，你知道吗？不能这样，不能这么明白的讲出来。然后在国内跟国外上，我也不知道。讲真的，我觉得把使命5分拔就差不少了，对啊。我现在有跟仲在聊啊，他说赶快神族赶快 nerf， 他跟我讲的，他说希望神族赶快 nerf。我就说把神族的普分拔了，然后把那个充能少个25能量，或者是充能只是增加你的回复能量的那个速度之类的，就是不要一次给那么多。其实马路跟 Q 的情况都差不多的，我知道啊，差不多啦，差不多。我知道，我那天辩论完之后，我有去那个郑重的看一下到底是怎么什么那个他们两个到底差多少。反正以平均来说，马路的成绩比较好，但是以最大的比赛来说 ，Q 的表现比马路好。我得出的结论是这样子。怎么辩论？就是导致有人直接在我留言区留一个 Q 什么咖小，居然可以跟马路比。那天那个直播，后来有人在留言区，应该是看了 VOD 里面留了一个评论，有料 ，Q 什么咖小，很凶啊，非常凶。感觉改成后重补血量不错，对啊，我也觉得不错。好，这边刚刚没有假装换个兵营在边边哦，但是也被Q看到，家里也是直接去做飞弹车了。照理医疗兵吗？没有医疗兵啊，没有医疗兵。哎，但其实我觉得我玩了星海1的那个模组，我玩了那个星海1的模组以后，我觉得那个医疗兵真的蛮强的，感觉比医疗兵强。好，死神跟教士错开，我去冲进去吗？没有冲进去，飞弹车过来被锁啊，教士被锁了。讨论 TVT 看似不能加入。我之前有讲过一个阴谋论啊，有一年一堆就 claim 人打不过韩国人的时候，那个时候nerf了韩国人的一些东西嘛，那个时候有这个阴谋论啊，结果最后得利的是奥利维拉。感这个也是非常逆风的，这个也是非常逆风的一个那个。但我觉得绝对是有讨论空间的。有一年啊，没给你们报仇，不要动东西。Ken 是平衡属性儿子，我也觉得 Ken 是平衡属性儿子。我感觉现在 Ken 是平衡属性儿子。好，加速2颗地雷。目标家里是走生化部队哦，做一个渡鸦。7个则是一个正常的闪追哦。加速冲进去，丢2颗。哦，1颗先丢，公兵散一下。站起来了，追者跳过来把地雷点掉，地雷没有重新埋下去，主攻再丢。哇，这上上下下。好像没什么必要。好，下一只。虽然确实职业选手要做的就是把当下的版本的那平衡性发挥到最好，但是有太多可以说的。 有太多可以讨论的那种。好，这个追猎想跳，但是公牛坦克架在这个地方跳不进去。今天直播在走钢索，这个逆风言论我已经讲了好几次了，只是目前还没烧起来而已。这个逆风结论我已经讲了好几次了，只是还没烧起来而已。哎，再往前跳，跟坦克。有，这边把补给站打掉，打2格，再往后跳。这个其实他 PVP 都打了。完了，传教士友来了。烧起来就更好。我不是想要否认奥利维亚的努力，其实我不是想要否认职业选手的努力，但是我觉得这些东西都是老实说是可以讨论的。就是大家都很努力啊，就是重点是有些人就会。就不分青红皂白，在没有要跟你认真讨论这个东西。好，大家再继续丢炮台，接着再拖时间。公庙这边有欧印吗？反电好像是没有。丢一长兵过来，我是人就这个时候把那个东西欧出来了吧？接着你扣了，接，长兵。没有把欧，哎，这个医疗兵走在前面了，要你掉了，打针，打不过。那有要架吗？打架起来了，但没有医疗艇啊。要你在后面，接着下面点坦克。讲这么多，马若靠这些东西拿到年度冠军吗？没有，因为当他玩坏了之后，马上就被 nerf 了。也不是没有，我觉得被马路玩坏跟这是两种情况，一种是被马路玩坏，但那个其实不是被马路玩坏，是马路玩出来之后，大家发现这个东西很强，每个人都在玩，然后每个人都可以赢，这是一回事。另一回事是这个东西，就比如说，就是我想要表达的是。那一年马路的人打人，基本上他出到渡鸦之后，没有人打得过他。然后那个时候就开始有人说，人打人打渡鸦大后期很无聊，然后就把渡鸦 nerf 了。可是重点是，当时那个人打人 那个渡鸦就明明就只有马路玩的那么好，剩下的人就没有玩的马路那么好。那一年，我单纯只是想要讲的是那一年而已，那个版本。然后刚刚好某些人打韩国人永远都打不过，人打人。暴雪想让 Protoss 拿冠军也太明显了吧？对，很明显，非常明显。但 Protoss 还是拿不到冠军，谢谢。这就是实力不够。看怎么说啊？确实那一年那个渡鸦更明显在针对马路人马，剩下的人打人出渡鸦就没有马路人那么强啊。然后刚刚好某些人。家里做了一个狂战士哦，有买2K26吗？不会。2K 系列，你知道我曾经有买，我看一下我Steam，我买2K14、2K15跟2K17，然后3款加起来300多个小时。300多个小时，估计有9成9都是我朋友玩，哈哈哈。那我朋友还会登录我账号打。你打坏了，今天立刻打坏。所以我在想，要不要把置顶连结给砍了？狂战来啦，兄弟！还没封门啊？这有什么打法啊？你好，哎，包住！人过来点工兵，哈哈哈！有没有家里没事？哎，教室来了，教室甩一下，一个教室打2个枪兵。新配局预告了吗？没有啊，就单纯只是聊因为上一把那个 PPT 让我们团觉得这个平衡性太低。上一把这个吃个啥一样，让大家有点怒火。好，飞弹车出来，全部处理了哦。各位看一下，吃个到底剩了多少东西啊？这个1狂2叫1追，换了2个枪兵，应该没记错。好，丢一船枪兵出来。王战打的无题的砖头哥，狂战什么东西？那个人族他挑战了 是最强近战单位，开玩笑。好，死人过来，再打个双线。再拿谁拿打掉吗？能把谁拿打掉？两个人车水不朽。哦，有在碰，不朽掉，不朽掉了吗？看一下。哦，这个双线给你打崩喽。再杀，不朽就没掉，不朽。最强近战不是战狼吗？没有 ，ACD。外面说 ACD。家里隐形女妖3开，那绩效了吗？啊？来，跟我的战车，但有龟裂。让我射程，这我不清楚。战狼是2吗？还是1？反正但战狼很短啊。战狼跟馆长。圆不回来，救命啊！好，机械化，机械化，机械化。图书馆馆长，图书馆馆长。好少见机要打，机要打1最近其实蛮不行。道心破碎，他用司马部队完全打不过神魔，也开始这种总该赢，理论上该赢，理论上，但实际上能不能赢我不知道。因为本来就蛮想赢的，是这样没错啊。但他其实之前打神族绩效也并不多，他虽然蛮想打绩效，但其实他之前打神族绩效。机械化的打法，这 Q 开始行，这套理解。来了，往前冲，闪电电，不会吧？人进掉了，哎，报警啦，不是吧？没事，你要无敌。干中山小啦！等下，兄弟们，等我一下，有个老哥在洗屏。4个女妖，跟着走，有 OP 过来点。今天有场大比赛，已知的，目前已知的，这个9月是 RSL 跟会有法国杯2万美金，那这 RSL 是多少？1万美金吗？差不多。然后10月我忘记了，还有什么？再来，火车人站起来，红灯是散开，A 坦克，等，然后 后后面还有一个加拿大的限价赛，然后再更后面还有什么 Streamer 这种比赛。但 Streamer 这种比赛还不算有公布所有的东西。然后在后面听说小社他们会办比赛，但是娱乐性质为主。然后还有什么 GSL 我不知道，GSL 我觉得就算回来应该也是明年的事情。我猜啦。好，火车丢下来，烧一下，接起来，后面再转飞弹车了，再烧，再烧。接着往上跳，好的，卡住，哇，哎，接着再来。为什么他没车？现在有啦，他刚刚先防守啊，这个优势是有的，优势是坦克嘛，可以。哎，一防升完升二防。要看他先生防有没有比较强。因为那天跟那个谁阿勇还有 Percival 啊，我去他们直播那边问说，为什么这种机械化不先生防而升攻？然后他们说升攻的话，坦克跟火车这样子比较强。然后我去测试了一下，然后我去测试一下飞弹车有没有升防，打追猎完全没差，都要8下，有一防没一防都是8下。最近有拿不是软件吗？不知道，他们好像邀请一些历史人物。出的是不朽白球，人家叫什么刚只是海雷神的，没上去。哎，人家被抓到，450丢下来，很厉害。来，接着往前跳，哎呦，在前面再变，哇，好变！但这个兵不够了。拉走，剩8个追猎跟1个不朽了，这个还在坚持。人生又贵又没那么强，然后也要成型才强，哇！然后再继续往前架，很厉害啊！被轰了。有没有说法是1攻的坦克可以2炮轰死圣诞老师？可以的话，好像天生1攻好像也是有说法，有这个说法吗？大家可以算一下吧。数学老师有没有？我们数学老师就帮我们算一下。学长还在坚持，可以坚持的话，这个。这点这档也是，因为这个2号打死， 你只要挨打最先面。说起来也在靠赛啊，你就是在赛对方没有 OB 啊，如果你有 OB 就是来送的、啊，但确实这个好，2个死神跟1个火车，这是大装备直接开放了，起来，火车也进不去，家里安个坦克，3个死神进主矿。哎，不好意思，我们主矿有颗电池。然后重点是有一个 OB， 那不是钓不钓鱼女妖的问题啊，就是你讲的这个东西有一点太过于理想化了。对方有个 OB， 如果对方只要哪怕是正面有一个 OB 的情况下，就不太可能。这女妖就不太可能杀，驱使得到是吗？刚刚那个情况是属于这叫什么运气好，这叫属于运气好，哪可能没打运气好？所以你以为这个人族跟人族一样，如果女妖是直接可以按2下 T 就刷出来，那女妖的那个制造成本其实很庞大的，你要升级，是贵不贵的问题啊，是他占的那个产能站在那个地方。你拿去想要靠在地上是一种做法，但是总归是来靠赛的。他们卡的追打不到啊，他这个追打到坦克，坦克就在这个地方哦。 哦，哎，对不对？枪比很强，哎，好舒服哦！哇，坦克他这转头一到这个追猎，哇，太舒服了吧！哈哈哈，太舒服了，太舒服了！好，二矿进来，有啊，公票，好像已经不知道我想不想看这个公票赢了？公票赢了就代表等一下不会有人打人，可是吃个输的话，待会又要看吃个打平了。我会替别人感到担心。我可以宣布了吗？没有，这才这一点东西，你们先记得一件事情，好不好？当年是谁杀了20只工兵还输了？我忘记了，大家可以回想一下。人族初期杀了神族20只工兵还输了，是哪一次谁我忘记了，但是有这件事情。那些玩家为什么围观跟宏观？看这老哥是不是机器人啊？刚刚先来洗东西，现在讲的这个话看起来像是 GPT 翻译讲出来的话。可以打 Max Space， 好像是吗？这个礼拜发生的事情。杀神族20东还输的人族太多了，记不清楚。确实。好，Trigger 是下2个 BF， 要双生攻防了。公妖一样是隐形女妖，要机械化，一样先生狼火，没有先生那个飞弹车。他这个是2个军工厂啊，确实是先出火车跟坦克为主的部队哦。好，基地飞出来，对啊，这个炮台去打这个 OB， 打掉了。你要进来啊，这把Trigger就有 OB 了，闹不太多东西。OB 跟着，但国标赢了，杨会不会不想打？为什么？不会啦，杨职业选手，我相信他一定会想出办法干死这个Trigger。那他先干死Trigger，他才有资格跟Trigger打。这个看起来要干一波嘞，他要打一波了，何球要打一波了，刷狂战士，打得下来吗？他这个不是出闪电的啊？瞬间怎么可以打？我跟你讲，刚打公牛打得那么精彩。来了！机械化，等一下，狂战士很多啊，他这4台火车人，阵型3开，来了，往前冲！这个赛一下，这要托工兵帮忙吗？你要隐形了 ，OB F2A 上去 ，OB 没了，这就是 F2 神族啊 ，OB 一起 F2A 上去，漂亮，地缘部队全部打光了，但是有2个女妖无限输出，公兵拉走。好，这边公庙进口的，那不要损失工兵，14个2矿呢，2矿也在砍。啊，工兵完了，这工兵死的有点多啊。狂战士在刷，哎呦，刷红本吗？有2个渡妖，但有用吗？工兵死的人太多了，哇，43个工兵啊！后面一位。好，那这样子大家不用替别人担心啊，大家不用替别人担心啊。手作，因为家里1000多块，可以去开个4基地，再继续刷兵。就算今年内算是吧，这1-2年算是突飞猛进。 其实也是这人族没什么在打机械化主要原因吧。人族打神族不打机械化是有它的道理的。虽然这个版本这个飞弹车有一点 bug， 但是你要真的人族真的那个机械化能成型还是太难了。最后在跳，来个红战士打出了10人。其实还是这个人族这几年没有机械化，打神族不打机械化，这最大的问题就是这个中间这种一波基本没有办法调整。前面有很多打机械化能赢都是因为前面弩妖或者什么东西赚得太爽了，差得太硬了。其实老实说，公庙如果要这样打的话，前面有那个狂战，这前期的狂战跟追猎其实就已经够强了。然后火车人多一点机会吗？可能一点点吧，不好说，一点点。所以他是不出弩妖，然后直接五军工厂。啊，这样子去个小组第一，晋级了。太晋级了，对啊。刚刚正解应该是想办法盖建筑学，但是我觉得这样盖建筑学有帮助。所以它是整条路封死。它如果是整条路封死，留一个口之类的，那可能有点说法，但那个头饰太多了吧？你这有在吃笔记吗？正常的有吃啊，维他命那些鱼油什么的，然后我有吃肌酸，但是我现在感觉我是那个什么肌酸，那个不是肌酸有一些人是对肌酸没反应，我觉得我可能是对肌酸没反应，但是我不知道怎么吃，我是对肌酸没反应。我现在前面有点小。为什么3冠不是要塞？确实，3冠刚刚如果是要塞的话，我守住。我觉得人族应该要有多一个，就是星轨可以变要塞。我觉得星轨应该要可以变要塞才对。然后要塞应该要可以变星轨，可以来回切换，就是花个50块、100块，然后来回切换，我觉得挺合理的。我觉得挺合理的。然后重点他刚火车太少了，他刚只有4个火车人，完全不够啊。那个兵看起来就不够。不过出事了，黑色白球站起来了，真假？那是不是可以3本变2本？3本变2本他妈是可以干嘛？3本变2本有任何的好处吗？我先问一下，3本变2本有任何的好处吗？哦，哇哦，那怎样？这是透过去的吗？太夸张了。哇，今天什么情况？有料，今天怎么那么多台可以看？主播连结，然后我一天连结，大家都跑了怎么办？自私。 瘦瘦了。对啊，好玩了，1分钟。继续主播。这就是你们想听的吗？今天真的好久哦。为什么？等一下，我们要把这个我们要把这个龙骑士的腿看完了。我突然想起来了，虽然这比赛快要开了，但是我们先把这个龙骑士的腿看完吧。凯拉克给了他们龙骑士的腿，有了新的腿，巨龙骑移动速度变快了。巨象龙骑正在攻击，敢杀小啦！巨象龙骑那个虫族资源跑了，没有资源的虫族打出了 GG。冰影破坏大赛128强，傻小啦！那为什么他可以把冰影放回主堡里面啊？到时候他们就进行64强了，啊小啦！星尔仍然什么东西啦？啊，最后在干嘛？哦，结束了。没有。异化狂战士发动了攻击。哦。哎，他碉堡怎么死不了？那狂战士怎么有点烂？别再看了吗？哎，还是没有视讯，啊小啦，视讯去哪了？来，不要打 champ， 不要打 champ， 这样输给人族应该不太可能吧？地图是这个 Persephone， 蓝色的虫族来自墨西哥的 Champ， 然后叫红色的是来自香港的 Belen 的比样。怎么火气好重？怎么火气好重？没有啊，很好笑啊。这就是泽格吗？对，这就是泽格。这一把需要放个白球在旁边提个神。欧拉站起来了，不说什么。艾瑞斯，因为他是回头13。黑色白球好画。哦，你换对了吧，主播？有吗？那我换吗？正常，两边都是正常开局。安迪坤嘿。I can't understand what you're saying. Sorry. more tail。啊！我记得这样讲啊，我应该没记错。我应该没记错。不累的意思。Very very tired. Very very tired. I'm very tired. Watching Beyond lose make me sad. 摩托是傻逼。继续。好，多后虫。Beyond家里哦，Beyond 这个2控女妖，跟女妖再3开。他待会女妖会比一般的早出手。券票解除游戏没有？我跟你讲，券最近成绩很好，券超屌了。黑色白球在进攻有亿万大军怎么办？跟他战斗啊！好，想不都没跟进去哦。在我们家里还没下包草根虫。Next draw, yes. After RS, I will industry. Next draw. 没杀到，没了。King of Muscle, yes. King of Muscle. 好 ，Beyond， 哎 ，Beyond 是直接接2框1波嘞，哦。这难道是被神珠磨平了棱角吗？不3开直接接2框1波了，这是我认识的 Beyond 吗？好，女妖进来开杀，变成王虫，2只，再点，点。但这边是一个，包住了。哦，卡住！哦 ，what？ 什么情况啊？这样还敢跳飞龙？还敢跳螺旋塔？这是 Beyond 的火车吧？生气的 Beyond， 火车就是这么的厉害。再来去点工兵，行，再点后虫。没有看到螺旋塔，但无所谓啊，别打2框1波的。这不能再补啦，赶快爆狗毒爆啊！第1波兵要出满了，螺旋塔要好了。趁门口王虫不知道有没有看到，一样刚好1空跟盾牌都会完成哦。前顶趁这边是螺旋都还没升好。跟你一样，我觉得是有点针对券嘛，因为券很喜欢跳飞龙哦，所以直接打这个2框1波好了。券要扛吗？还没好，我们不报没有果树的，券没有不报。好，弹力大家可以往左边的咔咔角，左边的咔咔角，对，压过去。9个王虫，哎， 一样咳嗽了一下，还打了一个喷嚏，出了一个磨牙。还有一把扫描，一把扫描，后面是结冰，开出3滴地。来了，下一波，哇，坦克降得很深，降得很深，降到脸上了。哇，他枪面给往上上啊，这么牛逼啊！啊，这边来打的毒霸把前面撞完了，哇 ，Beyond 的枪面还是太深入了，被扛住了。李仙女啊，飞挡，怪怪的。快的哦，比亚，他继续杀工兵，让回来，比亚，风声好是没声一防的，虫王 ，James 是谁 ？James 是来自墨西哥的。刚刚梅克斯是超级实习，开始打职业。哇，这个飞弹狗毒霸很多啊，感觉赢嘞，感觉确赢啊。补工兵啊。太深入了，那个从来楼上直接包住了。来，直接上来了，很凶，更是厉害，好猛，见了，上一届8强的实力啊！墨西哥虫王现在变他，一直是他，还是墨西哥虫王还有？墨西哥虫王一直是他，还是你现在墨西哥虫王？不过刚好可以看黑色环球跳跃。5倍是5，6倍是5，左右右后。墨西哥人王这边就没了，不是啊？那是人族啊，这边有是人族啊，我说的是墨西哥虫王啊。贝尔最近有回来啊，他们在美服那边办了一个类似教练，就是有在办教学，然后好像弄得有声有色，但是那个收费不便宜。如果你心中的韩国球王是哪一个？力巴，在韩国用电工球夺冠的男人，那个是雷诺，雷诺不是墨西哥人啊，那个雷诺是意大利人。欧拉现在在看的那个是我很爱吃 上了，昨天就看了，但不知道为什么他长得有点不一样，不知道为什么。好，来到了第二张地图。在自己的 Discord 的群组好像有说什么，那个叫什么？哦，推荐麦答应了很多事情啊，不是他不这样讲，推荐麦让他失望了有很多失望的事情，让他非常失望，所以好，现在这边打一个。 有一年去打DSG 的时候，就第一次遇到吃，然后我们两个那时候都很菜，然后他那个时候看公比赛，他就跟我说，我跟你讲，为什么？因为就是我们两个在上面。那个时候跟他不认识，然后我第一次遇到他。啊？没事没事，攻防没掉，工兵也没掉，只是打分掉了。大家兄弟不要太担心。我们这边是有一个，就是平面上的领先，但是没有领先到那里。这个交战之后还是看到。他说的笑话真的，他很有信心啊。就这样子，是吗？动漫角色里面的人物嘛，上来就是，哎，我下次一定干死你。明年一定是我拿4个。但劣势，我觉得也没到很劣。攻防有，就是玩点出门，然后同时可以利用这个时间把经济补起。骗人布，哇，骗人布也很强，好不好？不要说那个词，还不是有个人小丑八旗。两三兵走出来了，二哥往外撕，骗这把来的4个狗爆。这边要甩拿，哦，点一毒爆，空传进5炮，5炮，哇，这已经有兵手了呀！把兵丢下来，打出来点毒爆，点完了！10年前的比赛回来了，2016年世界冠军。速买地雷，后面的兵接上，一把扫描，先从他地雷埋下去，这边2个毒爆，3个毒爆，前面不到一张地雷，地雷中掉了。后面2个，左边就要开4基地，但这边这里有分割这个直接很好，为什么走前面？为什么走前面？中枪，地雷打掉，造光了。你现在地雷直超吗？大家都打到海威2声音，过来，坦克在输出，坦克在后面输出，往那边走，跟毒爆从后面包上去，再甩，很多毒爆很多，跟那个6个角度可以吸引敌基地开出来，被拉上了。扫描来清正面重开，地雷是有速埋的，有速埋等于有隐形，地雷埋下去，这边地雷炸的还行，炸了一票狗，后面的兵再来，但毒爆撞到后面的枪兵还不错，地雷在炸，这颗地雷炸了很多，兵长们过来了，赤手把地雷打光，左边右边这边甩，哎，飞一个猎头转去引毒爆的炮火。再来点那颗毒爆吗？点啊，这也不算点啊，往后甩自己去打。再来毒爆 A 上来，中传回去，再把枪兵丢下来。后面的兵继续往前接，战损差了4000。10年前的比样吗？对，一样头 突然年轻了10岁。来一把扫描 ，Cham 160人口170，没有3本，没有登兵兽，只有吃了狗毒爆。来要滚，地雷先炸毒爆，一番炸的一番，往前继续进攻。Cham 这76支工兵啊，虽然有5个基地，但是不算是特别富有。敌人开始5炮，5炮盖歪了，地雷再埋下去哦，再炸，来往后甩。50人吧？啊，张营旁边50人吗？不知道。那边旁边有一条有50人有马骨。好，期望者加在这个地方，鹰霸点位。这张图这个点位超级鹰霸，期望者加在这个地方，从这点进来，我就说，雷蹦。等下重组没有2攻2房子啊。都应该推蛋白粉，主要会不会里面蛋白粉？有啦，那健身工厂有卖蛋白粉。这真是10年前的比样吗？来甩，一样头也是油的吗？是。来高上来，一样要点毒爆吗？这边 A 上去，至少往前顶。他们延迟打下来了，然后再撞在对方身上。有人劝给成语，一用力防为什么会成语？扭掉了是不是？我发现右边中了个多线劝打出了局点。那不喝什么？我就因为我不准。那家50人开了10几年了，那家50人开了10几年了，一定是有料的。有20年，开几岁？感觉有。那家50人不知道我们开20年。3本，其实整场都有点慢性死，3本射得太慢了，没有3本就是等着倒地啊。刚刚中场后故意丢下来。刚刚这把燃烧了自己的小宇宙，那没镜头是空号，50来1个有4年创了3件事，然后我在说我家服务那家50来不知道开多久了，不知道我们开20年，15年应该是。20年的，因为别人都开啊，当然吃个就很敬业啊，吃个就算没视讯头，他会用手机开视讯啊，所以他一定是有视讯。吃个就很敬业，好不好？跟那个雷诺就比，对不对？雷诺就没什么好比的，雷诺永远就是我视讯头，明天会来，明天视讯就到了，明天。好久不见的同学，最近买了新特斯拉，还买了一栋房子。问他在干嘛？他说他在卖保险，我是都入出行的。没有吧？不一定啊。你去卖保险不一定卖的有他好，对不对？ 前的比赛就还在这个回顾15分。你说要是，应该说要是现在还有是所谓的 S 把战队体系的话，那可能真的有。好，第3张图是头看马，但 Chen 那边不知道现在几点。Chen 那边应该现在早上不知道几点，我看一下墨西哥现在几点。墨西哥，我想那 SLSB 哦，看墨西哥现在7点，所以他等于5点就在打了，是不是？牛逼！他这是没睡吧？正常来说，你这4点还5点开始打比赛，他是没睡吧？这 Travel 早上7点跟别人打成这个样子，真的有点实力。SR 跟 SB 啊，我会怀念以前啊，我不会怀念那个比赛，我怀念以前那段时光特别的 happy。比赛日不是指大型的比赛。你是说有那种网站是不是？现在也有吧？如果你真的要看的话，还是有啊。好，第3章 Magnata。这把直接裸双了，却也是一个正常裸双，没有狗吃开。我今天比赛有点让这里看。我输比赛或赢比赛，基本上我是完全不看的，我完全不看。因为是一些有一些技术意义，就是基本上我比赛全都输，然后唯一我想回顾的，让他下来。我一直觉得这样很秀，他这个有时候把人弄起来。 手段有点危险哎，他没有2本。那时候满满的胶原蛋白。出来，趁没有看到这边，不用先把这个球打通了。回来了吗？我们看起来，秀的点光。哇，看别样今天这个点读报状态是真的有，真的有在线，这么年轻10岁了，健身有。也来了，光，我走人，20吧，哇，球还是3。 再多忍个10秒，感觉就直接屌虐了。趁那个第一波再忍一下，就直接屌虐了。好，过来卡住，靠背，那个岩石被炸烂了。哎，卡在这边过分了吧？哎，又在点毒炮，哎。好，哎，没事没事。杨是不是找到玩星海的快乐了？跟人族玩，不是跟虫族打就有那个星海的快乐。感觉打星海很快乐啊，不停的操作，对不对？再来，又在点，又在点。你今天怎么了？实话，就是你两边多线的地方都要留兵啊，不要把兵丢下来就可以。上来，又在点毒爆，地雷，中盘。家里剩3攻2防了，劝这边只有1攻1防，2防在升。重点是现在有个关键，劝没有别的科技啊，他没有刺蛇，也没有3本啊，他这个纯狗毒炮再打下去就要被换烂了，要真的被别人接死了。就是别让家里再开一个基地啊。这算是第3个矿还是第4个矿？我觉得第3个矿，第3个基地，第3个基地，大步的往前散开，一把扫把从那就清了。上面的狗毒炮，上面的狗毒炮回救，正面呢？正面扛得住吗？好，这边冲上来了，又要从往前，顶着地雷，哇，深深来一次，不要散开。消失了，不要放在公德哥身上，你看没有？别！啊！看打出了绝绝！哎呦 ，Beyond 太强了吧！太强了，又秀了一把。趁等下大家，趁没有，趁人很好的，他不会这样子，好不好？目前走狗毒啊，配一点飞马或感染会更好。就是他没有跳科技，他没有把科技升上去，是一个蛮大的问题。他没有任何科技。不是你会导致哪一波？其实老实说，这个第3把劝跟我有点像，真的有点像啊，真的有点像。但是我觉得劝几波操作都打得很好啊。那早上7点的劝打成这个样子，已经很佩服了。我觉得他已经打得很好了。他科技也没先发。下个感染槽吧，我觉得下个感染槽是有说法的。不过出事了，黑色白球溺水了，我知道啊，我知道。主要最大的问题是那个第一波他再稍微多忍个10秒，毒爆速度好，再包上去，我觉得那个画风就完全长得不一样。刚刚你说，我觉得没资源跳3本是一回事，但是我觉得这个感染槽出个1个感染，我觉得是有机会让这个画面变得更好打的，而且他确实有被 Beyond 的那个多线打到东西。他其实那个时候分兵可以再好一点的话，就一开始不是有2个船一直在那个劝左上角那个阶段闹吗？那2个船其实闹到太多东西了。如果他那边是守得再好一点的话，说不定是可以补那个，就那一段时间点，那段时间点说不定是可以补。但被杀到工兵，然后工兵也没补，就被慢慢的穷死跟接死。真要研发吗？不用，重做赢霸，重做只要感染虫做出来就可以直接丢真菌真身了。重做就是这么赢霸，重做就这么赢霸。 让感染偷医疗艇空投毒爆吗？啊，不行，没有这种东西。闪电要研发吗？要。珍珠就这么的烂，闪电需要研发。凭什么真菌真正不用研发，闪电要研发？凭什么？从哪这么多冠军，为什么是我的东西要研发，你的不用研发？凭什么？但是我听到最近最好笑的是吧？这个很好笑吗？还好吧。我本来也是认真问的。以前的感染枪不要研发吗？不用。有段时间还可以帮他升公保。凭什么无聊居然可以一次挖10年的黄金矿？那个刚刚那个影片看太多了。那个投手真的好啊！我怎么不把 S2 那边看完？我刚看完了，巨像的那个我看完了。不是啊，我怕我一切过去，我就知道我刚才干嘛，你知道吗？我主画面刚怎么这样？我们可以继续看啊。另外一集，掠夺者加陆战队。你看那边重置换神族结成同盟了。等一下，那狗是不是骑到？那可能是骑到狗身上了。你有什么好计划吗，时光先生？首先，我们在地上撒满水果。当被水果分心的同时，为什么是掠夺者啊？这个应该翻错了吧？这个叫什么？那只叫什么？这个剧情单位，我知道我有看过这个啊，但是我不知道这个叫什么。移动中也可以攻击，干好音爆啊！它可以，它下面的狗，哦，掠食者，哦，对，它下面的那个掠食者一面攻击，然后枪在身上，嘟。这蛮有意思的。应该是一边甩比较强。他这个普光感觉浪费了他的那个。然后这应该是移动中会保持攻击，所以要让他一直甩，感觉比较强。放黑上去感觉很烂。异化战士。骑在异化虫身上跟掠食者身上有骑，和掠杀者，掠杀者身上有骑这个枪兵。这助手到底是氪了多少？这手到底是氪了多少？才能想出这种。掠夺战队，这不可能。失败了，太多，全部炸掉了，怎样？怎样啊？那个掠食者叫什么？ 猎杀者他们里面还有狗啊，跳上去，查起来。这样真的是有比较强啊！这个19力战队，说下变得更加敏捷了。哦，你把你冲上去了，还是打不过吧？我怎么感觉好像打过了？我感觉好像打过了，这个真的啊！哎，打赢了，好强！没中奖的会变强。哎，干，怎么又是兵营破坏大赛啊？傻小。这次要是什么结尾？有观众宠物现场，哦，你们骑的是我的狗，还回来。结尾看过啊，结尾看过，结尾跟剧场我看过，还是好的。他真的，他到底氪了多少啊？他到底是氪了多少才能想出这种东西啊？好，刚好最后一把了，一样打公咪号，又是人打人。这个年头能看到人打人，真的要珍惜了，你知道吗？好，公咪好像是野了，地图来到了是雷曼的世界哦，红色的人族公咪干。好，公咪出来了。当枪兵骑狗都是很方便，那狗也会帮忙打。左下角蓝色是人。说的话的吗？这是人会说的话吗？那我刚刚还不是跟他说偷偷是1把，然后他说没有，是我打得太差了，你打得棒。他可能真的被神经打到，没在这边自己养。哦，我打不过，是因为状态不好，绝对不是因为我打得差。家里 找到兵营。吃了一个，这个打3个，追，后面在坐火车补新立港，一样是走上来有火车，换了一个死神，换1，再点，右边点2只，可以再来，这个上面换死神，没有换好，让死神再进去，这里有赚吗？这有看到 BS， 他们家里原本是开放的，你们弄掉了4个工兵跟4个工兵跟4个死神。不知道还在做死神啊，兵营是没有飞回家的。在续死神，这辆车来了。全部留完，我们要打 GG 了吗？理论上这是 GG， 这应该打 GG 了。哈哈，理论上该打，该退了。他什么都没啊，只剩那个了。好，升飞弹车的这个攻击力，中国回来了，你好。他们这个伤害，飞弹车这个伤害到底叫什么？磁场拉杀器。然后这个要反打吗？然后这个要去反打。如果基地刚盖好，过来。飞弹车的这个攻击收好的话，其实以前有段时间这个打法是人打人里面蛮常见的。野兵营失败以后接这个有带这个伤害的这个飞弹车，所以我记得人打神也可以这样打。我记得有一段时间是有这种打法。跟枪兵，刚刚领先很多啊，家里还开3炮。人打神可以这样打，只是不会赢吗？没有吧？不一样啊，不会赢是因为对方现在有那个无限电力的这个，那非常努力可以让飞弹车赢死。他觉得你就打起来。照着这波正面的部队，好的，上来给女妖，挡住女妖，好，这波兵回不了家吗？你要收，哇，女妖无敌了。 但女妖也没了，也差不多，无所谓吧。然后现在多兵来，感觉公牛扛不住了。来开4基地，5就已经攻场。女妖是吧？超值女妖。好，今天4基地直接被我取消了。来一把扫描，坦克在打坦克，兄弟掉了。龙头哥其实在这个画面下，这龙头哥很强，把它架起来。兵，我们的坦克工兵拉到4基地去采取。PVP 5G 好看多了，不知道我觉得 PVP 这2天还可以接受，但是有点难。breaker 了，今天维基坏掉了。哎，好嘞。真的好对啊，现在就是输了，差不多吧。 有到那么夸张吗？左上角红色的是公兵号，这边又是野的。 就去演，他不信邪，他哪有那么晒的，对不对？马甲蓝色的是 Beyond， 但 Beyond 我记得他昨天打人也是都是2个1的死神开，在家里2个死。哎，又来，我已经觉得 Beyond 开了，哈哈哈哈。又是一个在家2个1对上你在他家楼下的人，后面已经多2只了，还好眼镜的代价还是蛮高的。正常的开局跟他这种开局。同时做死神。也没有回家，来一个5块钱回家。那这边 Beyond 也是没有侦查 ，Beyond 开到应该也是2个瓦斯，待会会直接下军工厂。那怎样？Beyond 这个集结点，等一下就要看到了。有没有这边是应该是会等2个死神啊？第1个死神应该是不会上，一般来说都是等2个死神在上。第1个死神看到了，哎，你好，怎么这么巧？你又在演死神了？啊，怎么这么巧？我也是一个2边1跳死神的开局，怎么那么巧？老死神过来看一下，2个死神打2个死神，比较保险的，还拖2个东西。走过来，你好，我也是2个，好巧不巧，好巧哦。决斗啊！哦，决斗啊，有机会。已经被他们写回满了。真的死了好几下，大炮我这儿在做呀。多2次公布的力量，整个收看，多趋势啊！已经来趋势了，现在4攻，需要很多次。太强了，这就是果断进攻的Beyond啊！看到坦克完全不畏惧啊，直接冲上去啊！这样10-10剩下 1点再回来，1点再回来看，1点再回来看这个法国杯，法国大师杯，1点法国大师杯的组合是克莱姆洛的 Sola 跟方毅。有听完结吗？没有，太累了。我这几天都是6点播比赛，播完然后又要1点播比赛，太累了，太累了，无法。1点再见了，各位，1点再见了，1点再见了。他去了1点要回来了，记得顺便帮我的那个另外一个直播现在看。够了，来了吧？
You're on.